All right. Can you guys hear me? New stills, or I guess it's a still avatar thing. Thank you. I don't know if you want like credit for it. I'll gladly credit you if you want credit for it publicly. I don't know if you do because people actually that's going to be a topic that comes up in the call. By the way, aye. We have a lot to go over. I've been given quite a bit of information about the recent call that was held. Oh, well, I wouldn't say kids, but yeah, and not necessarily yelling, but he's taken his performance, his performative angry behavior up to the sky right there. Except for, of course, he's subtracted his screaming retard and telling people to kill themselves. He subtracted all of that. Um, he's lessened all of that, but he's still doing the LARPy shit, and that's something we're going to be going over today. Oh, he did a little bit more than that. This call is actually fucking insane. I gave now to be fair to you all, I did look at some of it, not all of it, but some of it, and I only looked at some of it because of the fact that there's two different recordings that I have been given. One is almost the full call. The other one is not. So in the first recording that we will be listening to, I think it's an MP3, I will have to pause at one point and then switch over to a different recording. Now, it is a seamless transition. I figured out like where that call starts and where this one ends because the first recording we're going to be watching is only the majority of the call. It is not the entirety. So we'll be switching back over. We'll be watching the first MP3. It's not two calls separately. It's two different recordings because whoever recorded it initially did a really fucking shit job. I won't be showing that one. I will be showing only the ones I saw the message Eyes of Bloom. I will only be showing the stuff, the one in particular that you're talking about. I will not be showing. I've been made aware of that, so don't worry. Now, before we get into this call, we have, as Lio would put it, some very much needed context that I have to provide you all. So we're going to be starting this adventure into the tism of today uh, on, hold on, let me get the date. Let me get the date here. I wrote it down. I got this bullet pointed for you all. I told you all the next stream was going to be a bit structured, and I kept that promise. So May 13th, we're going to be going back to May 13th. So 4 days, 4 days. And I'm going to read you all these DMs. So present, share screen, window. All right. And where's it at? Where are you at? All right, right here. So here is these messages. Yo, hi. Question, are you still in contact with Ren? Yes. I mean, we don't talk regularly, but they sometimes message me and we chat a little. Would you be opposed to passing them a message? Nothing mean. Sure, I can do that. Yun is requesting a call in Cat's lair. There will be no yelling, no threats, nothing. Keep this in mind, by the way. No yelling, no threats, nothing. They want a civil discussion. Keep that in mind. Actually, keep this entire fucking conversation in mind because all of it aged extremely poorly. So, sent sent they're not online at the moment, but I'm sure if a call is possible due to their circumstance, but I'm not sure if a call is possible due to their circumstances, but I'll let you know once I get a response. Danky, Rin wants to know why they want to call. To clear some things up, issue some apologies. All right, so we're going to be moving over to the next one. And here's a screenshot. Fair enough, thank you. I might use an alt account if that's fine. I want to be left alone, and I have to plan it at a time where my dad won't listen to it because I'm already in deep shit with my parents. Ren seems to be up to it, only on an alt, possibly with me and or slash Neuro present, but maybe willing to budge if that's not acceptable. And they need to find a time where they'd be safe to do so. Evenings are the best. The alt is fine. Afternoon on weekends works too. Help. So between Friday or Saturday slash Sunday afternoon, you think you may be able to? You may be able to. Lol. I guess we'll wait then. Okay, this is all the same day. Yeah, it's going to be a while. Unfortunate home life. By the way, just adding that whenever the call happens, Ren wants me and Nero in or just one. They seem very anxious and hesitant to go in without someone on their side. per se. All right. The talking will just be them and Yun, to be clear. Keep this in mind. The talking will just be them and Yun, to be clear. I don't imagine we'll be talking much. It's more a precaution. I'll be honest, one of our main concerns is Ren getting heated. Yeah, I don't mind not speaking. Ren will have to control themselves, honestly. Oh, really fucking ironic. Me and Neuro are working on that, mostly amping them up for it. Obviously, we can't control them, and what they do is what they do. They're planning on what to ask slash talk about, and we're trying to guide it to be less accusatory slash defensive and keep it on topic so the conversation is productive. How do I move this little thingy? There we go. Update. There was another smaller incident with Ren's family, and they're understandably concerned about the security home-wise of having a call. They'd prefer a text chat. I'm not sure if a call is completely off the table at the moment, but obviously there's a big concern about their family finding out or overhearing the call. Now, I want all of you to keep these DMs 100% in mind as we continue. Now, the call was obviously agreed to, and it was agreed to. Hold on one second. May 16th is when the call was held. So yesterday. Doodletones and Lio both making sure to inform everyone. So everyone call is in the gallery, dorks. May 16th, 2024, because we're not using, this is what Doodletone said. Here, I'll even stream this just in case they try and say I'm lying about this too. Share screen. Here it is. May 16th, 2024, because we're not using this chat like we should. This is a call for Yun and Gaibinum to talk out their issues. Keep this in mind. They repeatedly insist that this is a call for Yun and Gaibinum to talk out their issues. That's what the call was for. That's the pretense that Gaibinum, Rin, was invited in on, by the way. That's the pretense that they were invited in on. And I believe also the pretense was that they were going to be able to allow to bring their own friends along. And we'll get into that really fucking soon. Uh, Doodle, Ephraim, Crystal Flame, and Ponder were mods during this call. I'm honestly, if Ponder was a mod during this call and in it, I'm gonna be very fucking disappointed. But then again, I shouldn't be that surprised because this is the same individual that I need to get around to making my part two. But these people keep digging it deeper, and I made a promise to try and keep you all up to date. So I have both recordings, so I will be able to see it from the beginning. So don't worry about that. So let's get straight into it. Actually, yeah, hold on. Right here. Now this is saved. I think it's been publicized, or if not, it will be. Statement after that call. We can get into it after we get into the call. Again, the call is almost 4 hours long, and I'm not going to be talking about the entirety of it. But it gets the ass end of it is the most damning shit. Uh, I'm glad you guys like the avatar. The person who made it, is sometimes in chat. I'm trying to figure out if they want credit or not, because I know that, and actually this will come up in the call, by the way, is that Ren did fan art for me. That comes up in the call. When I was skimming through it, I found that it's actually really fucking, yeah. Ren is Gaibinum. It's actually really fucking pathetic. I thought Lio was like, I thought Doodle Tones topped like just how fucking pathetic over Lio, and then Lio immediately goes and pulls this shit, and he's now right at the top of the pathetic scale. So let's get right into it. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. How do I share screen? Share screen. Window media player. Bingo. All right. Here we are. I'm gonna move this up here. Oh, Gilded is here. All right. You guys can't hear it? Are you joking? Don't tell me you guys can't hear it. Hold on. Well, that is weird. That is very odd. Um, Phew. No, you don't, Gilded. No, you don't. The recording that you have as well is not the full call. It's almost the full call. As Doodle states, the full call is 3 hours 59 minutes and a couple of seconds. The one that you have that I've been given is 3 hours and 31 minutes. So I was able to take the other call that's recorded, the other recording, and figure out when I need to switch back over. Uh, all right, then send it to me. Send it to me. I'll give it a quick look. I'm hoping it's the full call. I really am hoping it's the full call because this is autistic, and me trying to figure out like when to switch over was also another fucking pain in the ass to get this shit set up. Did you unmute your screen or Streamlab? No, it's something to do with my media player. That's what it comes down to. It's something to do with the media player. Because I've had this problem before. Not always, but before. Um, Hold on. Yeah, that's not the full call. That's not the full call. Oh, holy shit. How did you get this? Dope. Okay, I was wrong. This is the full call. We have it. We have it, folks. We have it. Um, so I don't have to do any of that retarded um fucking one shit. I can just stream it. Sick. What's it? Can I download it real quick? No, because I'm gonna have to stream it directly from this. Yeah. All right. And I think yeah. Hold on. Let me send Gilded the link real quick. All right, and I'm just waiting for him. Yeah, I do need a tech guy. It's sad because like I'm a Zoomer, like generation wise, but like when it comes to computers, phones, I really know how to do stuff with. Um, I don't know how to do shit with computers, like very little. Um, I know a couple of things with like interesting command shit, but that's about it. When it comes to like using websites and certain stuff, I'm really bad with it. Mm, Question is he gonna join? I can't wait to get into it with you all. I'm waiting on him before I get into it because I don't know if he's gonna want me to rewind. But it's the call is something else. Yeah, that's a pretty good point. Like I know how to do all kinds of stuff with my Android phone. When I was like 13, I would used to like edit the operating system of it a little bit. I would do certain things because I rooted it, and so I would just mess with it. And so I had like then when I was around 14, 15, I found this S7, and uh, it was just sitting outside after it rained and didn't break, and no one came back for it. So I I rooted it and I did a bunch of crazy shit to it. But when it comes to computers, like I'm really good at Photoshop on a phone, even though a lot of my thumbnails are really shit. Because I rushed them. But I used to be really good at Photoshop on a phone, PS Touch. I am terrible at Photoshop on a computer. I am fucking god awful. Oh, Gilded is here. Hey, what's up?
Not much.
All right.
But yeah. So you, okay, to help you with this, I have the same problem with StreamYard. Okay. You ready for this?
Okay.
You're going to hate it. You got to download the entire thing. And then you got to press like the preset button on StreamYard and then video. And then it'll instantly play.
Can I pause it?
Yes. It'll
Here's the
have a,
problem. This isn't a
it'll have
video.
a,
This is an MP3. Will it work?
oh, it's an MP3.
Yeah, it's an MP3. I could stream it from the Google Drive itself. Like I could stream the Google Drive fucking window is what it's called. So
That'll work if it'll work. Like sometimes it doesn't. That's all.
I will see if it'll let me. Oh my god, the download's gonna take forever, and it shouldn't because it's not even a gigabyte. Well, while it's downloading, chat, let's interact. What do you have you seen the call already? Have you looked at it? Gilded?
No, I've only seen the last hour.
Oh, okay. Yeah, from what you gave me. I looked at that too, and holy shit. You're I mean, just me like seeing like what 5 minutes in total for my skimming. It is something else. Okay, it's downloaded. So let me see if I can do this. Um, so what do I do here? Oh, hold on.
There's like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna have to stream the Google Drive.
Well, if it'll let you do it, do it.
All right. All right, folks, we're getting into it.
Can you guys hear me, or do I need to hop out and hop back in again?
I can hear it.
Okay, cool.
Can everyone hear it?
I love that regular table's still filled with people. Almost like they didn't pay attention.
They're not joining
Amazing.
the measuring session. They're not paying attention.
So what do you want to look at while we're here?
I don't know.
You want to look at the movies
No.
and the books? One moment.
Can I times 2 this fucking thing? I don't think I can. Oh, that's not gonna be fun.
Maybe right click. I don't know.
Right now it's quiet, guys. Did the audio bug?
All right. So
Nope. There it is.
now that that's been sorted, and I literally hopped in there and said, move to gallery, move to gallery. I want to make some things very clear here. Ren, I know you are not in the best household. I know you are doing your best to make sure you are not being heard here. I want to be very clear. If you think at any time there's going to be a problem or somebody's going to show up, you can just disconnect. You're not going to get fussed at. While I want this to be resolved and I want the conversation to be civil, I don't want you to be in genuine danger. Okay? So I'm going to start bringing some people
Genuine
on.
danger.
We're going to bring on Ren.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm very scared. So, yeah. If I'm quiet, it's because I'm literally trying to
Calm
keep
down.
my voice down.
It's fine. Then do that. Talk when you need to and just breathe.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Who's the person speaking right now?
Which Lio and I think Ren. Yeah.
is that okay? That's Ren. Okay.
Hmm.
I can't, so I'm just gonna try
You don't have to.
Please.
Just keep it to your ear.
Okay. I get it.
Now, where is Yoon? Because unlike other calls, it doesn't separate. Yoon, raise your hand. That'll be easier. All right, and
Did you see the DMs that I went over?
No, I did not.
Okay, I will link them to you. So as we listen to it, give it just like just read it
Okay.
because it's
Neurofunk,
very
raise your
important for
hand.
how this fucking call plays out.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to say something and run this by you
Mhm.
before we start too hard. So I, through another party, called out Lio on what you told me in DMs. And he claims that this that Ren was very aware that the FCK stuff was going to come up.
Oh, that's what he tells you?
Yes,
Oh,
that
that's
he
very interesting. That's
that
very interesting.
yeah, that he said that she knew that they were going to converse about the subject or something along those lines. Yeah.
That was oh wow, because that contradicts the DMs that I'm about to send you. So you have fun with this, because I just showed them I showed them to the chat already.
Ah, shit.
Yeah. This is how they set up the call, by the way. Hold on. I wish I could just copy and paste all the fucking screenshots. I'm gonna let this play out while I'm doing that, though.
They keep this place so well organized, don't they? Dark magic. Okay. If you are not somebody I mentioned in the other call, don't raise your hand. You're not going to be a part of this. I made that very clear. The next time somebody raises their hand that is not involved in any of this, I am going to put you in timeout for a week. I am not in the mood to sit here and babysit adults again. I am not in the mood to sit here and repeat myself ad nauseum. You're all adults. Conduct yourself like it. If you are not involved, you're not showing up. Period. What's this call going to be about? Well, maybe if you pay attention. I'm also not going to sit here and spoon feed everybody information.
He vanished. We have lost Gilded. And he's back.
Yeah, my shit crashed. I'm on mobile because my internet's down, and apparently I can't read those at the same time.
Oh, okay. Well, the chat's seen them. I promise you, they contradict everything. He actually says in these that they're going to be talking about just the Yun shit. Hold on. Yeah, the talking will be just them and Yun, to be clear. That's what he says to this individual as they're setting up the call.
Oh, lovely.
I'm looking to see if there's any mention of FCK here and whatnot, of him saying that, he made that clear. All right, let's continue.
Already given out. Learn to pick up context clues. So now what's going to happen is I'm going to let Yoon and I'm going to let Gal, Ren, talk. Their issues get sorted first, then everybody else's. Okay? So even I am going to mute during this so they can have a productive conversation.
Can you hear me?
No, Peaches is not in this call.
Yeah, I don't know if I can put this on speaker, so you may
You're
have to repeat yourself.
No, you are 100% fine. Please, like, you didn't even need to accept this. You could have just said no. I appreciate you're doing this, but if you feel like you're in danger, immediately leave. Do
Thank
not
you, I
worry about
appreciate it.
I am-
I don't want to get it. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm stuttering or scared. I'm just scared.
You're fine. You're fine. You do not have to apologize.
Oh, my internet's back on. I'm going to switch devices.
Nice.
So-
Well, while you do that, I'm going to talk to them. Actually, fun fact a little bit. This Yun individual, and this is entirely irrelevant to the call, by the way, entirely irrelevant, but you guys would probably get a kick out of it. Yun is one of Doodle Tones' orbiters. To such a degree, I think it was 2021 or 2022, me quote retweeting Doodles. I think I brought up the diaper fetish. Made Yun seethe for like an entire day, making a tweet and then replying to themselves, constantly talking about me. I have a recording. Someone recorded it for me. It's fucking hilarious. So that should give you an idea as to how Yun is. Now, that isn't to say that, because again, it's not relevant to this call. I thought you guys would get a kick out of it. I talked about it before in a video a long time ago. Yeah. Again, it's not relevant to this call. I just thought it'd be funny. Oh, and he's on his. There we go.
Oh my god, this is so much better. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. The audio is way fucking better.
All right.
All right, we ready?
Yep.
All right.
I guess I'll start out because just in case I want to just get it out of the way. Because it feels like we're at times of the essence. I know we're here to have a discussion where I feel like you have questions for me, I have questions for you, but I wanted to get this out of the way in the sense of I want you to hear it. So it was already in the script and that I had the video I scripted in 2022. Some are more recent. I had intended to apologize to you for certain things, and I have gone around to certain members of the SEC, giving them the opportunity to also extend apologies that are owed to you. First of all, I want to apologize for my behavior in our first call. It's not an excuse, just clarification. I was not aware you were going to be in the call, so I didn't come in prepared to have that productive conversation that we should have had during that time. I listened back on that call and I am disgusted with my behavior, especially because I invalidated your experience as a trans person with my own perspective. And it's 100% disgusting of me to do. And I do not stand by what I say, and I wholeheartedly apologize. Another thing I apologize for, though I didn't have involvement in it, and I put a stop to it the moment I realized it was happening. I apologize on behalf of the SEC and the Clubhouse as a whole for that hashtag. It should not have happened. It is not something I would have wanted to happen. That's why I tried so hard to get other people in the SEC
They
to not
actually
get
made a
involved
fucking
between us
hashtag.
two.
Jesus Christ. But remember, they're so different from the ArchCC, but they do the same stupid fucking like internet justice bullshit.
Unique and original.
Because
Oh my
I
God.
know that the moment other people get involved, they might take things over the line, and it's 100% over the line. I have apologies. The first one is from Avi, and he says, I legitimately apologize for going back on my word, especially out of pure spite. No matter how I feel about Gal as a person, that goes against my morals as a person, and I recognize it's a mistake I won't make again. I apologize for making jokes about someone's genitalia in such a crude way and in an admittedly immature fashion. The point I was trying to make with that comment is relevant if the comment itself crosses a variety of boundaries that should be obvious to someone who knew Gal and has common sense. I recognize that the way I went about defending Yoon after the call was very aggressive, and I contributed to a group behavior that didn't take into account Gal's mental health. While I never wanted them to kill themselves, the way it came off could be seen as that from the eyes of someone like Gal. So I apologize for participating in what was deemed harassment by Gal multiple times. Boonslayer says, I would like to apologize for starting the hashtag involving Galbanum's dead name on Twitter.
Of course
At the
it's
time, to my
fucking
knowledge,
Boonslayer. Of course it's Boonslayer. Listen. Boonslayer's one of those SCC people that I was told was different. That he was like, that hot shit. And the second we interacted, I literally asked him. All I fucking did was ask him if he could explain how it was. I think it was. I explained it in a video a long time ago, 2 or 3 years ago. Just like just I asked for context, like for him to explain what he's saying, and he immediately went, "Oh, you're that guy that my other friends have had this interaction with," and then I think he blocked me. Yeah, I don't know if he has me blocked now, but listen, if it's Boonslayer starting a hashtag, they're sending their best. Okay, apparently so.
acknowledge the scenario involving his lack of desire to acknowledge, but to acknowledge that name was not the kind of issue it has later been stated to be. However, that is not an excuse. It was malicious and should not have been handled in that way regardless. So I'm more than willing to apologize for the way I handled myself in the immediate aftermath of my video on Galbanum. It was wrong and a misuse of my influence. Jace says, I'm going to be real. I genuinely forgot I ever joined in on that hashtag thing before Gal started bringing it up. In retrospect, I'm low-key glad that they reminded me because, my God, that was fucking stupid.
Psychic, are you saying you sent me a message? I'm a little confused.
Of me to do, and I'm genuinely sorry for the distress I ended up causing. I should also apologize for how I worded myself in those tweets he keeps mentioning, in that it came off like I wanted genuine ill will of them. That was not the case. That will never be the case. That's not the sort of person I am. But regardless of what my intentions were in that moment, I should not have done as I did, and I won't make it excuses for it. I'm sorry that I hurt you. Horace says, while Gal should not have involved himself in my situation, as that is none of his business, I still shouldn't have done the hashtag. I regret adding fuel to the fire and making it worse for him and how he feels. So to Gal, I am sorry. Daisy says, I do also want to apologize. Even if I wasn't aware that Gal considered the old username a dead name, I was still acting very vindictive about everything when I shouldn't have, and I'm sorry I caused them distress because of it. If they want me to delete those tweets or anything, I'm more than willing to do so, as I definitely think that behavior was not okay. And in regards to the comment section in Boone's video, under Boone's video on you, Briss would like to say, I mainly want to apologize for how I came off in the argument. It doesn't matter if whatever I said was true. I had no excuse to act that vicious towards Gal. And it would have been more ideal to have a simple conversation instead of being a smarmy asshole during it. I wouldn't have known at the time, but I do feel like bringing up autism speaks the way I did was, quite frankly, very inappropriate. I have been avoiding making potentially low blows like that ever since to avoid a similar situation from happening. Obviously, you do not have to accept or forgive any of us. However, you were wronged, point blank period, and you are owed and are deserving of those apologies. So I wanted to, that's one of the biggest reasons I wanted to have this call, is so that you could get those directly.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know if I can accept some of them, but I appreciate that they decided to do that. I genuinely do. It's just do you want me to extend my apologies?
I mean, if you want to, I don't want to make you do something you don't want to do. That's not what I want from this conversation. You don't have to tell me anything you think I want to hear. You just speak your truth. I want you to be able to come out of this conversation, even if you believe it, right in the middle of making a point or listening to me, feeling like to some extent you were able to get something off of your chest and like at least leave this a little lighter.
Just wait, kill switch.
Okay. So I'm gonna bring this up. I'll get this out of the way with the truth and a clear head. I am very sorry for being a manipulative friend and an ex-friend. I violated your boundaries in 2022 and 2021. I'm very sorry that I watched you and made you feel paranoid and made the response document. The 80-page response document was the biggest mistake I've made in my life.
Oh my god, Gildan. Lio going after another mentally ill person because he's changed. You could have asked me to pause it. That was funny.
I was responding to Bear Dog because this is what this is. I'm just going to be very blunt here. This is like Rosa 2.0. All right, that's all this is. Okay, and I'm not saying that as a slight against Ren. Actually, to be honest with you, at first I was like pretty like, I guess you would say aggro against Ren. 'Cause I'm like, are you really this dumb? Like, why would you do this? Because I thought she was going in here under the like knowing this was going to be some FCK argument, and I thought that was stupid.
No, Ren was not aware of that at all. They were under the impression it was just going to be a conversation between them and Yun. That was it.
Yeah, and I just read the DMs you sent me, the screenshots. But yeah, now that I know like what I just saw, like I'm just like, okay, so now I kind of feel bad. But still, nonetheless, I don't think Ren is the most like mentally fucking stable person on the planet, and I feel like Ren is a very easy target for Lio, just like Rosa was.
Oh no, hands fucking down. Hands down, especially the way this call goes towards the end. I'm not going to spoil because we're going to get to that. But when it gets to the latter portion that you have recorded, I don't know if you watched the whole thing. I think you said
dude, I was watching it as it was happening that last hour.
Okay.
Oh yeah, dude, yeah. My server has some gay ops. Okay, like that's just like that's my whole server.
And I wish I never made it at all. It's caused you pain, and I saw how pained you were because I remember where you talked about your homelessness. I don't remember it detailed, but like you talked about how pained you were with me watching you because I was scared. That's not an excuse. I don't know if I want to give an explanation because it may come across as an excuse. But I in 2020, I was hurt, not by you, someone else, two people. That's it, and I very, very badly, to the point where
Yeah, Doodles was in the call. Yeah, Doodles was in the call. I promise you that.
It screwed with my sanity. Coupled with my household, it's not an excuse. I was a manipulative little bitch. I have apologized, and I will apologize yet again for it. It was disgustingly overkill, and I'm thankful I never released it. I am also extremely sorry that I said that I stopped caring for your mental health. I was I don't know if you want to hear this, but I was legitimately lashing out because I felt cornered by Heaton. That's not an excuse. It was really fucked up. Sorry, I should not be talking like this because I don't want my parents to hear me.
If you need a moment to take a breather, take a breather. It's okay. It's okay.
Fuck. Sorry.
You're fine. You're fine.
Oh.
Shit.
The parents part will become an important detail later. Just saying.
Hold on.
This because I don't want
There we go.
my parents to hear me.
If you need a moment to take a breather, take a breather. It's okay. It's okay.
Fuck. Sorry.
You're fine. You're fine.
I'm legitimately sorry.
This fucking Nathan person. Spamming the chat. Nathan, quit spamming the chat. Quit spamming the chat. Okay, and then if you're gonna keep doing it, I'm gonna like yeet you, put you in a timeout. You can talk in chat, just don't fucking spam it. You're annoying them. You're not even annoying me. You're annoying them.
Can see why, in retrospect, the blocking on my werewolf account can scare you, and I'm very sorry for that as well. I understand why you dislike me, and I have understood that for years. I should not have come back to the SEC, to be honest. And honestly, at this point, I have no intentions to go near any sort of communities near you again for your safety and mine, mainly yours.
Okay, I'm gonna make this point because I find it hilarious. You all saw this yesterday. If you watched my stream yesterday, Doodle's insisting that the ArtCC and the SEC are two separate different things, that there's no association between the two. Okay, If that's the case, then why are they throwing a fucking tantrum over Ren sort of being near the art community by being behind the FCK Leaks account? I thought these were two different communities. So which is it? That these are two different communities that have no association, according to Doodles, that are completely different and separate, and I'm just conflating them the same. Why are you fucking throwing a shit fit? Because Ren's behind the FCK Leaks account and near the community.
Wait. So what's different? The ACC and the what?
The art commentary community. Doodles in the call the day before. Doodles
right.
and Ellie, or Micro Mabby, insisted that I was just conflating the slideshow commentary community and the art commentary community as one and the same.
SCC. Okay.
Yeah, SCC. So if they don't want Ren in the SCC, right? Because apparently they're supposedly so different and so separate. Why are they throwing a shit fit that Ren is sort of is near the arts community? Not even actually really wanting to participate, just behind the account.
I have a much better question.
Yeah.
Why does it fucking matter when the criticism is the same regardless of whether or not the two communities are identical?
Well, because they deny it, despite the fact that they use the same fucking arguments. Same tactics. Oh, we present our videos differently. We have stills that move over various backgrounds, and these people have stills that move over artwork. Oh my god. Revolutionary fucking difference there.
Wow.
For your mental health, I shouldn't have messaged your friends like Susie to pass messages when I could have just kept my mouth shut. I also don't remember mocking your suicidal tendencies, so you may have to show me. But if I did, that's extremely fucked up of me.
I'll mock it right
I'm
now.
very sorry
Oh my
because that's
God.
completely not okay. I legitimately don't
No,
remember
stand
that,
by
but
that,
please
Ren.
show me if it did happen. I that was horrible. If I did that,
I'm not sure who told you that. I have no recollection of you doing that either, and I have
They're
a
going to say
pretty
it was towards
extensive-
Desi. I'm
They're
willing.
both demented.
Lio, do you want me to send the screenshots? Because I was confused.
I'll go through that when I talk to you.
I thought it was just between Yun and
Yeah.
But if I
Gabo.
did, I'm very sorry. I don't remember. And if you may need to show me.
I'm telling you all right now, he's going to point to the fact the tweets in regards to Nezzy Monster. I'm willing to bet money on it right fucking now. I'm willing to
Hold
bet
on.
money on that.
The only person that made any statement about suicide at all in a jestful manner was me.
Oh, how much you want to bet you come up? How much you want to bet?
Well, here's the thing though. Ren publicly disavowed what I said.
Yeah, I know that. I know. I saw that.
Yeah, and then I called Ren a pussy. Like, like, you know, like, I didn't actually know who Ren was at the time. I didn't know who Control FCK or anything at the time. But yeah, no, fuck Nezzy Monster. I don't give a shit.
No,
Really.
Lio has done so, and not only that, but fun fact: Nezzy Monster said that Tippy was suicide baiting, but to even suggest that Nezzy Monster was doing so, to even suggest it, oh my god, it's the end of the world.
Yeah, well, she was going on Twitter saying, "I'm gonna kill myself" or whatever. What do you think the response is gonna be? You
Not
think
only
everybody's gonna be like, "Oh, poor you. Here's a flower."
Not only that, but it's like this is a situation like you're saying, well, it was suicide baiting. Tippy when Tippy was doing it, it was suicide baiting because Tippy was in the wrong. So was Nezzy Monster. So what's like why can't that conversation be had? They draw these arbitrary lines that never apply to themselves. It's always a different standard for themselves every time.
Look, I'm not saying that they should do it, but what I am saying is if they did, a lot of these problems would be solved quicker.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Me, and I may need to remember because I legitimately don't remember doing that.
I don't remember you doing that either. If like the only way that could have happened, it would have to have been in 2020 when I don't have a lot of screenshots for for the most part, I have screenshots of everything onwards.
I'd love to 2 times this.
Yeah, again, if I did, that's extremely disgusting. I don't. It's not too. I don't mock people's suicidal tendencies, but at the same token, it's in case I actually fucking did it, and I don't want to be like a liar and say that I didn't do
Okay.
it
All right.
unintentionally.
I'm sorry, Nathan. You're going in timeout. You're going in timeout. I'm not sorry though. I don't know why I said that.
No, not Nathan. What?
Just don't spam. Like you're pissing off the fucking chat. You're not even pissing off me.
Lie and say I didn't do it when I actually did. I'm not. Yeah, sorry. I'm stumbling over myself.
Fine.
Sorry.
You don't have to apologize. I'm not gonna lie, even though I'm prepared, we have not talked to each other in literal years.
It's okay. I get
So
you.
so it's understandable if you're anxious, especially with the not safe environment you're under. I'm not
Actually, do you
don't
know what
feel
Ren
pressured
could
to
have done?
have to be a
This would have been based as fuck. Is at the moment her conversation with this person was over and Lio started talking, just leave.
that actually would have been a fucking hilarious. If you're watching Ren, that would have been fucking hilarious. Honestly, that's at that point. Yeah, that would have been the best bet. But on the slight bright side, we did get this call, so there is some
certain way.
silver lining.
Okay.
Thank you. If I was at my mom's house, I'd be much less jumpy, to be honest. But given that what just happened weeks ago, I don't feel very safe talking in the normal manner that I do. I'm legitimately distressed because I don't want to go into detail, but a family member I trusted outed me as trans and outed my fruitcake leaks shit, and it was extremely ugly. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm sorry you had to go through that. That's not okay at all. And I was aware that happened.
Oh my
I didn't know.
What is wrong with
Do you-
What did you say?
Testing.
Yeah, I hear. Is that Neuro? Is that you?
Testing.
Yeah,
Yes, hello?
I hear you. I hear your voice. Do you hear us? Yeah, I don't hear you talking, Neuro. I don't.
Testing.
Hello?
Hello? Hello. Do you
I
hear?
don't think they can hear us.
Yeah, I'm confused. Is Neuro trying to speak? Because like I'm holding my phone to my ear and I'm
Yeah, they are trying to speak.
okay. Because I just normally put things on speaker so I could look at what's being said. And I can't see what's being said.
You're fine.
And it's I hate to say, but all of my lights in my room are turned off. I have all sound machines, including bathroom fans, on to make it seem like I'm actually sick when I'm not.
Why are you fucking in the call?
Well, I guess technically I'm probably gonna feel sick after this, but I don't like lying to my parents. I really don't. But
I
something fell over.
apologize for all undue stress this is causing you. I apologize.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I get you're trying to resolve everything. I'm gonna be honest. I'm sorry if I assumed that this was a trap because I
Yun
did
and Gaivan
when
need to
I
talk.
was first shown this. I immediately, my paranoid mind was terrified. I thought this was a trap. To scare me.
Right,
You're right.
before I was able to.
Oh
You
yeah,
should have
yeah.
listened to that
That was the
instinct.
Spidey
there,
sense
Ren.
right there. The Spidey sense tingling right fucking there. Okay, for the new people here, Rin, who used to be Galbanum, is speaking with Yun, and they're trying to have a conflict resolution. Uh, but in truth, that was more so taken advantage of for this. You'll see. You'll see.
Add on to because Lio had read out the message just as I was able to say, yeah, that's good. Can you also add that it's perfectly fine if they say no? He already sent the message, and then you responded.
Who are you talking to? Are you talking to me? Because I can't
you.
really.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can get closer to my mic. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Lio had read out the message to me, and I was like, yeah, that sounds fine. And then I was gonna right when I said, can you also add that if he doesn't want to, that's perfectly fine, and I understand. And as I was saying that, he said, okay, send.
Okay, fair enough. I'm so sorry if I assumed that. I was just genuinely terrified because a lot of people don't like me, and yeah, I
mean,
I was scared. I
I
was
guess
very scared.
I mean, I have notes and questions that I had drafted up. I can skip to one of them if you would like, since we're on the topic.
Sure. You can
So,
go ahead.
what do you think my opinion of you is?
I think, from what I've known, and I have to elaborate on this, but like I felt. Have you heard of Vincent Scullman, right? And how he felt like he was forced into a false confession of some sort in regards to something. I thought you thought I was trying to frame you as a predator. I never did. I just felt like I was pushed into a false confession by Heaton because she kept insisting that I was when I wasn't. I was a piece of shit, yes, but I never. I eventually just gave up and went like, yeah, in the call, in the second one, which I think is why you yelled at me and cried.
Oh, here goes
Justifiably
Nathan.
so. I was just, I.
All right, Nathan. Back in the timeout. Back in the timeout. Why is it not working? It won't put him in the timeout. That's weird. Am I even still connected? Gilded.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we're gonna continue.
I felt so beat down that I felt like if I made an explanation, an actual explanation, like said, no, I did not try to frame you as a predator. Like, it's still audio and it's still a confession, which is why I didn't really protest it on my Fruitcake Leaks account, because it's still a confession, even though it's a false one. It's okay if you don't believe me, but if I remember correctly, I legitimately said I did not. I am not calling you a predator, and I was doing it in case crazy Twitter users were going to call you a predator, and that was my paranoid mind, because Twitter is crazy. I think I don't have the document with me because you told me to delete it, so I can't memorize it very much. It's been 4 years ago. Well, actually, yeah.
About, yeah. Well, in our call, I wasn't yelling, but if you felt like I was yelling at you, I'm so sorry.
Well, you were crying, and it sounded like yelling.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I don't.
Samus, if you want to know what Doodles sounds like without the voice changer, download a video, throw it in an editor, and then slowly lower the pitch, because that's all Doodles voice changer does is fuck with the pitch. So just slowly lower the pitch, and then you'll once you listen to it, and you'll hear the real voice.
No
That you're
way.
so curious.
That lazy? Are you serious? Oh man.
Oh yeah, Deep Sea Monster. I saw a little bit of that. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. I'm excited to get there too. But if we don't show all of this, they're gonna say we're cutting the context.
I don't like getting emotional.
It's
I feel
no-
bad.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Now that you clarified it, I feel bad. That might be why some people thought I was lying, because it sounded like you were yelling at me. Yeah, so you were just crying and crying loudly. That's it.
But I guess to bring it up, I'm guessing the call with you. You're referring to the jar call. Is that where?
Yeah.
Because that one wasn't recorded. He didn't want to record it because, like, around that time, your pet had passed away, and she felt that would be too much. So there is no that. I never thought you tried to frame me as a predator. I didn't like that you had compared me to wait,
Yeah,
before
an
I
abuser
continue.
of mine, an abuser of mine, a prior abuser. Sorry for interrupting. Sorry.
No, you're fine, because I was about to ask. I don't full disclosure, just to put this aside, I'll talk about the video later, but rest assured I have in the script and from the jump, if I was ever going to talk about the document, I didn't want to disclose your personal information. So a lot of the stuff that you expressed in that document would not be shared with the public, because that is not my place. So don't think that stuff's gonna be put out there if it ever comes out.
I want to make this point really quickly. Notice how they're talking about 4-year-old stuff, and I'm not complaining about that. It's 4 years old. Okay, there's nothing wrong with talking about it. These are the same people who have continuously tried to say that, oh well, why are you still talking about Nazi Monster? Why are you still talking about the FCK? It's 4 years old. Same exact fucking crowd of people. And yet, they're a-okay with this. So, I thought that's a point that I should bring up.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
That's just, it's not, I don't want to do that, but I felt uncomfortable with that, and I know for me it was more of a fear of, for a lack of better terms, in as far as the internet goes, literacy is dead. So even with when you put that disclaimer about how to not call me a predator and how it'd be triggering for me, I had the fear that if it had come out, people were gonna do that anyway because of those comparisons.
Yeah, I see that now. I was a fucking moron
Oh,
because
okay, Nathan, you're getting banned.
Yeah, again, worst decision in my life. And comparing you to my abuser was really fucked up because I don't want to
I
make
gave
any
him 3 chances.
excuses. That
I
was
was more
fucked
than
up.
fair.
I would include an explanation, but I don't know if it'll come across as an excuse or not.
Honestly, 100%. Once again, first of all, don't feel that you need to self-deprecate. I know I told you that like in 2021, but yeah, it still applies. You don't have to put yourself down to prove that you feel remorse with me. I don't want you to do that. But also, and I'm not saying this as a way of like my opinion, because I'll tell you my opinion if you want. Don't take this as a, it's at rock bottom, nothing you can say can either improve it or anything like that. Like, it's more of like a, there's nothing you can say that's going to make me mad at this point. Like, there's nothing you can say that's going to make me want to lash out or anything at you, because that's not what I want from this conversation.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry if I'm sounding dead. I'm just trying to keep quiet.
You're fine. You're fine. Again, don't feel like you have to do anything for my sake, in the sense that you need to put yourself in harm's way, or you need to harm yourself, you need to belittle yourself, or you need to do things that you are uncomfortable doing just to appease me, because that's not what I want, full stop. I want you to be comfortable.
I want you to be comfortable too, though, so
But would you like to know my opinion of you? It feels really
sure.
narcissistic to say. It feels really full of myself to say.
Sure,
But
you can go ahead.
It's been bothering me, I guess.
Oh, you want to say something?
Because I've seen
That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, okay.
you do, and I've seen other people do it. It's like this assumption that I hate you, and I don't, like, at all. Um, honestly, I don't think I never really thought, but I really don't. I still don't think you're a terrible person. I just think you're someone that was hurt unjustifiably. You've been hurt a lot, and some of the things you let me know, some of the things I've found out, and honestly, as someone who's also been hurt in their life, I can understand where sometimes that hurt is hard to cope with, and then it becomes a case of hurt people. And while I'm not happy that I was the people that was hurt, I can't sit here in good faith and say that that's like you're never gonna change, or you're always acting with malicious intent, you're inherently bad at the core. You're young, you've been hurt, you're not in the best environment to be able to learn those coping skills. I've been there. A lot of the things I've seen you do, not one-to-one, but the ways you've reacted, the ways you've expressed feeling, I see in myself as someone who's also grew up in a not great environment, which is why I was always open with giving you those chances, or giving you that advice or help anytime we had conversations or dialogue after the situation, because I feel like nobody's the same last week as they are this week, right? I'm not the same I was yesterday than I am right now. I was in a different headspace. I don't want you to think that this moment, it's not like it's a small thing, but I don't want you to think that this has to define you for the rest of your life. I want you to be able to move on, and I want you to be able to grow into the person that you want to be, not the person you think any of us expect you to be,
Yeah, are you done? Because, that actually answers a question of mine, and I'm gonna elaborate as to why I got paranoid with you sending the advice, because you see, back when I was little, well, 16, I would have someone that would give me advice, only to backstab me and put me in danger, and I was terrified. That same abuser, I was scared.
Oh my god, it's so tragic.
They
Yeah.
would be extremely two-faced and talk
Who
about
are
me
we
being.
talking about? I'm a little
It's not an
confused here.
excuse, but I was extremely paranoid that what you were doing was just.
Oh, okay. This
It's
is
not an
Ren's
excuse. It's
rationale.
just I
Okay.
dealt with so many people that an extension of kindness even feels fake, even if I hurt them first. If Yeah, I'm sorry if I thought that of you. I was genuinely terrified that you were doing this to sabotage my brain or something, and that's gross of me to think. But
Lio
that
is.
was my thought process. I was scared that you were doing that to mess with my head and make me think you're not hating me when you were actually hating me. That's not an excuse. So sorry for rambling. That's my. You answered my question, yeah.
Well, you weren't rambling at all, so you don't have to worry about that. I guess some of these
Oh,
questions
that is
are a little
Kumo in
hard,
chat.
so
Yeah.
if at any point, don't, if you feel like you're in the weeds, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
I guess so. This one, I just want to know. If you don't remember, it's fine. Don't feel like you have to make something up. Just tell me you don't remember. If any of these questions are I don't remember, perfectly fine.
Okay.
So back in 2022, at the end of our call, it was revealed you still had a copy of the document. When I asked why, Lio said the reason you gave him was to reflect on your own failures. I didn't know you were sharing it, despite like how you recounted it to Ephraim. I did ask you how many people knew you had the copy, but you were away at your like you had the phone away from your ear because you were trying to delete it
I
from
think
your
he comes up
drive.
later.
I know I'm the biggest fanboy of.
But you know, I have your admittance to sharing it. I have someone by the name of Pixie. Their Twitter at was Asgore Agenda. Telling me you sent it to them. I looked at old screenshots, and Rabbit had told Heaton that they looked at it, and then Autumn had showed me DMs between you two, and I saw that you had sent it to them, and you sent it to them with the context of like your recounting, and it was painting me in a negative light. Where you did tell them that Heaton had told you that a certain name was my name, and you said it in accordance with my current handle. And I wanted to know how many, if you could remember it, not even like it doesn't have to be an exact number. How many people did you send the document after you had initially claimed to have deleted it?
Deleted it in 2022?
In 2020, when you had that call with Avi.
Oh, so Rabbit. I know one was Rabbit, and another one. There may have been the others stated. Hold on. I'm trying to remember.
If you don't,
because
but do you just remember sending it?
Yes.
Okay, that's enough. Do you remember? Because you had told Autumn that Heaton had told you that was my name. Have you told anyone else besides Autumn that that's my name?
The account with that was like the named after the Yandere Sim character?
No. I can't say it because it's my legal.
I understand it. I understand that.
Wait, what do you mean Lio's about to fumble the bag again? Are you referring to this call, or is there something going on in his server? Because it'd be fucking hilarious if right now he's doing it again, as we're watching him do it.
For like the, can you repeat the question, because like I get zoned out.
You're fine. I guess to put it more in perspective for you, because you would know, it would have been the name I used before I left the SEC the first time. So that would be the name you met me by. Don't say it. But do you remember telling anybody outside of Autumn that you were told that was my name?
I told a few, yeah. Do you want names?
There's probably a chance I'm not gonna know who they are.
Okay. Rain?
Okay, yeah, I know. I know Rain.
Rain's group, I think.
Okay.
I kind of had to give context for the doxing claim. I had to talk about it to Neuro and Frick. And I told them not to spread it, but yeah.
Yeah, please don't.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spread it. No, that's fucked up.
Well, you don't have to. You don't have to remember anymore if that's not your memory. It's fine.
Okay.
If at any point you want to ask your questions to me, feel free.
Okay. Hold on. I'll look. It's so bright. Fuck. I'm in a dark room. Sorry.
You're good.
Um. I'm gonna ask number 4. Did you think I was actually trying to ruin your life? Because I wasn't trying to ruin your life, but get an apology, just in an extremely unstable and messy way. You don't have to believe me on that. I'm still very sorry for what I did, though.
I'm guessing the ruin the life thing is because Heaton had mentioned that.
Yeah.
The context and I guess it's everybody. It's gonna be a little triggering. The context Heaton was talking about was me like ending my life.
Oh my god.
Realistically,
Do it.
if
People
it
are
had
very
come out
fucking
because it has my
suicidal.
first name in it,
Yeah.
given the field of work I had, if someone were to take that and then fully dox me and then abuse that, it would have made it nearly impossible to work in the career field I have currently. So it would have, but in the same way, I never made like a distinction of like I never hardline said you doxed me or you didn't dox me because I'm not as knowledgeable as some people are on that. If it had been like if the personal information that you put out there besides my first name had been considered doxing, for me it would have been completely unintentional on your part. I don't think you tried to intentionally ruin my life. I do think you acted on heightened emotions and like you acted recklessly.
Fair enough. Yeah, sorry if that question's weird. I have I already have a few questions answered, so there's like um uh, I'll go with number 5 now, or unless you want to ask another question.
You can ask.
Number 5, why did you make twitlongers and videos and not expect me in my mental position at the time to not fight back or express discomfort to my friends?
Twitlongers?
There was one twitlonger that it was hard to remember. But you said, I don't care, keep my name out of your mouth or something like that. I wish I still had the screenshot, but I think I deleted it because I remember highlighting that and I was feeling very hurt over that, but also that I feel that was justified. Now looking back at it, but for the videos, I do remember 2 videos in response to the block button because I found your account, and that I understand that scared you.
I don't remember making a twitlonger about you.
Maybe it was like a twitlonger, and then you sparse. It was like talking about your homelessness, and you sparsely mentioned me. I think.
Oh no, you're talking about the
Okay,
thread,
calm
maybe
down,
because I had. It was when the thing about the homelessness thing.
Yeah.
Was I had COVID.
Here's the thing. This
when
is over a
you had
doxing
told Susie to
accusation.
tell me to hurry up and make the.
Are they trying to figure out like what the intent was behind it, or because it seems to be that in general they weren't clear on whether it was doxing or not? So, like, is this an attempt to clear it up? Because so far this is a call, and unless we can't see the screenshots that were offered, which would be
I have no clue, but basically my entire point is that they've already apologized for all this crap already and they're still going. Like, why are we still going if the apologies have already been issued, accepted, and they're over with?
I guess they want to reissue them. I don't know.
Like, this is why women, like...
Oh my god.
Oh my god, like, I can't. I'm gonna take back what I was about to say because I was about to get full edgelord. But anyway, the point is though, is that like, oh my god, like I wish somebody would step in, like in this call, and just interrupt them and say, look, you guys fine now? Awesome, cool, and then end the conversation. Like, holy hell. Oh,
If you
sorry.
think this is, wait, hold on. So it's not a nothing call. You have to wait. But I'm going through all of this because otherwise they're gonna say we're cutting the context. They do it every
No,
time.
not Pip.
Just a timeout. Just a timeout.
Video.
Yeah, that was
Um,
fucked up, and I wish I never did it. I was
and I
fucked.
because it was eating, like, it was stressing you out and it was giving you nightmares, and I was frustrated because I was going through a lot of things in my life where that video wasn't like top priority, which is why I had brought up that, because my job at the time would not let me come back unless I had a negative test, and they were telling me things like, well, if it were me, I would just keep on going every day, driving out until I got one, and during that time I wasn't aware of like the free tests, so that would have cost me like hundreds of dollars.
Um,
I don't
okay,
remember ever saying like keep my name out of your mouth though.
okay. Yeah, maybe that was me misremembering or something, because I do remember something like that, but maybe I'm just. But
Also, full disclosure, like there are a lot of there's also a chance that I could have been talking about somebody else.
oh yeah, I had I remember having a problem misconstruing vague posts as me because I was scared that you were talking
Oh.
about me.
The one about my open statement, because the second one no one said anything on it, because I'm pretty sure I had locked comments on it, because that one was just me saying Heaton was going to take over and like clarifying. I wasn't
Fair enough.
upset, so to speak, at you sharing the video. It's because I had gotten a screenshot from Neko Shadows
You think I should
when you
skip
had
ahead?
sent it to her, like well after the fact, not like immediately after you sent it, right? It was well after the fact. I'm assuming after you guys had a following out.
Yeah.
And you had sent it with like, I understand if you want to leave me and you don't want to speak to me anymore, you don't want to be my friend, something along those lines.
Yeah, I remember
And
saying that, and then she left.
it was because when you said those kind of things, I don't know if you said it to everybody, but it did result in your friends coming into my the comment section of that video and saying things like, you're not a victim, you're gonna end up alone. I got
I never. Again, I'm gonna. This is another
Do you guys
question
want
of
me to
mine,
skip
but
ahead?
like I did.
Should I skip
I
ahead? Killed it.
9.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna skip ahead a little bit, folks. All right, we're at 43 minutes. You think like 20 minutes, 10 minutes?
Maybe.
We'll see what's being talked about here.
Since I'm bringing up April, because this has been on my mind, and if I can full disclosure it, it upset me. So
oh my god, it's like the convo hasn't changed.
Don't hear
Well,
it
hold
upset
on,
me
hold
and
on,
think you have
hold
to
on.
say what you think I want to hear. I want you to be honest, even if the truth hurts. I want you to just tell the truth, right? Because I feel like if we leave this call, even if the truth hurts, at least we're being honest with ourselves and each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
In a stream, you said 4 years ago, I was 19, terminally online. It was also from after effects of really bad events in my life, but it's not an excuse. It's still really cringe. You can call it r-slur all you want. I don't care. I couldn't hear you for a bit. All have made fun of me for it at this point.
What's the
It's kind of
r-slur?
funny. I find it funny.
I'm assuming retard.
Unless I'm
presuming
mistaken,
retard.
the only thing that happened 4 years ago when you were 19.
You know what?
was
I'm
the
gonna make an argument
situation-
here. I call everyone retard. So if I exclusively didn't call autistic people retard, I would then be ableist because I'm not treating them like everyone.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give some fuller disclosure. Okay, I only call retards retarded because I am an ableist, because I can actually mentally do things they can't.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
But aside from that, I want to point out something really quickly. Okay, it is a legitimate point I want to point out. They are talking about shit that happened years ago, and it's valid, but not FCK shit.
Oh yeah, no. The
Just
FCK
wanna
stuff
say-
not valid at all. That's 4 years old. Why are we still talking about that old? Well, stop kicking that old 4 years old hornet's nest, guys. Stop kicking
Yeah.
it. But this is okay.
With the junkie co-op, the comment you made to Heaton on Twitter when she was experiencing suicidal ideation and everything that culminated in our public fallout on Twitter. Everything from the document onwards, you were in your 20s and you had told me yourself in our first call the events that transpired that had made you do what you did, and you told me again now. So this is what happened between you and I. Can you please tell me exactly what you meant by that? Like what you found funny?
My Among Us trigger.
Oh, is that it?
What? 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 Hold on. I don't. What? Let me.
It's embarrassing. I know. It's my
No,
Among Us trigger.
Look,
Among Us.
yes, I
be
was
triggered by whatever triggers you triggers you. My worry was that like you looked back on everything that happened between us and was like, you're cringy and like that was cringe.
Like these two had
The
beef
document
over
I made
us.
was cringe.
Yeah, Beckett and Gilded were talking about my Among Us trigger because Susie mentioned it, and I wanted to clarify
It's a little sus,
Eh.
you know.
because I felt embarrassed.
You should be.
Well, don't.
Among Us trigger.
And if someone's making fun of you for having a trigger, that's not nice and that's not kind.
This bitch was just laughing at it.
Fair enough.
Like 2 seconds
You
ago, she
don't
was
have to take
chuckling. She was fucking chuckling. I don't want to hear it. Fuck her.
But thank you for answering that. I guess to double back because we had talked about the things you're saying. Can I ask you, just genuinely, why did you lie about me?
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere.
I was paranoid that you had the same thought process as Heaton.
It's an
But,
odd
like,
reasoning.
Truthfully, the lies had started when you made that document, so it can't all be about Heaton.
Okay. It was because you reminded me of my abuser, and that's fucked up still.
Yeah.
Because, like, certain things, like you
Dude,
said,
I want to
I
make so
sent
many
you
edgy jokes right
triggering,
now, and I can't. I
triggering
can have
stuff.
so much.
I
I'm holding
gaslit
back
you.
so
I
hard.
love bombed you. You said
Rose on the
that
verge of tweaking.
I mocked certain people
Dude,
that I had
understand
defended,
why people
that I
do
was
now.
enjoying a person's downfall. You said I used you for art. Like
That was.
so.
I was.
This should have been the main
extremely
focus, honestly. Right here.
angry because I felt like the moment I did something that crossed a boundary, you turned around. And I guess I lied to myself, and that's why, because I thought you were this evil person that was being petty.
Okay.
Is
Is she
that
talking to?
No, it's
Hitler
fine.
right
No,
now,
it's fine.
by the
No,
way?
no,
Is that who
Wait,
that-
what did you say?
Is this Hitton that's being talked to?
No,
right
this
now?
is Jan. I believe
Oh, it's the same one?
Heaton or Hitton is listening, but this is Jan.
Man, the voice has gotten like deeper as this call has progressed. Sorry, go on.
I
you
guess
good?
like this one isn't a question I have drafted. It's just kind of came into my mind. I have the screenshots with Heaton, like between you two, right? And while I do agree, I can agree with everybody that Heaton certainly does have a way with words. She has a very blunt and direct and no cushion way of expressing themselves.
What?
Um,
Who would say that about Okay, that is an interesting thing to say about Heaton. Maybe I don't know because I've interacted a couple of times with Heaton, but Heaton dances around a lot of shit. Like trying to say that they're blunt and direct is fucking hilarious. Twice now I've seen it in the conversation between me and Hidden that was done in Senate. Then also the statement that Hidden put out that I did a statement in return on. Like, but okay, whatever.
Yeah, I've never spoken to the person, so I would have no clue.
I do find it kind of unfair to put so much onus on Heaton for your behavior, because at the exact same time, Heaton was also reacting to your behaviors, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair. Everyone reacts differently.
I can confidently tell you though, when Heaton said, like the full thing, I'm assuming you didn't have the full screenshot. It's still up. Those tweets are still up.
Yeah.
Which I do have to kind of call you out on. You I'm gonna assume you misremembered because I don't want to just outright say you lied, but you did give an incorrect retelling. That thread post dates what you said to Heaton, comments you had made in the Cloud Palace regarding other people's suicidal ideation, and the document on me, and then the times you had block evaded her. So it's not like it's not something that's okay to say. Like if I express to you that you saying it to me isn't okay, and also saying it isn't okay, even though I understand the context behind it and I can spell out the context behind it. Telling someone I like don't come to like after you like there's a line that has to be crossed after you do these certain things. Don't come to me saying, you know, my anxiety, my PTSD, my this, my that. Because it does sound like if you're in a vulnerable spot, they're not going to care. That's not even true. She's not even honest with saying that because she did express a level of care to you. She expressed it to me. I do think
didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because it
I
happened in private.
all right, fair enough.
So I'm not even gonna be like, how dare you didn't know that? How are you gonna know that? It's not like you live in my walls.
Yeah,
I do think it's kind of unfair that and I have to ask you about it too. Boone Slayer specifically, I understand why you interacted with
here
him
we go
on
with
the
Tubelar.
FCK Leaks account because he subtweeted you.
He didn't just
And he was also one of the people that outed you. And for full disclosure, the moment I noticed that the attention was being taken away from the victims of the FCK and it became a whole stupid fight, I told people to stop arguing with people and to delete those tweets.
Oh, okay. So that's why they were deleted. That's why they were deleted. Apparently, is because of Tujun or Yun or whatever. Not because Lyle requested it. Okay.
yeah. About that I was after the victims expressed it to me, I did everything to stop that.
Yeah, no,
And
I would like to know Boone Slayer side, because Boone Slayer makes sense. That one makes sense, right? I want to know specifically why you used that account to talk about other members of the SCC that are unrelated to the FCK. So not Ellie, Nezzy, or Susie, because you only talked about them in the context of that situation. I'm talking about like Jace, Avi, Daisy, those people. Why did you use the FCK to air those grievances? Like the
I
Leaks account.
wanted a bigger way to express my anger and I was infuriated that they were it doesn't make much sense, but
I mean,
impulse.
you could have just because like you could have just switched accounts. Like switching a Twitter account isn't like hard. It's a little thing on the left, and then you can switch accounts. And if you want, you know, yeah, at that point, I don't see the whole thing. I think you could have just switched accounts.
Control, I lack it, and it was mainly for the fact that um
I will be right back. I'm
I
not
don't
going
know.
anywhere. I'm just gonna go
Yep.
eat real quick.
It was just like one of those things where it's like,
Okay.
I guess if I don't want this to be a leading thing, so don't feel like you have to say yes just because I'm asking it. I guess in a
Okay,
sense, did you see
TLDR on what
certain
happened.
members of the
I
SEC?
I honestly need to like pin a fucking message. Lio did a call in his Cat's Lair server with a guy by number Rin, who was behind the FCK Leaks account, and Tujun or Yun, because they had issues. This call was done under the guise of handling just their issues and as a conflict resolution. And the reason we haven't gotten into the other parts is because of context stuff, but I might skip ahead again.
See getting pushback, and now you have this like larger platform where you're more likely to be listened to. Did that make you feel more comfortable expressing those grievances on there versus a personal account?
Yeah.
By the way, valid grievance is really the only things I had issue with is and you can say I'm biased because he's my friend. I guess you could say that about any of the people you talked about, really. I have no issues with you airing your grievances about Avi because I have talked to him about it, which is why he gave you the apology the first time, and then later on.
Lio about to scream at someone else. We're currently edging. Leia is saying that Ren does not want people to cover the Yun portion of the call. I'm not making any digs at Yun. I know that was something that was said.
He gave you that apology because I hammered it in after that. Exactly why, and I had to explain it to other people who didn't fully understand. Because like exactly what about like the phrase was bothering, like because at the time, this is for example, Ephraim didn't say like you were a liar, you're faking, but like he was a little confused because when our situation happened, right, and I had reached out to you because I had saw Ephraim had said it. And I was like, I know this is something that makes you uncomfortable, and I know you're friends with him. I just wanted you to know that he said this if you don't know, right? He had expressed like a little confusion because I had said, I know it makes you uncomfortable and you find it to be transphobic, which you're allowed to, and I'm not going to say you're not. So, but I think you were okay with like certain people saying it under certain like situations because you didn't feel malice behind it. And Ephraim, I think, had expressed that that was at the time, but it could have changed. But he didn't quite understand it, so I had explained it. Ironically enough, I used the same phrase you did later on in your YouTube community post about how being trans isn't a monolith, and how it can still, even for example, at that time you were going by she/they, and we didn't know the context by why you were going by she/they, but now we do. Which also I'm sorry. Even then, certain things for certain trans people, certain things will trigger dysphoria. So, for example, maybe I don't have, for that specific part of the body, I don't have a dysphoria. So for me, someone saying it to me, even if it was malicious, it's not going to bother me, right? Even if it's not directed towards me and they're saying it to call someone a simp, it's not going to trigger that dysphoria for me. But if they talked about a different part of my body in connection with my pronouns, it would. And I expressed that more. and I expressed why it's a boundary that you just shouldn't cross with anybody, and that's why Avi understood and apologized.
I
I do feel like certain things, like telling him to eat glass, is a little far.
telling someone to
Yeah,
eat
I was
fucking glass.
extremely angry.
Oh my god.
And I also think
I'm sorry for that.
Now we're getting somewhere.
I was extremely angry, and I felt extremely wronged by him. And I know I was wronged, but that reaction was a bit much.
I also think when you were talking about like the hashtagging situation and how you felt like people were like grave dancing, I
Oh
think it
my
was a little
god.
unfair
You have
to
no idea how perfect this comment's going to be once we get to it. A trap disguised for the purpose of virtually jumping someone via Discord calls. One of the most chronically online resolutions to a conflict ever, I think. Oh, that's a beautiful comment.
Donnie in with that, because really
Um,
Donnie, because you put it was when you had screenshots and you had posted a screenshot of Donnie's thread, and Donnie hadn't used the hadn't used the hashtag. He quote tweeted you.
yeah, it was mainly to showcase how bad it got, but like it was mainly I was also upset over the fact that he compared me to an attempted child murderer.
Oh my.
I understand that part.
Okay.
And
If I remember correctly, I'd have to pull it up, and I can't. But
You know what? From the things that I've heard from this
his
Donnie
sentiment was more
individual,
like you had put him in that headspace again, like you reminded him.
I'm gonna be honest here. The things that I've heard about this Donnie individual from the SCC, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked at all.
In the same way, when you had expressed in your document that a tweet I made, which I talked to you about in our DMs when you apologized to me the first time, how it wasn't directed towards you, but it triggered you regardless, and I was apologetic for that because that was the impact, right? That was my impact. Is that I hurt you?
If you want to know why the shit like this, like the shit from 2020, like all comes back around full circle, it's because it's the same thing for like the Spockter shit. These people present to their audience as though they have all of the fucking facts in the situation, and are often, not every situation, but often, leaving things out that are inconvenient. And then those inconvenient details, that inconvenient information, finds its way to the public eventually a couple of years afterwards. And then it sparks a big explosion because they're like, oh my God, the people were wrong the entire time. And this is like a repeated fucking pattern throughout the history of this community. It's a constant thing, and yet their audience continuously pretends to be awestruck. I don't know how, but they do. And that's why it keeps happening, because they present as though they have fucking everything. And then they just buy that one person's video that did really well in the situation.
If something wasn't directed towards you, is still disgusting that it hurt you. And if you want to know how I feel about that tweet now, I don't like it wholesale. It was very ignorant.
The spicier shit is it comes up towards the end of this one, so around 2 hours in, I think. But there is some stuff that happens coming up, I think, from when I was skimming it. So there's like a brief moment of like something there, and then towards the 2 hour area, as we approach the 3 hours, and then get into the 3 hours, it's something else.
It was more like he was put in that headspace, but I also think it's a little unfair because he talked about, he also, besides like mentioning the stuff with me, like alluding to it, he mentioned something that you had made him feel, something he found out that you said about him and how that hurt him. And I feel that it's a little unfair.
Oh yeah,
to want
3 hours.
someone
This call was
like,
almost 4 fucking hours, folks.
express.
I'm gonna skip ahead. We're gonna go here. Yeah, let's see if there's anything interesting here.
So like 2023, 2024, like even especially like post people revealing that you were behind the FCK Leaks account, at any point did you look through like my Twitter or anything like that?
Not that I recall. I'm not sure.
This one. That was just something I was curious about. If I'm going to be honest, because I don't want you to feel bad. But as we all know, certain things are going to trigger that like fight or flight or those trauma responses.
Well, it was nearly 4 hours because well, you'll see. I don't want to spoil. I don't want to spoil.
So, for example, I'm not going to sit here. I have expressed to you how much clemency I've shown you, and to some people's annoyance. But I'm not going to act like in those moments when, like, during 2020 to 2022, when we've had the things that happened, I didn't ever express anger in private, because I did, just like how you've expressed anger in private, or you've expressed hurt, you've expressed those heavy feelings, right?
Yeah.
I just kind of just got it out of my system, and I didn't want to bring it public because it was one of those things where I'm just
Unfortunately, because
very
it is an MP3, I can't speed it up. That is like the unfortunate truth here. So I'm gonna have to skip. But I am gonna skip again, just a little bit.
Dead Rex is a manipulator.
Okay. I had a hard time hearing you because it bugged out.
She's not
Um,
like the queen of that
but,
community.
yeah.
Ponder is literally their queen. They literally refer to her as queen. Mind you, the same community that said that I was simping for Madame, many of them unironically call her queen and Octomama. It's fucking hilarious.
That's what I've been told. That's why I made that post, because I was angry that he talked about my trauma. I don't know if Rex lied to me or not.
Well, it seems like Snail, you're gonna have to bang your head up against the wall. You're gonna have to keep your word, Chief. Yeah. The second you said it. Second you said it. Try skipping 1 to 2 minute increments. Damn you, MP3 files.
I'm not sure.
I guess. Well, I don't know either because I wasn't there and I don't know who this person is.
Keep that in mind.
Again, this is just from experience. I know it's been 4 years, kind of, but it's not like we know each other so deeply personal. It's just, did
Basically, they looked to Lio because they needed a replacement, because Ponder wasn't doing these big bad videos, dispelling false narratives and holding people accountable, doing the crusades. And because, well, the people that were doing the crusades, the FCK weren't very good at it. You had Luke and so on in that brief period of like 2021. And so Lio swoops in, 2022, 2023 as a perfect opportunity where they can all, because guess what? He holds people accountable. He confronts them. So they look to him as sort of like another sort of Ponder-esque figure. That's why he was rapidly rising. Now, of course,
I'm back in black.
Welcome back. I skipped a little bit.
Is it getting juicy yet?
Not yet.
God damn it.
Yeah.
I guess until Lyle messages me, we can kind of move on, if that's okay.
Oh,
Sure.
we're moving on.
A question.
Nice.
You probably already answered this, but I'm guessing you didn't know it was a dead name.
Well, I guess we're not moving on.
Why did you call me? Sorry. Why did you call me Jesp as a way to make an example out of me to Zephy and Keyblade in the Cloak and Dagger series? Like, you knew I hated
We will
it.
address.
By the
We
way,
will.
what?
We will address
This is
anything with
important.
me when you are done
Oh,
with
shit.
you.
Oh no, it's me.
But I will make this clear.
Oh, he's gonna make something
Okay.
clear.
Sorry, I thought
Yeah,
they
that
said
was not
Lio.
about you. That was directly to June. Because I remember him saying that.
He felt the need to insert himself that he thought he heard his name, didn't even make sure, and he immediately was like, I'm gonna make this clear. He didn't even make sure that he actually heard his name. He just thought immediately, oh, it's about me. I gotta insert myself. I gotta put my foot down. Jesus Christ.
Well, real quick, this is actually the perfect time to bring this up. Sorry, I didn't realize he was going to intrude when I interrupted there. But Rin messaged Leah, who messaged me, and Ren wanted to make it known, I guess, that none of this is June's fault. That it was
Yeah. No, I'm not
that-
blaming Yun.
yeah. So she just wanted it to be made clear that it wasn't the fault of Young.
Yeah,
or whatever.
so to everyone else here, this wasn't a situation where like Yun went on, because both of them were under the pretense that it was just going to be a call between them where they hashed out their stuff. It wasn't, though. So this was an opportunity for Lio to latch onto this and, well, make an example, essentially. The delusional shit that he gets up to. You'll see.
And did somebody just say when Lio stepped in that I thought this was supposed to be between me and Yun or something? Wasn't that just said? Did I mishear?
Hold on. Let me go back a little bit. Okay, there we go.
Keep that in mind.
Again, this is just from experience. I know it's been 4 years, kind of, but it's not like we know each other so deeply personal. It's just, it, until we can kind of move on, if that's okay.
A question. You probably already answered this. I'm guessing you didn't know it was a name.
Is this my internet or are they roboting?
It's fine. Yeah, it's my internet.
Keep in mind.
Oh no. Okay. No. Oh my god.
Keep that in mind.
Again,
Well, this is awkward. Well, I guess it's just me at the moment. Hi. Hello, internet. I have so much power right now. I could do so much. And yeah, I could totally just like nuke the stream. But I'm not going to do that because I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. I'm a really good person. Would never do such a thing. Yeah. So what happened was, though, is that I hacked Akumu's internet. I DDoSed his shit, so that I could take over the stream because, it was all a conspiracy. Actually, what happened was Lio paid me money and gave me the tools so I could DDoS all this. That was exactly what happened, 100%. And there's no lie in that or anything. It's, if you put me on a lie detector or whatever, it would come up very true. It'd be factual. The lines would be perfectly straight, not because I'm lying or anything. I'm telling the truth, and totally am not a sociopathic psycho. It's great. Oh shit! It got past my DDoS attacks. Fuck. Oh wait. Oh hey, Akumu. Welcome
What
back.
the fuck? Dude, I don't know what happened. That was weird.
While you were gone, I was just here telling everybody about how tragic it is that your internet went like full retard.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, I was just trying to be very very supportive and stuff.
Oh, wasn't? Is that how it went, Shan? Let me look. What the fuck?
I promise I did not say any racial slurs.
Oh, okay.
They did try to get me to, though, but I'm a nice person and would never say anything disparaging against the African American community.
Oh, okay. All right.
I support BLM.
You probably already answered this, but I'm guessing you didn't know it was a dead name.
Now you're gonna finally.
Why
Yeah.
did you call me? Sorry. Why
No,
did
no,
you
go ahead.
call me Jesp as a way to make an example out of me to Zephy and Keyblade in the Cloak and Dagger series? Like, you knew I hated
We will
being
address. We will address anything with me when you are done with you.
Oh no, it's me.
But I will make this clear. Okay. Sorry, I thought
Yeah,
they
that
said
was not
Lio.
about you. That was directly to June. Because I
Okay.
remember him saying that it was
Okay.
Jesp.
Oh.
Okay, so real quick, Rex and Ephraim had a falling out because Ephraim did not immediately ditch me when accusations came out. Rex is a liar. Rex didn't hear any of this from Ephraim, and you gave them everything in this conversation. You listed out your issues here, and they probably expected you to do that. So not only did they lie about Ephraim, but they used you too.
To
Yikes.
answer
Who
your
lied
question,
about Ephraim?
first of all, I am sorry. I was gonna
This Rex individual apparently, because Ephraim didn't need because Ephraim's been practically licking Lyle's fucking balls at every opportunity, glazing. This Rex individual, I guess, took issue with that and said that Ephraim needed to cut Lio off, which is equally retarded. And that's how they had a falling out. And
Gotcha.
okay.
I was gonna talk about Cloak and Dagger closer to the end of our conversation, but I can talk about it now. It's perfectly fine. I've expressed on Twitter that I don't like how I behaved in Cloak and Dagger. If I'm
I
being
understand because you were emotionally charged because there was children in danger, and the Omega is a child rapist, so I
It- it-
understand.
it was that Keyblade, you are not the only person I've ever given chances to. Keyblade and Tippy were people I've given chances to. I've had talks with and I expected better from. And then also stuff happened on my birthday, and then I had a lot of stuff in my real life that was going on, and everything compounded, and I acted much more aggressive than I normally would have. I mean, have you ever heard me get that heated before?
No.
That's why
Though
fun
I,
fact,
I may have conflated your crying as just as aggressive, but still, yeah.
um,
I never seen you been so angry before.
which is
because,
also why after so the call happened, right? And I didn't think anything of it. It was premiered, and I didn't think of anything of it immediately. By the next day, I was like, wow, I hated how I did this. This is
Okay, I'm
gross
gonna skip
and
ahead again.
disgusting.
Just no, that's too much right there.
Thing, and then everything snowballed, and that's why the second Cloak and Dagger call and the call with Zephy happened, was
Yeah, but
because
that
then
you
she
skipped
started
yourself to
when they
say-
started like trying to silence
Yeah,
Umbrus, who was a
it's
minor.
back to fucking the SEC shit from 2023 of the Cloak and Dagger calls. Okay, we're gonna go to 137. Let's see if there's a different topic here.
Good on you, Twitter sucks. Don't feel bad that you went on Tumblr, because it's not like you were using Tumblr to follow me.
No, absolutely feel bad that you went.
No, it was
Oh.
just a message.
Absolutely feel bad that whoever this is being referred to, absolutely feel bad that you went on Tumblr. Absolutely. Do not take this person's advice.
What's a Tumblr?
You don't know. There's no fucking way you don't know what Tumblr is.
Yeah, I mean, I know what a Tumblr is. They use it to polish rocks and
Okay.
ammunition.
Yeah.
People.
And
Or
also,
I was
like,
even posting.
I was
I did, but it was like a coming soon sort of post. I don't remember the exact details because it's deleted because I got outed to my parents. That's very pleasant.
I was under the impression, because of your tweet about like messaging Lio for your number, because after our call, after the Discord call he had with you and then your mom, you had given him your number and you passed it along, right? He passed it along for you to the people who you wanted it to be passed along to.
Kids at home?
Yeah.
Never let a random 36-year-old man talk to your fucking parents. Ever. Ever. Like, never allow someone to pressure you if you're
But
easily intimidated to
there
talk
is
to your fucking parents.
there's one exception,
Oh, what's that
and
exception?
and that exception is if your parents are based.
I mean, I suppose you got a point there. They can make fun of him. That'd be funny.
Exactly.
I'd pay money to see that.
That actually there's like a whole video on that actually.
Oh, of Lio getting made fun of by the parents?
Yeah, like apparently he got on a call with some dude's dad, and his dad was like a cop, and then they just had a screaming match. And then
Oh
there
my
was
god.
another one. There's another one where Lio got in a call with a guy, but the kid's like Mexican mom was in there, and then like they had an argument, and he was like desperately trying to speak Spanish using Google Translate in the discussion, and then
Oh my
she was
god.
just like she wasn't making fun of him. She was just like didn't care basically.
Dude, I have to see those calls. I would. Oh my god, I have to see those calls.
You might have to
Someday.
talk to Nerf about that.
It's fucking hilarious.
I wasn't sure if he had contact with Autumn in particular,
Oh,
and
yeah.
even then, I don't think uh, I didn't know her well enough to like want to be in direct contact because like my phone number has my personal information. So
Fair.
it's
enough.
I'm sorry, Autumn. I didn't know you enough. I still view you very kindly, and I appreciate you. If,
Yeah, as a brief
if
aside,
you're listening, sorry.
Autumn
I don't
did-
see anybody. It's just like me talking. Sorry for
No.
interrupting.
No, you're fine. Autumn is not here. Autumn told me that like it would have been a little too high stress for her. Which is fine. She did want to know that like if she hadn't rejoined the SC.
If you have those fucking calls, give them to me immediately, and I will someday.
Well, the
Good for
cop one, I'm pretty sure is public. Because I think it's actually even on his channel. Let me look.
Well, while you look, I'm gonna leave this playing.
See, and you had like if she wasn't where she is right now and like y'all were still talking, right? Would you have been honest to her about what you did? Because when you initially talked to her about it, you weren't honest.
Yeah, I would have been honest. Yeah, it's just like it was also I was still under the impression of the deal that I could not talk about you at all.
Yeah.
So I couldn't reveal details other than I was in the wrong. That I remember that copy and paste message. I think that message that I wrote up because I didn't. It's hard to explain that I was trying to like make it clear that I can't talk about it, but yes, I was in the wrong. And she's allowed to leave me at any point, and she did, and that's perfectly fine. I have no ill will towards her, and nothing whatsoever, because her leaving was justified. It took me so long. I mean, I realized it for years, but it took me so long for me to realize how insane I was. I still suffer from mental health issues, but not to the extent of what I was suffering.
By the way, I understand. So thank you for answering Autumn's question. I guess I'll get my other obvi one out of the way because I only had that one and then this. So you recounted the situation as one of those times where you recounted it wrong, and this one frustrated me. Because full disclosure, when Unlisted was talking,
I sent the cop
when
one to you.
Avi said that initially, that comment to Unlisted, that was during the time
Okay, I'm.
that was
bad. We'll settle here.
And then a bunch of people were like talking, and at some point I tuned them out. And then when I realized that they were doing it, I told them to stop. I wish.
Thank you for that. Oh, sorry for interrupting.
I really wish when I had told them to stop, I had also gone on Twitter and said, "Don't. Nobody else do this. Like, this is not okay." Because I feel like it would have made you feel less ganged up on, so to speak, where it was not like you against a bunch of people. So I do apologize for that.
Mhm.
That's negligence on my part.
I understand. Okay, maybe I should. It's just like some people are. It's hard for me to express disagreement with people when they're defending me sometimes, but I try to do my best so I can understand why.
I get it.
Okay.
No, you make sense. Um,
Need to move here because the seat I am sitting in hurts now because I've been sitting in it for over an hour, I think.
take care of yourself, and yes, you have.
So, any more questions?
I want to see if there's any like that I feel are like really pertinent because I don't want you to be suffering right now because that must be really painful.
Just wait. We'll get to Lio
you're
real soon.
No, you're fine.
Well,
It's just like I was
ish.
sitting. I don't actually have a seat. It's like a box. It's a
Um,
plastic box.
Yeah.
I will skip ahead again. I promise you, folks,
okay,
there is
so-
plenty. We'll go here.
So yeah, so I'll there's this one, and then I can.
Keep in mind that this call is almost 4 fucking hours long, okay? And initially it was just supposed to be Yun and Ren handling out their issues and whatnot. And the entire call is not just Yun and Ren, I promise.
Close it out with like a last question on my list.
Okay.
Actually, no, there's two things before I continue. Just to give you clarification, 100%, the Cloud Palace did not know it was a dead name. Does not mean they didn't, even if out of ignorance they did
here
do
we
it.
go. Okay, I'm skipping ahead. I'm skipping ahead.
From our side, because I had to look about the hashtag. If there's one thing we can both
Fucking
agree on,
hashtag.
it was that it should have never happened.
Absolutely.
I mean, it just goes to show that Boon Slayer's retarded. Yes, let me make a hashtag. Here's the thing. They've done this before. This is not the first time the SEC has tried. Actually, there's been a couple of times that they've made. Mind you, keep in mind, they're a niche community that no one fucking likes. Doodletones has made that actually very clear and is aware of that. There's a tweet that Doodles made somewhere. I have it archived. Complaining about how no one takes the SEC seriously. Because it's Dumb and Dumber, okay? You got the ArchCC and the SEC. And it's Dumb and Dumber. You got the tiny little tumor that sits on the other one. The small little brother, okay? And no one really takes the SEC that seriously. But
I do.
I mean, it's fun. It's entertaining if you do it occasionally. But what they do is they come together occasionally and they make these goofy little hashtags. I'm trying to remember the there's one of them. I got it somewhere in my archives.
Slideshows are important. I used to watch them in grade school.
Yeah, but they actually have to be entertaining, not pedantic and bitchy.
What do you mean? Doodletones is peak entertainment.
Oh yeah, such peak entertainment. I get
Yeah.
tired every time I watch.
Yeah, like 10-hour fucking videos are full of drama and emotional roller coasters and like Pop Tarts and stuff. It's great.
So on multiple occasions, you've mentioned not being an angel, having done things that were bad.
I'm skipping it.
But that's how it feels, right? This is the impact. There are times when you'll say, like, I've done this bad thing, but it was when I was a teen. It was so many years ago. I know I'm a
you can't take issue with fucking because that's something that like Doodles does, and whoever else in the fucking that's literally listening right now.
Yeah, Lio did it too. He was like, my daddy beat me.
So listen. My dad beat me, so that's why I'm an asshole on the internet. Like, dude, no one wants your sob story as to why you do the behavior on the internet. People want to know if you did it, if you're going to own up to it or not, or if you're going to keep downplaying or be going as far as lying about it. But they seem to think that providing a why, which is 9 times out of 10 a sob story, is like gonna make everyone be like, yeah, okay, well, who cares now? Like, no. Are you stupid? Were you dropped on your head? Like, you think that's how life works? Sorry, officer, I beat that homeless man up because my dad beat on me. Oh, you're
I
all right. Well, time to lessen his charge.
he
Like, that's
touched my
silly.
Pop-Tart and I killed him.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Bad person, but it's not like I'm these other worse things. And for me, it feels like you're
Oh, that's a fucking another thing. Yeah, didn't he say his dad would kill him and put him in the woods? It was if he said something along the lines of if his old man, something about like something he learned from his old man was if his
Yep.
kids had done something like that, they would be like they wouldn't be found until like 100
No,
years later on Mars.
What he said was that his dad, back in like 1992, was all like, yeah, if you do not ban this person from a Discord server when I want you to, I will bury you in a marsh and no one will find you. And then he was like, Dad, what's a Discord? And then he was like, shut up, you piece of shit, motherfucker. Like, see, like, yeah, so his dad was just angry because he was a time traveler, all right?
He was stuck in the 1990s.
Yeah.
kind of minimizing.
Undermining it.
Yeah, like you're minimizing that effect of
I'm
what happened.
I'm very sorry.
Well, thank you, but do you think it can? Do you like have an
Thank
idea
you,
of why you would do that?
Why? I just I don't have an idea actually. I wish I could. It's just like if I explain it, all I could say is that I was angry and I was scared, and I was scared that if I said some talked about it, I get hurt.
I understand that.
Yeah, that was my reasoning, I think. I don't want to play the amnesia game. I genuinely think it was because I was scared. I didn't I would have mentioned it.
Why is
That's
it so
fine.
hard to apologize? You say,
because
I'm sorry, and move on.
That's actually a really natural response.
Always got excuses.
Here, let's have another quick lesson of sage advice from my therapist.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Not really advice, but a lesson. I had talked to him about the situation and how one of the
You ever notice that these people constantly have to bring up in every call that they talk with their therapist about it? Because Nezzy did the same thing. Nezzy Monster did the same thing. It was like, oh, I'm medicated, and I talked with my therapist.
You know, if there was a hyphen after the E and before the R in therapist, when they're referencing it, this would solve a lot of problems in these conversations.
Oh my god. Just relax.
Hey, I was bringing it down to PG. Only people with an IQ above like 92 will figure it out. It's fine.
The things I felt was that if I had, and this is, by the way, this is not going to play into the second one.
Oh no, I believe they go to therapy. I just think that like they there's nothing necessarily wrong with therapy. It's that I feel like some people can't handle any sort of problems on their own at all, so they just are like fully reliant on the therapist to practically do the thinking for them.
Jokes aside, seriously, if you go to therapy, get the fuck off the internet. All right? You should just not be on social media at all, period. If you have to go to therapy to like not kill yourself, right? Like that's insane to me. Like just like coming onto the internet, going into a server that's filled with nothing but like negativity and drama, and yet you're going to a therapist at the same time. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, just get the fuck off.
Well,
of
it's because
that Discord. Like,
well, here's the thing.
Fuck.
And here's the crazy part too. It's dissonance, because even though that it's completely negative, and there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. It's just that these people who are so prone and so sensitive to these negative things and what other people have to say about them online put themselves in those positions and are just incapable of ignoring it, incapable of brushing it off or entertaining it. And so it hits them right in the feels. And
Like, look, what I think it is that they go into these places because they think that them getting a power trip over other people that are weaker than them will make them feel better. That's all this is.
compensation.
Like these people are just insane lunatics.
And it's funny too, because they like to pretend to be different than everyone else on the internet. Like, we're obviously open about the fact that we're assholes having fun with this, but at the same time, they like to present it as though their environments are positive and safe and different. So they like, I think you said it best a little bit ago. It was like the aesthetic of it. They like the virtuous aesthetic of it. It's like a way of concealing themselves, and like you have to be really fucking like stupid, like room temperature IQ, to fall for that.
Room temperature. I think you're giving them too much credit.
You know what? Actually, I might be.
You know
We're
what?
talking window lickers right now.
Unless that room temperature is like an abandoned fucking log cabin in the Arctic region somewhere up north, then yes.
Oh my god. All right, let's continue.
It kind of does the last question I'm going to ask you, but it doesn't fully. I had feared that people would come to me if I were to come up about this, like the full thing, the full timeline, right? From 2020 to now. And I had talked about it. I would get told things like, it's not a big deal. You're making a big deal out of nothing. You could have just done this, that, or
There's this here's this thing. I forgot the name of it. I honestly forgot the name of it, but it's psychologists are aware of it. But a lot of people that go into psychology go into it with the intent to weaponize it against other people and to use it to sort of worm their way out of shit. There's a certain name for those kinds of people. I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, they're called retards.
No, there's like a legitimate name though for those kinds of people, and they use it to sort of throw it back at people with like the big buzzwords and shit. And that's what I think Nezzy Monster is, because I can tell when people are lying that you yourself are a habitual liar.
Oh, you're talking about fuck. I know what you're talking about. Like, it's like projection, basically.
Yeah, but it's to a degree where like people go into psychology with the specific intent of weaponizing it for that. There's a name for it. I got it somewhere saved. Give me a second. I'm gonna try and give it.
I'm not even against that. If they were just honest about it, Leon.
Right. Hold on. I got a screenshot it somewhere saved. Hold on. I'm gonna find it. Okay, we're gonna keep going while I look for it.
or like you're overblowing things. It's not that deep. It's not that serious. And I found myself also, and certain people can attest to that. I even said, well, what if it wasn't that bad? What if I'm just making a big deal out of it? For me personally, I'm aware enough of myself to know that because of the things in my life, if I have a stressor, and I'm in heightened emotions, it becomes bigger. So for example, let's say the car on my battery dies. No, even better. There was at one point I locked my keys in my car like an idiot, and my instinctual response was to panic, berate myself, and make it a bigger thing. And it didn't take until I got I'm thinking it's going to cost this much money. This is my bills, all this, that, and the third. I'm such an idiot. Like, how could I do this? I'm fucking everything up. I'm making like this small thing to a big thing. And it wasn't until I took the walk from my car to the supermarket to realize I have money. I got paid. I just got paid. I'm good. I'm fine.
Yeah, I was about to get worried for a second because full disclosure, being homeless is like one of my worst nightmares, actually, because I have a fear of being alone.
But it's
So
better
for
to live
me,
with an abusive
since
parent
I know that
than
it's a
to be
habit I have,
homeless.
I
I
start
don't
going,
know,
well, what
man.
if I'm making a big deal out of this, right? So I start minimizing it because I'm scared.
Sorry.
And when you're scared, you will have responses to protect yourself. So, for example, I wouldn't be surprised if when you say, well, this is something that happened when I was a teen. This is something that happened this many years ago. I did something bad, but I'm not like a murderer, right? I wouldn't, because you said you were scared. I wouldn't be surprised if like it's protection, because there are things that like can contribute to that fear, because you're fear being alone. And if people hear these things, they might define you as that's who you are now, right?
Mhm.
So, for example, they might treat you like this is Ren now, even though that's something. The document happened in 2020. The document is not you now, right? You're not making
Absolutely
those
not.
documents now. But it feels that fear of like, well, what if they think that person is still me? So then it becomes, well, that thing happened this many years ago. I was this age when it happened, right? And for you, it's protection. It's to keep you safe because you're telling this to other people. It's not like you're telling me directly. Well, that happened that many years ago, June. I was this age, June. Like, you're not saying it to me. You're saying it to people because you don't want that, like, you fear that response, right?
Sort of, yeah. Yeah.
So it makes sense. It does make sense. Like, what you're telling me does make sense because I also do it. I just do it to myself.
Yeah.
So, I'm fine
Sorry
with
if I sound like I'm tired. It's like 9:13.
Yep. Same. So this is the last one. And I want to ask you,
Why couldn't
why
this be
do
in a
you
private
think,
call?
if you had to hazard a guess, why do you think the video has not come out yet? Like, why didn't it come out last year? Why hasn't it just not come out?
Oh, yeah. I was
I'm
under the
speaking for the
impression
people.
that you were doing.
Oh no, it's paused. No. Did you find the word? I know what the word is. It's bird. Bird, bird, bird. Bird is a word.
Okay, can you hear me? Is it working?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I found the word. It's weaponized fucking therapy language is what it's called. Weaponized therapy language. And so people
Oh.
go into uh, psychology to become psych majors just to weaponize the concepts of it against other people and to validate everything that they innately already believe. And it's something that a lot of it's a good comparison would be kind of like how trying to like rehabilitate a psychopath, like a legitimate psychopath, wouldn't work because they would just learn how to imitate
Yeah,
emotions.
because they're based. Yeah.
All right, but yeah, I thought I would just let you all know that term. So back to
Yeah.
you.
How do you think that Michael
You're
Myers
holding it
got all
over my
the
head
theories, man?
out of spite.
Oh yeah.
My paranoid mind. I was legitimately thinking you were taking long with it to upset me.
I guarantee you it wasn't that. So, the baseline ones,
I'm
like the
gonna
ones
skip
that are at
ahead
the
again.
surface, are right. Full disclosure, I work 2 jobs.
Okay, I don't know why this is relevant. We're gonna go to
I work
204.
2 jobs. I'm not homeless.
School,
Ah!
went to sleep, wash, rinse, repeat. On the
That's what it sounds like.
weekends, I'm relegated to helping my family because I'm the only one that can drive.
Okay, personal
Like,
yapping should have been private.
heat and are still in the script. So
Hold on. Okay, what was this in reference to?
both Lio and Susie can attest to that. Obsessively went out of my way to make sure that it is not disparaging of you. It is not. I'm not using this to punch down on you. It would have just purely just to give context of a situation that's happened between us over these years. I have gone out of my way to think of every single way, any possible way that someone can type out your old username and put it in a blacklist on my account. So if it were to come out, That comment's not gonna go up. And if your other old usernames
She said
give
black.
you that same dysphoria, I will gladly do the same
Racist.
for all the other ones.
Thanks. If I have one request for the video, can you just label it Gal, because my stepbrother knows my current user, my my semi-current username. My current username is unknown to him, but he knows Galbanum. Just name it Gal or your pal Gal.
Oh yeah, no.
I don't want him showing it to my family and things going haywire yet again.
Well, it works great for you because I don't know your current username. The last one I know is Galbanum and Yopalcal, which is which would have been there.
I'm just gonna. What I'm doing is just art under an obscure name, and even then,
legit advice.
I'm staying the fuck
get
away
a job,
from
move out.
shit because like
there we go.
some.
I mean, that is pretty real advice. Though Ren would probably have to get a job that isn't like. I mean, social situations could help them work on being less socially inept, if that's the word. But at the same time, if they're not very good at that, especially because you don't want to, like, for example, you don't want to work like a fast food job if you're doing the front. If you're staying in like kitchen or whatever, that's fine. Well, it depends on the people you work with in the kitchen, to be honest with you. But if you're like working like front or drive through or something like that, you're gonna have to deal with a lot of customers, and there is some pressure to that, especially like the fucking bitchy ones.
She needs pressure. Just give her like she needs to be put in that situation to get over it.
I'm saying that I'm not trying to be autistic, chat. I'm just trying to figure out like what would be able to help Rin improve being able to handle pressure.
Just hand her an extra inhaler and put her at the front desk. It'll be fine.
Or call center, yeah. It's very rare that you'll deal with someone that's nasty on the phone.
Yeah. What? Are you serious?
Kuma wants to call in. Maybe.
Some people told one of my friends, Rabbit, was like, maybe your outing was like a blessing in disguise because it made me change my outlook on everything, but also it was terrifying.
Honestly, because we've had stuff. Actually, I never asked you. Did Coda show you our call, like between me and her?
Yeah.
So by the way, if I was mean in that, I'm sorry. I keep listening to it, and I feel like I was mean.
Yeah. You were justifiably mean, but also I felt there was one statement that kind of made me feel threatened. But other than that, I know you don't mean it anymore, so I don't feel fear anymore. Other than just please, if you're gonna call me, just call me your pal gal, because I don't know if my stepbrother knows me by that name. You're allowed to speak. It's just like I do not want him finding it.
Clarification: I do go through like the usernames.
It sounds like she just really needs to like tell her stepbrother like to have set some boundaries with the stepbrother. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, she needs to tell her stepbrother to use anal beads and hot sauce.
Okay. All right.
But
Jesus.
But no, like seriously though, I just gotta say this, okay? This is a pro tip for everyone. This makes you look weak. It doesn't make you look strong or cool or interesting to talk about how your family is terrible and how you're scared of them and blah, blah, blah. Never do that. You are showing your weaknesses. You're wearing your weaknesses on your sleeve. And you can't then, after they use it against you, be like, yo, you're evil for using it against me. No, it's all on you for bringing it up in the first place.
It gives people like Lio the opportunity to know exactly where to fuck with you.
Yes. And his sycophants.
Keep your family shit extremely private. And especially your personal problems.
You've gone through like with me specifically, barring this new one that I don't know. So I do mention the old one. expressly say, "Don't call them this." It's the only time I mention it, and then I
That's fair
continue on
enough.
call it, but like throughout the video, I call you gal.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah, just mention it only once, and it's under historical purposes.
Yeah, no.
That's the only acceptable way. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
You're kind.
it initially was in the title because it was like the timeline from like that username to your like your old current.
Yeah.
But I took that out because you had expressed it was a dead name. So it's only just I knew this person. This is when I first knew them as this name, and that's it. From like I don't refer to you as that name. Even when I talk about your other names, you're still gal in my video. I did exclusively use they them pronouns because full disclosure, when I initially wrote the script in 2022, you went by she they, and then I had to go and I used both, which made it easier. Not as easy because Susie and Heaton are still in the script, so I had to go through the script and correct it.
Yeah, the full call was eventually leaked.
But the advice I gave you then.
And Kumo is here. Let me add the guy on. Ahoy.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
I just kind of wanted to pop in and share a few thoughts.
Okay.
What's this bitch's name? The one that sounds like Keffels.
I think you're talking about Yun.
Yun?
Yeah, I think you're talking about Yun.
Okay, so the bitch Yun, so, first of all, sounds identical to Keffels. But I just wanted to come in here and point out that you notice like the way she's redundantly and excessively trying to like reassure Galbanum here that she's not going to attack her. She's not coming after her, right?
I think it's just because Galbanum is a very skittish individual.
Yeah, well, I mean, but if you think about it, like if you were skittish like Galbanum, and I came in here and I said, "Listen, Akumu, I am not going to rape you. I'm not going to touch you. I'm not even going to tickle you. I promise you, I'm not going to rape you." Do you think I'm not going to rape you at that point?
I mean, I get what you're saying. Like the insistence is does the opposite of that. It's like it can have the opposite effect. I don't think it did for Rin because Rin doesn't seem to have any issue with Yun. And apparently they settled their issues just fine. So, but I get exactly what you're saying. The over insistence is there. Yeah.
Listen, I'm not going to attack you, but there's like 140 people on this call, so. Anyway, thanks for having me on.
No, of course.
It's fun watching.
I'm glad you're having fun.
As long as we're having fun. Oh, he left.
And
Let's hope
the
something
advice
else
I
comes
gave
to mind.
you in our call still applies. You don't need, for example, my opinion.
My profile pic. I would love to credit them. I don't know if they want credit. Hold on. Let me ask. Let me ask. Where's the messages? The Discord name is like completely different to their usual name that I call them.
I know who it is.
Do you?
Yes.
Where's the name at? What? Oh, there it is. Do you want credit? No.
Oh, it's not?
Okay, so the Chill J person you guys see in chat is the one who drew the profile picture, the new one, and actually the old one, the one with me with the blood on the lips from the I think cannibalism. That is the person who drew it. Anyways,
So I was wrong?
You were
Oh,
wrong.
no.
Yes, you were very
Oh,
good. Yeah.
shit. I would
Yep.
make a terrible Nazi spy. Okay.
Oh my god.
Opinion to
Terrible Nazi spy.
be the barometer on like whether or not you've changed. You don't need Avi's, Heaton's, Susie's, Lio's as the barometer of whether or not you changed. Because we're not around you, right? We don't see you in those day-to-day moments. We are not
Oh my god.
the people in your life. The people you
Why
have
do you act
now
like it?
are in your life. Your current system of support is in your
Oh.
life, and they're
Yep,
going to see
this is
those
where it starts to
changes.
shift.
They're going to see you on your road and on the road to self-improvement and self-betterment, just like how my friends have been there for me and they've seen me on my own road to self-betterment and
We are not
self-improvement
there
during
yet,
those 6 months I was
seemingly.
gone.
Road to redemption.
I still firmly believe, and even way back in when you apologized to me the first time and how I told you.
Okay, we're gonna skip to about 216.
All right. So are you two done with this?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, I think we're going
Okay.
somewhere. Okay.
So Yoon, if you want to disappear into the ether or go to the rest of the audience, you're welcome to, because I need to speak to Red now.
How do I do that? Leave the stage.
You just leave the stage.
Here we are, folks.
Okay.
Remember, this was just a chat. Lio himself, it left those fingers of his. It was just a chat between Yun and Ren.
So, Ren, I will apologize for using your old username because I had forgotten it was a dead name. That I will apologize for. However, you and I have some other issues. If you're
Oh.
worried about me yelling, I'm in the middle of McDonald's and a Walmart, so I'm not going to. I will,
Fat
however,
ass.
be stern.
Oh my god. And he thinks this is gonna help his blood pressure problem?
Oh, it'll help his blood pressure problem permanently. Eventually.
Oh my god. Like, dude, when I'm out and about at fucking like Walmart, right? I'm not gonna call into some retarded fucking call that I'm not even supposed to like be talking with the person there. It's a call that I set up for two other people, and I'm worming my way into the situation. But you think I'm gonna sit on fucking Discord and chat on Discord while I'm in fucking public at a Walmart? Like, why don't you just walk around and shop? Talk with your fucking wife. Jesus Christ.
Because I have given you no shortage of patience.
What?
Firstly, I got you, or tried to, get you off the internet for a year for your own good. Because you were not acting right. You did not do that. You found ways to get back on Discord. You still operated your Tumblr and had conversations with Autumn Kohai that, yes, I did find out about. You also
This is why you don't give other people control of your fucking life.
You also continued to obsess and engage in a
Can I quote
unity
him, by
that
the
you
way?
claimed.
Oh yeah, go for it. Go for it. I love using his own words against him.
Yeah, so his exact words were, the talking will just be them and June or Yoon or whatever, to be clear, was his exact words.
Oh no, you think this is the fucking Batman voice? Just wait. Just wait. This is not the Batman voice.
Oh, this is peak performance Lio Convoy at McDonald's.
We need that. I should have made the thumbnail this, but I didn't know about that. Oh my god. Can someone please fucking draw like Lio at McDonald's, please? Please? I will use it as like the background or a stream thumbnail again. Just please. I will do it.
You were scared of. And every time I told you, find something else to do, you did not. So there are some things you and I are going to talk about in reference to making light of someone's suicide.
Oh my god.
Recall, and I do not have them on hand because Twitter's down, and I'm not about to go bug Aaron Tempest to go scrolling through all the screen cap.
It's gonna be about Nessie Monster. I fucking know it.
You did decide to take shots in one way or another at Nessie.
Yep, called it. Called it.
Concerning-
Fucking called it. Your bingo charts, folks. Get your bingo charts. Mark it. Mark it.
Yeah, this is an interesting conversation to have at McDonald's while telling somebody else they shouldn't be on the internet. It's great.
Oh Oh my god.
You're not terminally online. I am. I mean, no, I'm gonna be the other way around. I'm gonna McDonald's.
Oh
Fuck
my
you.
god.
What you would consider a lack of accountability. There's also what you said to Heaton years ago, which, even though it was years ago, is still out of pocket.
Oh, really? That's interesting. What?
What about Jax?
Yeah. What about just the FCK shit? That was years ago. It was out of pocket.
But no, that's 4 years old. Why are we talking about this? This is 4 years old.
This is great.
I warned you
I
multiple
warned you.
times about the people you were around,
Oh my god.
about what they do, about what they enable. Every time, you ignored me and you justified it.
Justified it.
You admitted in this call that you took an account that you claimed was made to help the victims of the FCK, and you made it, let's be honest, you made it about me.
Well, okay, here's the problem though. Here's the problem with that. While Ren did do that, the blame is not entirely on Ren because again, Lio came at the FCK account first. Let's be clear on that. He went at the FCK account trying to figure out who it was so he could unearth who it was behind it, so he could shift the fucking topic and the focus. That was his goal from the get-go. On top of the fact that he came at me in FCK Leaks first, because guess what? He was the one that started lying for Peaches, saying that me and FCK Leaks were going to misrepresent the situation.
In a video that's now deleted, by the way.
Yeah, in a video that he's now deleted.
That
but then
I uploaded.
Yeah, it's on his Rumble, but
yeah.
Then FCK Leaks starts talking about him and Peaches because him and Peaches started fucking lying. I can guarantee you, had they not done that, the focus would not have been on Peaches. So many people want to bitch about the fact that the focus was on Lio and Peaches for a little bit, as if it wasn't for the fact that they were making responses that were dishonest and flat out lying. Lio admitted to lying and white knighting for Peaches. That's why he became a focus. And then also trying to unearth who the account was made Ren talk about him more. So he can't put all the blame on Ren. It's fucking 50-50 here. But he's going to. I can guarantee you he's going to.
Well, this is what
You made
happens when you
claims
make shit
about
about
me there.
yourself.
And also, you send me a text demanding answers about my family. We'll ask you very directly, what in the name of God did you think that was your business?
Ooh.
Oh.
There's a really good answer for this.
I have a very personal view of disownment.
I don't care. I asked how it's your business.
It's not.
Then why?
It was
Because
on the
I care
internet,
for Jordan.
Lio.
Right.
You made it
That's
everybody's
interesting.
business.
Care.
You constantly
I said
used
care.
Jordan.
You don't care for Jordan. You don't know Jordan. You don't know anything about.
You literally flaunted the fact that you were helping Jordan on the internet. Like, you literally flaunted that. I'm not even judging you for it, but that's what you did. You flat out did that. Just as you did the same thing with Peaches. You flaunted Peaches around. Now, not to the same extent as Jordan, I'd say that there's a bit of a difference there, obviously. But let's not pretend like that wasn't the fucking case.
Yeah, usually, I got that kid down the hallway.
Yeah, exactly that.
In fact, you didn't even do your due diligence. You ran off to call me an abuser. You used the FCK post to do it. In fact, you also claimed that I should not be trusted with predation cases because of the FCK logs that I did not, number one, have the knowledge of in full, and number two, I didn't have the time to peruse completely through.
The knowledge of in full, you had the fucking logs. You had Pink Ranger based comb through the server to figure information out. What are you talking about? Doodle slipped up, by the way. Fucking Doodletone slipped up yesterday in the call with Laka and said that they could have had the logs 3 to 4 months ahead of time. Yet didn't touch them until February. 3 to 4 months up until. So this excuse doesn't fucking work.
Like he could just admit I was lazy and didn't want to look into it, right? He could just admit to literally being Coyote Lovely. because that's what that is, by the way. Coyote Lovely, his main criticism of Coyote was that Coyote did not look into the allegations made against people in his inner circle. The allegations I made. And Lio Convoy went after Coyote saying, and I quote, whenever you have serious when there are people in your inner circle have serious allegations against them, it is your duty, if nothing else, it is your duty to look into it. So, Lio, was it not your duty to look into the allegations against the person you wanted to Hopeless Peaches? Was that not your duty? I think it was.
I mean,
For his own principles.
Yeah, by his own principles. But of course, when it comes to him, his own principles, oddly enough, don't apply.
You made absolute claims because you were mad at me. I want you to at least tell him.
Are you going to state why? Rin would be mad. Are you going to state why? Perhaps the fact that you went and tried to drag their, other name into the situation so that you could distract away from the FCK logs, or is that not relevant to you? That you went and attacked me and Rin, FCK Leaks first, then further did so, and then were shocked that FCK Leaks was talking about you in return. Oh, I keep poking this bear. Why is my arm ripped off?
What? I didn't hear you.
You made claims about me because you were angry at me, and I would like you to at least own that.
I don't want to confess something that I don't feel, because I legitimately thought Jordan was abused, and
Nope,
I still
don't want to
think.
hear it. I want to hear it. Because you don't
What?
have evidence, do you?
What? Hold on. Whoa. Hold
Where's
on.
your evidence?
Hold on. Like, Ren is quite literally admitting to being wrong, saying, I genuinely believed that Jordan was abused. Meaning, Ren's conceding the point. Like, and by the way, I don't even think that Jordan, or I don't rephrase this. I don't know if Jordan was abused or not. Nobody knows. It's literally a he said, AFAB said situation with no evidence of any kind, right?
It's word versus word, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's a matter of who you believe or who has lied more. And the fact is, from what I've been told by people that know Jordan, people claim that Jordan's been a liar, whatever, forever. I have no idea. But the reality is that I'm not necessarily going to be inclined to believe Lio either, because he's been lying every step of the way through.
Yeah.
And more importantly than that, the moment all this shit came out, Lio himself, if anybody made it look like he was guilty, it was him, by immediately reacting with, I'm going to embarrass Jordan. Right? Like, that's an insane reaction that makes you look exactly like the abuser you're being criticized for being. All you had to say, your entire video, all it had to be was, for the abuse allegations, I merely have to say, no, didn't happen, and then in video. That's it. That's all he had to do, because there was absolutely no proof. Instead, every step of the way, he did everything in his power to legitimately fuck up his own reputation. The reason people unsubscribed from Lio, over 1,000 people unsubscribed from Lio, was because he fucked up his own reputation by reacting in the most retarded way humanly possible to allegations, even if they're completely false.
Yeah. But remember, we're trying to undermine his credibility. It couldn't be that he's done it to himself. No. It always has to be someone else's fault.
Where's your evidence?
What? In regards to.
Where is your evidence to the claim that I am an abuser?
So, in regards to you, for you being.
Raising a voice to somebody is not inherently abuse. If you're going to cite the one time I typed in all caps to you, because quite honestly, you did not want to accept what I was telling you, that is not indication of abuse. Where's your evidence for abuse?
Hold on, I'll send it, because I was freshly out of the mental hospital.
I'm aware of what you were talking about. That is not indicative of abuse.
Hold on. Hold on.
So I will ask you
So
again.
so being essentially mean to Rin in Stern isn't indicative of abuse, but it's traumatic harassment. What Nezzy monster? Okay. All right. All right. You know what? Whatever. I'm just gonna ignore that.
Because I
Whatever.
do not want to continue going around the rosy here because it has been 2.5 hours and it is 9:30. I'm going to ask you one more time, where is your evidence that I abused Jordan?
Well, no. You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. You inserted yourself. The original fucking agreement was just Rin and Yun's conversation. You don't get to bitch about it being 2.5 hours and it's now 9:30 when you wanted to insert yourself for this conversation that wasn't agreed to be had in the first place.
I don't have it.
So you just make claims without evidence now, huh?
Oh my god. Oh my god. There's no fucking way. There is no Oh my. Okay. Clip that. Someone clip that. Please clip that. It's 2 minutes. Actually, write this down for your fucking clip things. I know you make little clip things. 2:22.
Jordan, I still think you hurt him, but also,
Oh, I hurt him. In what way did I hurt him, Rin? Since you know so much about what goes on in my home, tell me.
So, okay, can I point something out real quick?
I'm
By the way,
Yeah, go for it.
hold on. I need to say this, okay? This is something I learned a long time ago. When somebody makes an allegation towards you, I don't care how insane it is, right? If somebody says that you like built a UFO and then abducted cows and then like decapitated them and dropped them into a fucking farm because you're a schizophrenic fucking Mexican that got really high on copium one day because Lio Convoy peed in your soup, I don't care what the allegation is. Whenever you respond with, "Do you have evidence, bro?" that makes you look really fucking guilty. Like you're not just saying no. Just say no. You're not even denying the claim. You're just saying you don't have any evidence though. It doesn't make you look innocent. It makes you look like a fucking raging turbotard. That's what it makes you look like.
Oh my god. It's you were just saying it earlier. It's the worst possible way to respond to shit like this. He doesn't say, yeah, that's completely false. But do you have any evidence to even remotely back this? He goes, do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence?
emotionally, you
Oh, emotionally. In what way?
Why does he talk like this?
he in a group chat. He told. I'm trying to recall. I you he felt like
I want evidence, not claims. Rin,
Oh.
evidence.
So you want evidence, but not okay.
Because you've hurt a lot of people too. Should I now call you an abuser?
Oh my god, fuck it. Who cares?
no. I'm just. You know what?
Just
I
bite the
don't want you to
bullet,
lock
Ren.
up on me. I
Save
want you to sit
abusers
here because
together.
you sat there and you blasted it to an audience you knew was eating it up. I am not Yoon. Yoon has a bigger heart than I do in cases like this.
No,
Yoon, I
you
have a
literally
big
actually
dog on
have the
big
larger
horn.
heart.
Not something I actually like to toot my own horn to, but you're talking to somebody who has opened his home to two specific individuals who abused that, and another
He's about to make it
individual who I
bigger.
gave constant attention and support to, and over $8,000, and was horrifically abused over it. I am not in the mood to hear excuses. I want answers. And if you were in the position I am, you'd want them too.
My daddy beat me in every way but sexually.
I am not yelling at you,
That's why I sound
and
so
I'm not
stern
raising
right
my
now.
voice, and I'm not going to. But I want answers.
Lio is literally the fucking Steven Seagal of the internet.
Yes.
So
Yeah, that's a perfect fucking comparison. Especially that photo with him where he's dressed up in the fucking the little gi thing.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't have evidence. It was just I I, I have the account deleted,
Get that
and
bit
so
I
I
don't-
can't.
I don't care if the account's deleted. You know what was on it. I want to know why you
Yes.
made the assertion without evidence.
I was emotional, and yeah, I was angry
Why were you angry
I was
with me?
because I care for Jordan.
You don't know Jordan.
Oh, there's
You
the Batman
don't know
voice.
dick about
Oh my
Jordan.
god.
Were you the one that had Jordan in your home for 2 years?
No,
Were you the one that paid for his food, his lodging? Were you the one that was there for him during his
Whoa!
breakdowns?
No, he just lied.
Panic attack.
He did not pay for Jordan's food. He actually complained that Jordan was not spending enough money or spending too much money on
Yeah,
food.
that's right. I remember that being said.
Yeah, so like, why is it that like how were you spending money on food and the person was paying like what did he say $600 on fucking Uber Eats? Like which is it, dude? Like pick one. Like,
Yeah,
were you
you're not
paying
sticking to
for
your
it or was
narrative.
Jordan paying for it?
These people, they come up with a story, but they can never stick to it like consistently.
Like this is something that this is like my argument about him for a while was about the food thing specifically because in my viewpoint, right? And I know a lot of people listening don't have kids, but they do have families that they live with, right? And I'm sure most people would agree with me whenever I say that if your parents make like even if you're over 18, right? But you're living with your parents for whatever reason. Let's say you're paying the bills too. Like it's a communal effort in the home. And they're making you pay for your food, yet also claiming that you're a family unit at the same time, even though you're supposed to all put your money together so you all like co-eat, right? If they're not doing that, they're pieces of shit, right? And so like Lio, like if he really had Jordan in his home as a family unit and was making Jordan pay for Jordan's own food, Jordan wasn't family, Jordan was a roommate, and Lio's a piece of shit for claiming anything to the contrary. So now all of a sudden he's saying he paid for the food though, which is interesting.
Yeah. Because before it was, you're spending too much money on food, on Uber Eats.
Yeah.
So were you there for him when you came home and he was crying on the steps because of a boy? Were you there for that?
no,
No. So how in the name of God do you care for Jordan? Because part of caring for somebody is making very clear to them when they're screwing up. You didn't. You took something. You ran with it.
You took something and ran with it. Okay.
To know the real reason why.
I believed him. So
Why?
Wait, what?
Because you sat there and you harped on another person who made another claim on the FCK saying you don't want testimony, you want evidence. So why did you not eat evidence with me?
Because you can't prove half the shit that's being claimed, but the FCK, there's a galore of evidence. That's the difference here.
Here's the thing. Ren is not in the wrong for believing Jordan, and I'm going to tell you why. Per Lio's own standards, because Lio personally admitted in his video that there was, quote, little in the way of evidence to prove that Peaches was ever groomed, yet for years criticized anybody who didn't just listen and believe Peaches in lieu of no evidence, right? So I don't know. I find that pretty fucking interesting.
Not only this, but guess what? He believed Peaches that me and Kumo were going to misrepresent Peaches and call Peaches a pedophile. He admitted this on stream that he believed Peaches with no evidence.
Yeah.
Yet a couple days later, mind you, because my stream with Lio was before this fucking call, he's trying to get onto Rin for believing things with no evidence and then trying to compare it to the FCK situation, which isn't comparable at all, because in the FCK situation, you have a bunch of evidence. Then you have people trying to provide their testimony, which is either contradicting the evidence or making it worse for themselves.
Dude, like this whole server that he's in, its culture is listen and believe, right? That's what they do. Like, okay, Woon or June or whatever, the pronunciation's all over the place. That person sat there and made a whole bunch of claims without any evidence, right? Nobody doubted her. Actually, Lio, in this conversation, seems to just believe Rin that Rin has abusive parents, with no evidence. Is Lio asking for evidence of this abusive parents, that she's really sitting in her room in the dark because she's afraid her daddy's going to beat her or something? Right? Is Lio going to ask for that evidence? No. Like, where's the skepticism? Why is it only applied whenever Lio is the target of an allegation?
What happened with you and Jordan was in person, so it's impossible to get evidence unless you record something without someone's consent.
We live in Texas. It's a single party consent state, and Jordan knows that.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh.
I thought that maybe it just made more evidence as it happened.
I think your previous point speaks. I think your previous point.
Is my internet dying? Or
No,
is
you're
you're dying again?
I think it might be me. It's me.
Yeah, I'm looking up I'm pretty sure that Lio has no idea what he's talking about here. So I'm looking this up. Do 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 do. Hold on. What does one party consent mean?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, so what Lio said was retarded. Okay, so in a one-party consent state, that literally means that the person recording can acknowledge that they're recording. That's it. Like, that's all.
So
that
you just
means.
the person just needs to consent. The person recording just needs to consent. Yeah, I
Yeah.
had a feeling it was going to be that. Okay. So him whipping that out is so he doesn't even understand his own laws.
Yeah, because what he's talking about is an all-party consent state, which is like California, where every party has to be, consenting to a recording. In what he's talking about is only like one person, and that one person can be the person recording.
Okay.
And if the tables were turned, you'd be really, really upset. Nobody came to you for their side, did you'd be really mad. You didn't. Instead, what I get from you is an asinine text about your personal values on disowning, which has nothing to do with mine, has nothing to do with anything that went on in my home. And frankly, you're not even in a position to say because you don't have a kid and you never had to care for anybody.
Okay. I'm gonna be nice.
Yeah.
Or do you think that being disrespectful to my wife while her father is dying is somehow acceptable now?
I wasn't. So.
You weren't aware because you didn't ask, Rin.
Hold on, you just said it was.
Is,
hold on. Didn't ask, but beforehand you said that Rin did ask. So which is it? Rin did or didn't ask? Because you just said earlier that Rin messaged asking what was going on in your personal life. Then you're changing it now to you never asked me. So first it's Rin asked, but who do you think you are to be asking my business? Which is it? Your story is not, you're flip-flopping here. It's either Rin asked and they shouldn't be asking because that's none of their fucking business, or they didn't ask and they should have. You're contradicting yourself.
So it's not just, he's not, like, here's the thing with Lio, okay? He just wants an own. He doesn't remember the shit he said previously.
It just leaves his mouth. It's
like,
shit worn out.
Like, I've had arguments with people on Twitter that will, like, contradict themselves in every tweet because they're not engaging in the conversation. They're just responding to every tweet in the moment. And that's what he does. Like, he's not actually engaging with the overarching conversation. He's just trying to body a mentally ill person on the internet because he's changed.
And here's the thing too. when it comes to the agreement that they made, where it was just going to be Yun and Rin talking about this, he knows that Rin is easily what's the term, cracks under pressure and whatnot. And so throwing this on them out of nowhere, and then this shit, it's okay. Definitely changed.
He wants that W,
Whether
guy.
you want to admit it or not, you wanted it to be true. Because I was the guy who made you leave the internet. I was the guy who held you accountable. I was the guy who upset your
Oh my God, there it
friends.
is. Adults, take your drink. Take your drink. He said, hold you accountable.
No, kids too.
Oh, so Jesus. Oh my God.
Your friends that enable your worst of actions. And I want you to be honest. Own it. Instead of trying to pretend like you did it for somebody else, because you didn't. Because you don't know Jordan. Have you ever paid any of Jordan's bills?
I have a question.
No, I'm not.
Ask away.
Why does Ren fuck, dude? I feel bad. I've been going like pretty hard on Ren like this entire time, okay? But now Lio's making me defend Ren, and I want to die, okay? But anyway, look, Ren is not obligated to know Jordan, to feel empathy for Jordan, and Lio would know this if he weren't a sociopath. Which you have to be at McDonald's while you're talking in a fucking goddamn Discord call.
Definitely normal behavior.
Not allowed to because my dad controls my finances now because of me being outed.
No. You had several months to do so. Well before you were out. You didn't pay any of Jordan's bills. You didn't do any of that.
So someone has
want
to
you to be
pay
honest.
bills. Someone has to pay their bills to listen to them. Is that your logic here? And like hear their side out? Like that's retarded.
Did you believe this because you wanted to?
When I was first aware of it, no.
Oh, which is why you asked my side, right?
I literally did, actually, because
You-
Thank you, Ren. Thank you. Standing up for yourself, fucking finally. Thank you.
Yeah, those inhalers are finally kicking in. Holy shit.
Hold on, let's hear how this goes. Because watch, he's either gonna raise his voice or he's gonna do the Batman voice. He's either gonna raise his tone and like keep talking over Ren, or he's gonna do the Batman voice. How much you want to bet?
You
I
did not
asked you what
ask
was
my
going on, and you
side.
told
You
Oh.
did not ask my
Yep.
side, Ren.
There it
I
is.
called
I'm going
it.
to get the
I called
text
it.
right now.
You didn't ask my side, but I earlier said myself that you came asking me about my family matters, and it's none of your goddamn business. Which is it, you idiot? Which is it? Is like the fucking like is the fat like killing your brain? Is your blood pressure not giving you enough oxygen? What's the slip up here?
He's got the McBrain.
Mind you, Doodles could have said something here. Was Ponder in this call? Did she not notice this fucking like contradiction flat out?
No, I don't think. No, Ponder wasn't in this call.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Doodles was.
Yeah, Doodles was. Ephraim was in this call, too.
Oh, of course, he's not going to say something. He's too busy licking Lyle's balls.
And later on, funny enough, there's like a minor little spat that comes up in this call involving me. Because somebody in the server, like, soft defended me. So...
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, and Lio calls him by name, so you'll know exactly who it is when it's said.
Okay.
Not sit here after you were very open and honest with Yoon and lie to my face. That is not going to happen. I will not permit that.
She? Deep Sea says maybe I'm wrong. Okay, whatever.
Hold on, I can check the recording you sent me.
Yeah, maybe it's just a different avatar than one I was looking for. Okay.
Well, hold on.
I
can
just
look
assume. Oh, go ahead.
I'll look her fucking Discord up real quick because we spoke before.
I just assume that YouTubers will keep the same Discord avatars, but maybe that's a bad assumption on my part. Yeah, actually, that is a bad assumption because you change yours fucking constantly.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So here's the profile picture, and the name is like Mollusk. Is currently.
Oh, I would have never known. Okay, all right.
Here, let's check that recording you sent me real quick. We're gonna find out.
We're gonna fuck around and find out.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that is so fucking disturbing.
It's autistic.
I want to shoot it. Not the person, the avatar, obviously. Sorry, I had to specify that because somebody's going to be like, clip that. That's not what I meant.
Thing is,
I swear.
I don't see Ponder. So unless someone else can go through like all the participants in there, either in the audience or the speakers, I don't see Ponder. So that was a mishap on my end. So far, I don't see Ponder, so I don't think that the Ponder was present. But Doodles was. Said nothing.
Well, why would Doodle
But
say
I thought you always call Lio out on his shit, though. I thought that was your whole thing. You do criticize Lio. Wouldn't this been a perfect opportunity? Actually, this comes up later, by the way. So I'm going to shut up because it comes up later that Lio goes, well, people do jump down my throat. When
Okay,
they need to."
can I point out that every person so far that has accused Lio of abuse has said exactly the same thing. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. That's a good point.
What is the volume just fucked? What's going
No,
on?
they're just not talking.
A lot of talk about Jar, a lot of talk about
Yeah, they were just quiet.
a lot of concern about whether or not I called you a degenerate. Here
Wait.
is what you said.
Honestly, I should have. I'm gonna
I
be
saw-
honest. I like pressed him to the point that he was quiet and he was nervous, and I didn't want to like embarrass him to that degree. But considering this call happened, I should have been much harder on Lyle. I honestly should have been. In fact, actually, you know what? I'll extend him.
You know
an
what's
invite.
coming up soon?
What?
He won't come on here. I mean, that'd be interesting if he would, but he won't come on here because I'm here.
Chat, would you like me to extend him an invite?
Do it.
All right. I'll send
Me
it
and
to
him have a scheduled debate soon, by the
Oh,
way.
fantastic.
Yeah, so that for that reason, I don't think he'll show up here.
All right, he's been sent the link. If he wants to make the time to show up, he can. I sent it to him. Let's keep going.
Kumo's recent video of Jordan is Jordan says you disowned him and wanted your side of the story because Kumo is an unreliable source, but Jordan much is. You didn't actually want my side of the story.
What? That's literally Ren taking the claims from the video and presenting them to you to get your side. Why else would Ren message you that? That doesn't make any fucking sense, you idiot.
Yes, I did. Stop and say.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And the reason why I don't believe you.
You just read the
is
message.
because you ran with it, Ren. If I'm telling you I'm not going to discuss family stuff with outsiders, and I say Jordan choosing to be in contact with you apologists, they'll forever shut that door.
So hold on. You're acknowledging the fact that you just said you told Ren that you're not going to talk about family stuff with outsiders, implying that, again, Ren asked you, yet you're bitching and complaining that Ren didn't ask you and hear you out.
Yeah, I also want to point out a couple things too. Lyle made it public when this shit came up, and had a whole struggle session in his fucking server with all of his people, immediately after it happened. So I don't see he's like, it's private family shit, and is talking about it to his entire fucking army of peanuts. Secondly, more importantly than that, he just brought up zoo apologists, right? You want to talk about baseless information that you just run with, that you never even ask anybody about. But, what's that there, Lyle? Or here we go. What about accusing Kumo of threatening rape over something that was very obviously not a threat? If you actually unironically believe that me saying, or Kumo saying, and more accurately put, that he's going to shove fucking ice cubes up somebody's rectum, if you actually unironically view that as a threat, that says more about you than the fucking ice cubes. Like, you have to be an actual fucking retard to think that that's a threat.
You know Kumo was in the Fox Mafia. You know he happily
Oh my god, he was in the Discord
Uh,
server I don't like.
You know who else was in the Discord server?
Do tell.
Lio.
Oh, Lio was at one point in there.
He was in there for a long time, like not just a little bit, like well over months, like just months. In fact, like the whole time I was there, Lio was there. You know who else was there? Peaches was there. You know who else was there? Kaz Warfox was there. In fact, Kaz Warfox
But he throws a
only
fucking
was there.
tantrum.
Not only was Kaz Warfox, did I say Kaz? The other person that was there was, Coyote Lovely. They're so similar. Coyote Lovely was not only there. Coyote Lovely and Kaz did a fucking podcast together, though short-lived. So, yeah, no, like, I don't want to hear this fucking shit. I had a VC with Lio in Kaz's server. By the way, over him attempting to acquire the doxing information of Gallagher in real time in the Senate. So, yeah, no, like, this motherfucker was there too. I don't even want to hear it.
The gall to sit there and go, you know who else? You know Kumo's in Fox Mafia when you yourself were in there. Your adopted daughter Peaches was in there. So why is it such a big fucking deal that Kumo was in? Kumo was in there for a very, very short period. Very short period.
Pizza, before this drama even went down, was in there. And guess who's a mod in Lio's server right now? Oh yeah, Pizza, right? Pizza left well after the shit started. Or no, maybe it was just before. I could be wrong. Could have been just before. But Pizza was there a while, okay? And is a mod in Lio's server, okay? So I want to know, like, where this allegation comes from, or what exactly does it mean? Because there's a lot of people that is in Lio's server that were a part of that. Hell, dude, I was even sent images of a this is beautiful. I don't know if you heard this or not yet. Nerf has been going on about it ad nauseum, but I was sent pictures of some art, certain lolicon art that was made by a certain member in Lio's server that I'm pretty sure actually is a mod, if I remember correctly.
I'll be right back.
So-
Entertain the stream.
So yeah, I'm just pointing out that there's a little bit of inconsistency here just to get an own. You know, Lio today, through somebody else. You see, I said before that we had this we were gonna have this scheduled debate in the future or something, right? He was organizing that with me through Monstrous, a third party. This guy had the gall to call me a pussy while talking to me through a woman. I don't know. I find that a little fucking weird. But more importantly than that, though, this motherfucker had the gall to call me Kaz, which I find very interesting because, number one, I'm not a furry. And number two, Kaz kicked me to the curb. He threw me aside. He betrayed me over optics. Lio threw away his entire old guard staff for optics. So here's my question. You know, coming from a guy who gives exactly zero fucks about optics, here's my question. Who is more like Kaz? Who the fuck is Kaz? Kaz Warfox was a furry streamer that basically did the same shit that Lio did. So when you hear Fox Mafia, Kaz Warfox was the one that owned that server and all that shit. Dude, Kaz Warfox and Fox Mafia live rent-free in Lio's head. That server doesn't even fucking exist anymore. At all. I don't even know why he brings it up. It's the weirdest thing to fucking bring up. Lugover says, I mean, Senate members did try attaching me to Kaz when I told him
I'm
and
back.
Peaches to kick rocks. That's interesting.
server full of people who had loved having conversations about how dog thing is okay. You know that. And then you rattle off a whole bunch of stuff. I'm unsure if Jordan's telling the truth. But why didn't you tag or interrogate? Or better yet, if it's not your business, why continue with it?
Again, you're allowed to not believe me.
Right, because I don't.
But I'm stating that I don't want to be pressured into false admissions like last time. So I'm saying I genuinely didn't want to believe it at first, and then
What do you mean like last time? You weren't forced into false admissions last time. What are you talking about?
No, like with I felt forced, but with Heaton, that one call. But
You weren't forced. Hold on, you weren't forced to say anything. You didn't admit to anything that was a lie.
I think what Rin is trying
Oh
to
my
say,
god,
Lio,
it is
that
finally
they felt
speaking.
like
Finally.
they were admitting to something under duress.
yeah, that's
So
what I
if
was.
I'm telling you it's not your business, mind your business, why would you still propagate something with no evidence?
Susie is here.
Why?
I made it clear I cared for Jordan.
No,
And
I don't believe that. Because you know, I care for a lot of people too. That doesn't mean I propagate things without evidence.
Actually, you do.
I did it with
You
Peaches
literally
because
do.
I made it to a point.
You. Oh my god! I
Wait,
don't
did he just
propagate
admit
things
it?
without evidence.
Wait, I think he just brought up Peaches. Hold on. Wait, go
Hold
back.
on.
Go back. Wait 2 seconds. I'm sorry.
232. Hold on. We're gonna have to. We're gonna have to go here.
I think what Rin
God damn
is
it.
trying to say, Lio, is that they felt like they were admitting to something under duress.
Yeah, that's
So
what I
if
was.
I'm telling you it's not your business, mind your business, why would you still propagate something with no evidence? Why?
I made it clear I cared for Jordan.
No,
And
I don't believe that. Because you know what? I care for a lot of people
Uploading
too.
as
That doesn't
well.
mean I propagate things without evidence. I did it with Peaches because they made it to a point that their life was constantly on the line if I didn't. You didn't have that issue.
Oh my god! He
Oh,
gives himself an
man.
excuse. Listen, I did it with. I may have done it with Peaches, but you doing it? Oof. What do you think you're doing? What? This is the nuance that these people talk about.
He also did it with Doodle Tones. If you remember, she was wounded, and therefore
And then on
she's
top of that,
absolved of all of her sins.
victim blaming. All I did was point out that the degenerate shit was happening before.
I'll victim blame right now.
Of course you will.
Dude, I don't care. Like, here's the problem with these people, right? They come at me and other people thinking that somehow being like, you're such a bad person, you piece of shit, is gonna matter, right? Like it's insane. Like, I don't care, right? I'm not out here, like, in my bio on YouTube, if you spend 15 seconds reading the 2 words that's there, it says literal shithead. That's it. That's all you need to know. And you're coming at me trying to make me sound like I'm Adolf Hitler, like I'm supposed to care, right? I'll sit there and say like the worst possible fucking shit just to make you fucking squirm like a little bitch, right? Like I don't give a shit.
Gilded
Like,
as my spirit animal.
this guy is a moral posting little whiner. Oh my god, I had to censor myself there. It was so hard. But moral posting little whiner, right? That's all Lio is. Lio tries really hard to do one strat. This is his whole strat, and that is to win through optics. That's all he cares about. This guy doesn't. He will lie. He will cheat. He will manipulate, all to get that one optic victory, and that's all he cares about. That's why the Rosa shit like hit him so hard in the taint. It is exclusively due to the fact that it made him look bad, because that's all he cares about. Because he's a fucking narcissistic little twat. That's all he is. Like, the best thing that could ever happen to Lio, like in terms of
Okay,
like the
all right.
community
Hold
going
on.
after him.
I'm down. I'm down.
I'm not
All right, here we
going
go.
that far. Chill.
Okay.
The best thing, the best thing that could go that could happen to Lio is like somebody could uncover like something like deeply embarrassing, like I don't know, his father actually really loved him and was a really caring father, and that whole thing was just a lie. Because that's what I think is the truth. Okay, I think that honestly, at the end of the day, Lio was never abused. I think anybody who just believes Lio is kind of falling into the same trap that he fell into whenever he wanted to ejaculate on a certain mole.
Okay. Okay. All right, we're continuing.
You don't know anything about Jordan. Do not sit here and sell me. You also, and I'm going to be blunt, can't sell me on the idea that you cared so much about what happened in FCK stuff when you made the Twitter about me.
Because you got yourself
Much, by the way.
involved. But he's not going to recognize that. He's going to keep bitching. Same for Doodles. Same for anyone else that's complained on that side of things. They constantly keep talking about, well, why did Akumu and Akumu and FCK leagues talk about Lio and Peaches so much? Almost like Lio himself came to bat for the FCK in his fucking conundrum video that everyone watched and he's now deleted. Almost like he lied for Peaches, almost like he put out the Crystal Flame video right after. Do we have to bring up the February 28th call that was publicized, where that showed that he was fucking lying there too? Like, he did everything possibly wrong to shift the optics onto him. But instead, he blames his opposition and says, oh, you all are the reasons for why. You all telling everyone that I was lying and showing everyone that I was lying, you all are the reason why the topic was shifted on me. And it's your fault. You're not doing enough for the victims. Go fuck yourself. That moral posturing shit doesn't fucking work, especially in this situation when you are the very reason and you're bitching and moaning because we dared to acknowledge the fact that you were lying to everyone. We dared to show everyone that. So then you try and point the finger at us and say, we're not doing enough for the victims because we dared to acknowledge you lying. As if you lying and downplaying Peach's role, even if it isn't fucking Toasty Vanilla or ZZ, still affected them.
Well, not only that, like, I'm going to be serious, okay? We don't need to care about the victims to acknowledge his hypocrisy, right? Like, I don't have to care. I don't know who they are. I haven't spoken to them. You have spoken to way more victims of the FCK shit than I have, Akumu. But, and probably more than most people have. And so, like, in my viewpoint, I don't think that was required. I don't think it's required for you to speak to them, to be like, yo, this is kind of hypocritical of Hopeless Peaches.
Anyone can join the server and see that there's a bunch of shit wrong with the server, and then look at all the individuals and the shit that they do online and criticize them without even speaking to the victims. So it's such a strange talking point, to constantly try and accuse people of, because you can still take issue with something without speaking to the people that it directly affected.
The problem is, I don't have to care about the victims, but you know who does? Lio. And if Lio cared about the victims, the moment he heard those allegations and the moment he received those logs, he should have been on that like fucking flies on shit. And he wasn't.
Like white on right.
And he wasn't there because he doesn't actually care. It's moral posturing. That's all it is. He's just posturing. He's completely full of shit. Actually, later on in this call, he does the same shit actually to a greater extreme that is actually bordering on disturbing, right? I guarantee you, if I took parts of this call and took it to the average cop, they would think he's a predator.
Oh, hold on. Well, let's keep going then.
Hey, to the chagrin of the victims.
He's like literally
mind you, he's talking about this shit in McDonald's. I want to remind everyone that. Anyone that's new here, he's talking about this in McDonald's. Like everyone's imagine you're sitting in McDonald's and some random guy's talking about kids getting roomed, paying people's bills, talking about how they didn't reach out to him but they ran with that, like spilling all these details out in fucking McDonald's.
He's sitting there at the table, all right, with gloves on, playing with his fucking Happy Meal toy while he's talking to this girl,
Oh my god.
But it seems we're not going to get anywhere with this line.
Yes, Cecil. He admitted to being in McDonald's. I swear to God, he admitted to being in McDonald's and Walmart.
He's rubbing that like McChicken grease through his hair as we speak.
That's what he uses.
He's literally grooming himself at McDonald's.
Tag me on Twitter with it. Tag me on Twitter. My Twitter is the Akumu. Here, I'll type it in.
You can't see it, but I was talking with my hands, very visually painting the picture.
All right, here we go.
I wish I was
Because
at that
you
McDonald's.
specifically can't seem to rationalize your actions. Or rather, that you don't want to. I don't know which. So we'll move on to the next one.
Thank God.
Do you know why I brought up your father in my video?
This part.
Oh,
Because you wanted, I don't know, you wanted to use it. You wanted to point out that I didn't want my LGBT plus friends, even though I'm literally trans. Why are you defending that point? Because that's gross.
You didn't have to watch my video, did you?
who did?
I did.
Then you would know what you just said right there was not my point. The point I made, Rin, that I know you missed because I saw your YouTube post. I was not saying that your father's values are yours. That's been saved, by the way. My point was your values are incongruous with each other. You cannot, on one hand, worry about your LGBT friends finding out that your father is a dyed-in-the-wool Republican, and then actively enable,
Our
support,
father's
and
based.
hang around people who, frankly, are more hateful to trans people than your father is. Because as
Okay,
horrible as
hold on,
your
hold on,
father
pause.
seems to
Okay.
What?
I need to pause for a minute. Okay, like I know exactly what he's talking about. I'm gonna tell you a little secret. Okay, I'm gonna say this to your chat, and I'm not being edgy. I pinky swear. Okay, I say a lot of really fucked up shit. All right, I say a lot of really edgy shit, and I am 100% in favor of like bullying trans people that I don't like with their pronoun shit because I don't like them, right? I'm 100% in favor of this. I don't consider that transphobic at all. I don't actually care. I have multiple friends that are trans. And you know what's awesome about all the trans friends that I have? You love this. They're not like weirdo fucking internet advocates, right? They're not like sitting there going on about how everybody should like, suck their girl peen, like that's not something that's happening.
Do what I say or you hate me.
Yeah, like, and the thing is, they're just normal people that just want to be left to their own devices and to be normal, right? And to sit there and say that I am hateful, or that Akumu, I'm assuming he's talking about me because of my recent video, but to come at me for that, right, for example, is just insane, right? There's nothing that I've ever said to trans people as a whole that you could actually take as damaging to trans people. Only thing you can do is you could say Gilded Poo attacked this trans person because he didn't like this trans person. Me attacking a trans person, let's say Peaches, for example, isn't me attacking all trans people. I don't think, in fact, you know what, to make this point too, in fact, I view that as an insult to attach the entire trans community to Hopeless Peaches. In fact, I think that's kind of fucked up to say that me making fun of Hopeless Peaches is somehow affecting all trans people negatively, because I think Hopeless Peaches is by its own
if we divide her by
existence
how many
an
people she
insult.
is, if we divide her by how many people she is, maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah, yeah, right.
But no, he's exactly right. But I'm fairly certain Lio's referring to me.
to be, unless you're going to correct me right now, I don't recall him actively going out and maliciously dead naming people.
Oh my God! I'm called my name.
On top of that, using
I'm
the wrong
going to
pronouns to
correct
rile them
you.
up. Go ahead.
Using the wrong if you're riled up from fucking pronouns, if you are riled up from pronouns, I don't care like where you sit politically. if you are riled up from pronouns themselves, if you are fired up and losing your fucking mind over pronouns, you are not a sane individual. Okay? Life is going to be very hard for you. Life is going to be very, very difficult for you because there's going to be far worse things that are going to piss you off if that is what sets it ablaze. If that's your tipping point, fucking pronouns.
Pedantry.
Ed,
I'm going
Yeah, it's fucking pedantry.
to correct you. He actually
Go ahead.
does all the
Does he?
freaking time.
Does he do it in front of thousands of people?
Not thousands, but he has. I don't want to disclose family details
I'm not
because
going to ask you to.
Well, who are they talking about? I don't
Her
family
father.
details.
Father.
I'm gonna ask you
Oh,
to.
okay.
That's why I'm keeping it very vague, Rin. You actively allied yourself with people who willfully and giggling use dead names and the wrong pronouns.
Oh my God, that's horrible. That's horrible.
Wow.
That is fucking Jesus. I'm Hitler. I'm Hitler. Oh my God, it's the end. It's the end. I call people their name, and I don't use their preferred pronouns. It's the end of the world. It is
So-
the end of the world. Chat, it's over. Get in your vaults.
It's so weird. The dead naming thing is just really strange to me.
Oh my God. If those two things are something that ruins your life, that makes your life to the point that you are unstable, you are not a stable individual to begin with. If someone disagreeing with you and not you not hearing what you want to hear at all times is something that sets you off, you are not a sane individual. And that doesn't apply to all trans people because I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but people like Doodle Tones, Hopeless Peaches, Fuchsia Butter, they don't represent all trans people. And to suggest that they do, is a far greater insult to trans people than pronouns.
Yeah, they make trans people look really bad. Okay, like that's the problem. Like, you want to know why extreme right wingers hate trans people? It's because of people like Doodle Tones and Peaches
Well, I'd say more like Keffels
and
or
Keffels. Well, dude, they're all. I literally put Keffels and Peaches in the exact same category.
like you can be annoyed by it. I'm annoyed by all kinds of things. Like I don't like people claiming that I tried to dox Lemurs or like there's things that annoy you, but you don't see me like throwing a full fucking temper tantrum and moral fagging people because they accused me of that. No, I always break it down or I say that they're wrong and move on. Like, okay,
Yeah.
it's not that big of a deal, but you're and it never was a big deal, but we're all pretending like it is. Oh my God, I don't have the same socio-political views as you. Uh, that makes me a bad person immediately, as if I'm fucking Adolf Hitler over here or white supremacist or something. Like it's ridiculous.
You actively and willfully engage with transphobes whom you say are against your values. How can you not look at these things and realize the incongruity?
Okay, so you realize that some people can have similar values and different values at the same time, right? So some people can like the same things, and some people can dislike different things. I don't know if this is like an asinine thought to you, right? Where you're just only friends with people that like and believe in the exact same shit at all times as to you. But I'm friends with a wide variety of people politically. I don't like communists. I hate communism, but I'm friends with multiple people that are communists. Like that's what this comes down to. It's politics.
Hold on. You just said communists and people in the same sentence, and
Oh my God.
that's not a thing. All right.
I don't know what it is with these people in the art community, but they love to fucking reach to politics as some kind of gotcha. And
Yeah,
all
first
it does
thing
is
they
just
said-
reveal that they all need people around them to agree with everything at all times that they believe in, or it's a fucking problem. They're children. They're adult children. They're man children.
One of the first things they said about me was actually Lio did was he called me a right winger, right? And I'm like, dude, like, hold up. I was pro gay marriage before that was hip. I'm 34 years old, and I was like thinking that Bush and Obama were weird for thinking that gay people couldn't also fuck up their lives by getting married. I don't know. I find that weird.
Yeah.
I'm an atheist, so go find me a right winger that's an atheist. I'll wait. And on top of that, I'm pro-choice. I'm like I'm not a right winger or a left winger. But if I am a right winger, then I must be like the unicorn variety.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fair enough.
I think there's more to that than a fair enough. If you thing
One
is,
one
okay.
could say that they're adult baby diaper lovers. That's getting thrown up in here.
Did you do some of the art for Akumu?
Oh my god! That's what I was talking about. The fucking temper tantrum over this.
Yeah, I did.
In the art you did, which one was it? What art did you do?
It was like a um
Which videos?
Videos? It wasn't for a video, you idiot. If you're gonna bitch and complain about something, you should probably get the specifics of it.
hold on. It's been a bit.
I just like, dude, how this conversation between Rin and June right now is just.
From
Oh,
what
man.
I've heard, this isn't also by the way, from what I've heard, this isn't the first person he's actually gone and bitched about for making art in regards to me. So this is like a reoccurring theme. He's throwing a temper tantrum and he's bitching because people made art of me. It would be like me going to the people that make art of Ponder Sprocket and saying, "How dare you make art of Ponder? How dare you do that? Don't you do that?" Or going to people like Lio, "Don't you know that he lied for Peaches? Don't you know that he knew about the FCK shit?" It's ridiculous. It's pathetic. You don't
Okay,
see me
so-
doing that shit because I'm not nearly as fucking pathetic.
So, I gotta go outside and mow briefly. I'll be back in like 20, 30 minutes.
Okay.
Because it's about to get dark, and I just want to slam that through before
No, I
it does
get it.
that.
I
Yeah.
got
So if you're, but yeah, I guess you probably will still be here by the time I get back. So
Yeah.
But yeah, it won't be very long. And plus, I just need to go chill for a second and brutally decapitate grass.
Okay. You have fun with that, man.
Later.
I'll see you later. All right, let's keep going, chat.
Okay, let me make this simpler for you. Has it been in any of Akumu's recent videos past 3 months?
Me, like, been in it?
Has the art you have done been in any of the recent videos that Akumu has put out in the past few months?
Why
I
do you
believe so, yeah.
care? Are you saying you don't use other people's artwork? Like, why are you throwing a fucking shit fit? Because, mind you, I don't think I've used Ren's artwork in a video. I used it as a fucking profile picture. He's literally throwing a temper tantrum because I had a profile picture done by Ren and I credited Ren in the fucking on my Twitter feed. It's this right here. I'll show you all it. I'll actually use it on stream right now because it'll piss him off. I'll show you all it right now. Here. If it'll actually properly do it, because the resolution is pretty interesting. It's this right here. This is what he's throwing a temper tantrum about. It's this. This is what he's upset about.
Would you give your father art to use when you know he's going to spread hateful rhetoric?
Hateful
If you knew-
rhetoric. Like, can you actually cite an example of hateful rhetoric that I've spread? Like, this is something that, like, a lot of people that are left-leaning, I wouldn't say left-leaning, actually just extremely far left. They will accuse you of spreading hateful rhetoric, but I've never advocated for anyone to be attacked. I've never advocated for anyone to be hated by any means. My entire actual fucking point is that you can disagree with someone without hating them. I know that's such an asinine idea. Like, is honesty hateful rhetoric now? Is not believing in what you believe in hateful?
who
I
Akumu was.
I would draw art for my dad in regards to D&D, but when it comes to political endeavors, no.
That's not what I asked you.
Yes, it is. She just answered your question. If Rin's dad wanted artwork, if their dad wanted artwork for a political endeavor, it would be a no. But for D&D, it's a yes. So, like, how is that not registering in your fucking brain?
I asked you if you would draw art for your dad knowing he was going to use it while spreading hateful rhetoric. Did you know who
What
Akumu
hateful
is?
rhetoric? What hateful rhetoric? You ever going to specify what that hateful rhetoric is? How is truth in honesty hateful? Like, not what are you saying? Not hearing what you want to hear at all times is hateful. It's ridiculous. But I'll gladly debate him on the subject. I will gladly do it any fucking day. The ball's in his court. Just as I sent him the invite for this this stream, the ball's in his court.
You know what he does.
Oh, he's honest.
I would not.
There's
draw
no way
it.
you don't. Okay, then why did you for Akumu? Why are you willing to associate yourself with one group of transphobes but not another one?
Trans. They love to throw that word around.
Because he's been there for me since forever.
Listen,
Your father raised you and has a roof over your head. What's your point?
listen. I'm transphobic, but I'm supposedly transphobic, but at the same time, I'm cordial and like close with Ren. I wouldn't say close. Like, I don't know everything about Ren, but close enough that we like talk about like personal details, I guess. Like, wouldn't I be like absolutely hating Ren's existence? Like, wouldn't like what's the justification there? This like it's not making any sense. And that goes for all the other people that I've associated with that I know that are trans. You're throwing a shit fit over names and pronouns. That's it. You've cited nothing that I've actually done that is actually hateful. Aside from you seem to think, I don't know what it is with these people, but they seem to think that not getting their way and not hearing what they want to hear and not getting the preferred treatment is immediately prejudice or discrimination. It's actually, there's a quote from the Thomas Sowell that talks about this. When you're used to preferential treatment, equal treatment feels like discrimination, and that's more so often used for like racial politics, but it applies directly here. These people are used to preferential treatment and what they want being pandered to at all fucking times by everybody. Yeah, it is entitlement. It is. But then if you don't give that to them, you're the one that they have these expectations of you that they set that you never agreed to begin with. But then if you don't meet those expectations, you are the problem. That is the exact fucking logic that people like this display. And it's nothing more than just moral posturing. It's using and society's current fucking politics and its layout to try and morally grandstand people. It's like a big problem with this community.
I care for Akumu too because he's been hurt by the FCK. And he's been there for me for like a long time.
Right over
And a
your
lot
head.
of people vilify him.
right over your head. Just right over it. Somebody being in text chats for you was fine. But if that somehow violates your most basic values, which is don't be a transphobe, then I think your metrics are a little.
To be transphobic, I would have to actually be prejudiced or discriminatory to trans people. Me being mean to a trans individual, to someone that I don't like that happens to be trans, is not transphobia. It's like saying you make fun of someone who happens to be black, and suddenly you're racist. You hate all black people because you've made fun of people that are black, but not because they're black. And I've never made fun of someone for being trans. Unless we're gonna reach and say me making fun of Doodle's fucking voice thing is to do with trans, as if there aren't people that aren't trans that have shitty voices. Like when I was 16, I sounded like a little bitch. Everyone talked about that. You don't see me squealing about and going, "Oh, that offends me so much."
Law. Because somehow being there for you in Discord calls somehow rates higher for you than having a roof over your head. And I'm not saying that your dad's not awful. He probably is. I've been around enough groups to know how this can be. But do you not see how this is a bit?
Are you guys saying he's in call right now? Like he's in the cat's lair call? Because he's pretending to be offline. He's got his thing offline for me. No, I'd love proof for this, because it'd be fucking hilarious if he actually was. He's in a VC right now. I sent him the link. He can hop on here any fucking time he wants to.
An equal, one would say, in severity.
Uh, I guess, yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'd love I'd love a screenshot. Tag me on it with Twitter. I'd love one. Because he can't say I didn't invite him. He's invited. He has the link. And I'd love for him to come on. I have no reason to prevent him from coming on, especially this hateful rhetoric horseshit. Like when have I or Kumo ever said anything that's hateful rhetoric for trans people? Because if you actually consider someone disagreeing with you hateful, you are the problem. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. He's on his Lio Man 2 account. Oh, well then I'll just send the link there too. Well, actually, no, he doesn't have me added on that one. I think he has me blocked. We'll see. I'll send him a quick friend request. We're gonna find out. Oh, he doesn't have me blocked. He unadded me. Okay, I sent the friend request. He's taking criticism at the moment. All right, let's continue.
So you care a lot for Jordan, huh? Your word, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So when Kumo started making fun of them when my video came out, did you get on to Kumo for it?
Wait, what?
I didn't stutter. You heard me.
Did he make fun of them?
Yep. Matter of fact, they made fun of them pretty regularly in Kumo and in La Server to an extent, one way or another. Jordan knows that. Jordan knows that.
I didn't.
How are you going to sit there and deny? Earlier, he was denying that Ren cared for Jordan. That Ren did not. They did not care for Jordan at all because they didn't get to know Jordan. They didn't pay Jordan's bills. They weren't there, physically, right? So they didn't care. They didn't actually care. They just were mad. They were just mad at Lio. And now he's trying to use that against and say, "Oh, well, since you cared about Jordan, these people made fun of Jordan." Oh my god.
Not know that.
Then we have the fact that Gilded Poo actively thinks that as he should kill themselves. And yeah, you came in and said, Who or Gilded?
I don't think Ren and Gilded are friends. So I don't know why he's bringing this up.
Let's not say that. You really think that's the type of energy you should have there? Just politely, please don't.
I was trying to be polite and
No. Because you wouldn't have that energy if it was one of your friends. Let's be honest here.
Drunkleby. Oh my god. Drunkleby's in there. Oh, Gilded would get a kick out of this. Oh my god. Okay, so for those who don't know about Drunkleby, who Lio is currently in VC with, you know that all that grandstanding about being close with degenerates. Drunkleby went to fucking Reddit and made this a Reddit post, and I'm gonna read it to you. Oh my god. Yeah, the other one with the Diaper King. That's who he's in call with right now. And the others are muted except Drunkleby and Lio and this Kana individual. Yeah, he's in there with Drunkleby right now. I can't wait till Gilded gets back. He's gonna fucking love this.
Here's my problem with you, Ren. You lack any form of consistency. You make special exceptions for certain transfers, but not ones that pay your bills.
I'm pretty certain Ren's father has demanded that they're not allowed. I could be wrong on this, so take this with a grain of salt. And I mean that, a grain of salt. I could be wrong on this, and I will happily make like a correction. Don't take it 100%, but I'm pretty certain Ren's father does not allow them at all. Like tries to dictate what pronouns they can and can't go by. Like actively says you're not allowed to have these preferred pronouns. Not once have I said that. In fact, my entire point is you can have whatever preferred name or preferred pronouns you want, but that doesn't mean someone has to call you that. Like I can tell you all that you better call me father, okay? You better call me father. This is our family. This is a family. This is my found family. You guys, I'm adopting all of you. You don't have to though. Like that's always been my talking point in regards to that. Is that I take issue with the entitlement and the demanding, as though the people are making some kind of fucking as though you've agreed to something you've never agreed to begin with. So Rin's father is actively trying to control them. I am not. So there's quite a difference there. Almost like one's a controlling party, and my entire point is I don't want control over me, and I don't want to have control over you. That's the disconnect there that Lio, of course, is not going to recognize.
You know who these people are.
Chat, I was joking.
You
I was joking. I was
You know they're
joking.
awful.
Don't start calling me that. It
So
was
why are
a
you their
joke.
friend?
It was a joke.
And I genuinely
They
want to
care-
know. They care for you.
because I know their sides.
Oh.
Akumu helped Nil with being trans.
Oh.
Yeah, no. So because of what I know in regards to biology and chemistry, I literally gave Nil advice. Okay, even if I disagree and don't like it, I still gave Nil advice on how to. I think Nil wanted to be more feminine, right? So I literally gave Nil advice in regards to foods and shit. From just knowing biochemistry. So even if I don't agree, by the way, I'm still willing to try and help out. And although this is actually, this isn't going into my private life details before, but I've even helped someone out with like, in regards to like measurements for hormones, even though I don't agree with it. So I guess, yeah, I'm truly hateful. I'm truly so fucking hateful, even if I don't agree with it. Now, to be clear, they were an adult. They were an adult. There are 21 people in this call. I am so terrible that I help people with things that I don't believe in and that I don't agree with. and that I advise against. Like I gave them like, before I helped them with it, like the measurements and whatnot. I I told them the risks and whatnot, and I gave them a good idea as to like the potential risks. But at the end of the day, they still wanted to go through with it. So I said, all right, well, I prefer this than taking people's online advice, because at least I think I have a decent amount of knowledge on it to help with it. I mean, I wouldn't. No, I'm not saying this to say that I'm a good guy. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying this makes me like a fucking hero or anything like that. My entire point is how am I so hateful, so transphobic, if my entire premise is don't try and control people, don't try and push it on people. That's literally it. That's pretty much where it ends. I'm going to continue.
Interesting.
That doesn't mean what he did was okay. I don't condone a lot of what he does, but
And where's your line?
I'm trying to keep my voice down
Where's your-
because I don't want to get caught.
Where's your line? Where's your line, Ren? So as long as he's okay with the trans people you know and like, then Akumu's fine. Because he misgenders doodle tones all the time. He takes shots at
I'm
doodle
not
tones for
okay
things
with
that happen. Then
Doesn't
why
mean
do
I'm
you
okay.
innate? Then where is your line?
Oh my god. I call doodles he. Oh my god. It's the end of the world, folks. Get your tinfoil hats on. It's over. It's over. This is it. Chat, we're going to be cooking meth. All right? That's what we're going to do. I'm probably going to end up putting myself on a watch list, but oh my god. Crotch looks like a blown out tire. Yeah, that's also right. Oh, hold on. Beckett sent me something. Let me take a look at this. I'll let this play while I look at it, though.
Ren? You wouldn't do art for your dad.
It was a joke, Beckett.
Enable
It was
him
a fucking
to spread
joke.
hateful rhetoric with your art, but you will with Akumu. You say Akumu's been there for you, but your dad
It
put a
was a
roof over your
joke.
head and raised you.
I
Probably
love
garbage.
my dad though.
Oh
So
my god.
Okay, but you just told me that you wouldn't do it for your dad, but you'll do it for Akumu.
How dare you make
And your
art of
reason
someone
was
I
because
don't
Akumu's
like?
been there for you. Do you not see the incongruity here?
I report the truth. There's nothing true about it.
Do you think the people you're associating with
Here's the
during all
thing.
this are good people?
Yeah,
Yes or
actually,
no?
your point again. This is a good point to make. Rin said that they do art for their father. They said that they have. So he and I think it just went in one ear and out the other because it's inconvenient. Like because it's completely inconvenient to the point that he wanted to make. He just was like, I'll ignore that.
No.
if Akumu changes his outlook on transphobia, he would be definitely a good person because he tells the truth. You know,
Does he?
not like about trans, but he does not.
You literally admitted that you can't prove and show anyone where I've lied in this situation. Or in regards to my FCK series that goes, back 4 years? I admit to my fuck ups in the Ponder video. In part 2, I admit to my fuck ups. I'm working on it still, so obviously I'm making a claim about a video that's not out yet. But I admit to where I'm wrong. All the time. I retract claims when I know that they're false. I have no reason to lie about any of this. I gain nothing by lying. Because being honest about all of this shit has made you all fucking throw all kinds of shit fits. Why would I lie about something when you can point out easily that I'm lying? Because I already have a bad reputation. So you could easily point out. So me lying would just worsen that because you'd easily be able to point it out and no one would listen. But you actually, Doodles also admitted that you can't show where I've lied. And not only that, but this is the same guy who's been caught lying multiple times.
Not lie. He does not lie.
No, he has lied. Every human being on the
Yes, I have lied before in my life. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I'm like obviously, but where have I lied to do with the FCK? To do with myself? Where? I have no reason to lie, but you have been caught lying. You literally even said in your video, I draw the line at lying. You said that in the video, the same video that you then repeated a lie less than 2 minutes later. So like you pretend as though you have these moral lines, then you cross those moral lines. And here's the thing. You only apologized for the fact that you lied because you were caught. That is it. That is the base fucking line. Just as you were trying to lie about the Jax call for so long until I had to put it up on stream. You had no idea. You're telling me none of the people that have mentioned that clip, you had no fucking clue about it. That's horseshit. That's fucking horseshit.
this planet has lied. And notice what you said there. What was the first word? If. I asked you a yes or no question. And I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you think the people you're associating with during all this are good people? Yes or no?
Yeah.
You think they're good people?
Yes.
So you
You're
don't
not gonna
take
make me
any.
budge on that, dude.
You're not going to what?
You're not gonna make me budge on it. I'm sorry. I'm.
Well, here's another problem.
I care.
People like Lio have to force the situation. People like Lio, Doodletones, Heaton's another perfect one. People like the art commentary community have to force the situations into who is good and bad. And that it goes to show just how fucking childish they are, because that's how they view it. They view people as heroes and villains. So one party has to be painted as the hero. One party has to be painted as the villain. One party has to be viewed as innocent. The other one has to be viewed as a harasser. They have to force it that way because that's their only way that they can understand anything. Yet they want to talk about how everyone else is childish, how I'm the anime villain because I make fun of them by LARPing as one. Like it doesn't compute for them when something doesn't fit in that exact way. In the conversation after the Nezzy call, Heaton was like, "Do you think that makes you a good person?" Actually, they were saying it. Other people were saying it, and Heaton said it. Or no, someone else had said it, but Heaton was agreeing. Correction. Other people said it. Heaton was agreeing with it. What people like this have to force it that way because they themselves have to present themselves as the better party by just saying that they're good. Not by their actions, but by telling you. Because these people, that's what they prioritize. They get their reputations by their words, not their actions, but just their words, by what they tell the audience. That's why the same audience, the same community conflates reputation with credibility, despite the fact that I have what? A dog shit reputation. And apparently that means I have a dog shit credibility, despite the fact that they have admitted, themselves have admitted, that they can't show where I've lied. After insisting to you all that I have been dishonest, that I have been lying. Like it doesn't make any sense. It's dissonance. It's mass fucking dissonance.
Care for them, and
Why?
they always have a good part of them, unless they're like
Everybody
a
has.
pedophile or
Rin, everyone has a good part of them. That doesn't justify the wrongs they do. You know what the
So again, your argument is everyone is an asshole. Alex was right. Alex was exactly right. Your argument is Alex is an asshole. So why should you, someone who's done bad, who's lied, be trying to grandstand and tell Ren, obviously, because let's be real here. We can all see this for what this is. This is an angular attack because Ren associates with me. This is the same thing that he tried to do with Kumo. He wanted to talk with me privately about Kumo, that I was wrong about Kumo. He has yet to talk with me privately about Kumo. Refused to do so publicly, by the way, despite the fact that he had talked about Kumo publicly in his video. But then when I bring up the fact that he slipped up in his video and revealed that he had the full context and seen it, he wants to talk about it privately. Because what he's doing is he's trying to go at people for associating with me and trying to get infighting with our group, with our group of friends. That's what he wants, because directly doing so has done poor for him. So he's trying to sow seeds of doubt.
These people are like, Akumu and Kumo are transphobes. Kumo put my wife in videos too.
You yourself, why are you throwing a shit fit over that? As if you yourself haven't put private information. Actually, it wasn't even private. Fun fact: the photo that Lio's bitching about in regards to his wife, those were all publicly online. All public, by the way. All fucking public. Mind you, but here he is in a Walmart, in a McDonald's, trying to do this little Batman voice to intimidate someone, going on about who they associate with. Mind you, the same guy who's in call right now with someone who has a diaper fetish, who likes to pretend to be younger than they are, or I guess not younger, but what's the term? Because I guess technically, if they're not, pretending to be the particular age, they're pretending to be reliant on someone, like a child would with an adult. I don't I don't know why you think you have any sort of moral ground here.
And do not, because I'm tired of hearing this nonsense, say, well, I disagree with that, as though it would have been acceptable to you for
age
anybody
play.
you like. The truth of the matter, Ren, is these people, whether they realize it or you realize it, know full well it's real easy to get you on their side so long as they're nice to you. And you'll excuse any sort of nonsense so long as people are nice to you.
Oh, really? You want to talk about excusing nonsense? How about the behavior with Peaches? You yourself dealt with suicide baiting and kept excusing it because, well, Peaches has mental issues. Peaches has mental issues for a year. For a fucking year. And you want to talk about brushing shit off. How about with no evidence, baselessly coming at me? Well, in lying for Peaches. Like, did you think that was all just magically going to go away? That poofed?
A marker of somebody is not inherently how they treat their friend, because who doesn't treat their friend nice? It's how they treat other people.
I treat all kinds of... Okay. And this argument is pretty fascinating from someone who, again, is willing to lie for the people he's close with. I don't. Like, I'm open about my own fuck-ups and where I've made mistakes. And that's not to say I've never lied before. And that's not to say that makes me a good person. I don't think, honesty inherently makes you good. I think that people misconstrue that because the world is naturally a very dishonest place. So they think that because someone's honest, that inherently makes them sort of virtuous. I don't agree with that. Someone can be honest and not necessarily be a good person. But with that said, back to my main point. Lio seems to think that all the shit that he's done so far, the constant lying, not only to his peanuts that are still sticking around, by the way, and to his audience on YouTube, and to the people close to him, suddenly has all vanished to where he's trying to grandstand because and drive a wedge because me and Ren have different political views. I'm an asshole to everyone, but yeah, I treat my friends nicely. What is your point here? Because I'm not bending over backwards for everybody? Like, what is this?
Because here's the thing, all of this excusing you are giving, all these whataboutisms, you certainly didn't give to me. And you wouldn't either.
That's an interesting complaint from Lyle. That's a very interesting complaint from Lyle. In fact, so interesting that Peaches was to be believed with no evidence. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to take issue with that. But no one else is. You are to be believed with no evidence. but then no one else is. Like, you're going to complain about standards not being fairly applied to you from someone else when, like, throughout the last 2 or 3 months, you've been the fucking king of it in this community and this little group of people, this little hug box on the internet. You've been the absolute fucking king of inconsistent standards. I'm sorry. Why didn't Fuchsia Butter get fucking yelled at in a public fucking call? You tried to grill me on shit that you knew nothing about. You tried to do that. You've grilled other people for far worse shit. You've grilled people for Ammo's call was public. Fuchsia's server. You sat in a call and listened to Peaches go on and on about the Ammo shit. Yet when it came to fucking Fuchsia Butter, who had that fucking server. When it came to that server that had an actual confirmed pedophile in it, by the way, that the mods didn't want to do anything about, that had minors sending borderline, not literally child pornography, but kids, essentially teenagers, 15, 16, in fucking lingerie, and having conversations with adults about, if I keep going, this is going to get demonetized. You get my point. You get my point. And showed it in lolly and in bestiality, all in that fucking server, by the way, a public server. Why wasn't Fuchsia lambasted for that publicly? No, guess what he did? He had a private call with Fuchsia. How about this? Lio says that he doesn't like being lied to in calls. I brought him evidence that Nezzy Monster lied in our call. He did absolutely fuck all with it. He ignored it entirely. I brought him evidence. I sent him a screenshot and explained it all, and he was there in the call. I might have even offered to snip clips to show him if he didn't remember the call. He didn't go jump down Nezzy's monster's throat. No, he didn't. For a guy that wants to talk about, oh, you didn't give me these charities. You're the fucking king of not giving people equal charity, so shut the fuck up. Pooh is he's not here yet. He's fucking mowing his yard.
Your tweets show that. Where was the talk about everybody having a good place when you were sitting there calling me an abuser?
You do have a good side, though, too.
That's not what I asked you. Not what I asked you, Ren. I will not allow you to sit here and pivot like that. You are going to answer me directly. I have been very patient with you. I have not raised my voice at you. I have not yelled at you. You will answer my questions as I ask them. You will not deviate.
Remember, this is supposed to be just between Yun and Ren. That's all this is supposed to be about.
I can you re-ask it? Sorry.
You can go on and make all sorts of excuses for people who are nice to you or people you like, regardless of their egregious actions, but you don't for people you don't. Because you had.
Tell me what is so fucking egregious. If you think someone being called, if your idea of egregious is someone being called their literal name or pronouns, you have first world problems. Mr. I've seen so much. I'm so hard. I'm so intimidating. If you think those two things are egregious acts, you have a very privileged life. You have an extremely privileged fucking life. You have hardly clearly experienced anything egregious if you think those two things are egregious. It's and mind you, this is a 38-year-old man saying those things are egregious. Like, I guess like words don't really carry that much weight, but I wouldn't call something that literally does absolutely nothing egregious. I would call something like murder egregious, like someone being assaulted egregious, something that actually does something. And yet he's sitting here moral posturing Ren, not listening to a thing that they're actually saying, by the way. It goes in one ear and out the other. In fact, he's more posturing to such a degree that just as Gilded pointed out before, he's just spouting shit so that he can get a win. Because he's not actually paying attention to his own fucking words, what they mean, the implications, the fact that he's contradicted himself so far. And no one else is. No one else has stepped in to check him. Susie, well, I get onto Lio for shit. You only stepped in to say one thing in regards to Ren. You didn't notice the fact that he slipped up in his whole little story that he wanted to give. But I'm yapping too much. Let's get through this.
No problem turning a thing that was allegedly, and I quote, for the victims, to being all about me. So where was that talk about me
Oh
having
my
a
God.
good side when you said I am not reliable dealing with predation cases, that I'm an abuser?
You're not reliable with dealing predation cases because you've never gotten someone arrested for predation. Ever. That makes you not reliable. You think a video on the internet is holding them accountable. You think putting them in a call with the victim where you badger and yell at them is it. Sure, go ahead, do that, but that's not holding them accountable, you fucking idiot. You fucking tubbalard. You think that that actually is giving justice? That actually is a punishment? Oh my God, I have to sit in this call with this fucking fat guy trying to scream at me and be intimidating. And the only people that are only ever intimidated are ones that are like literally autistic. You're going to notice that Lio only does his Batman voice or raise his tone in two scenarios. A, he already knows the individual's easily intimidated. So the individual's easily intimidated. He either knows that or he'll recognize that in the conversation, and then he'll raise his tone and get aggressive. Or do his Batman voice. Or B, when he's around his peanuts, when he's in his environment where it's just his peanuts watching. Those are the only two scenarios he'll do that. And if it's both, he especially does it. That's why he didn't do it on the stream with me. I'm apparently so egregious that Rin gets this treatment. But with me, he's nice. In fact, he goes quiet. He's antsy. He's fiddling. What happened to that? I'm so egregious. Since I'm so egregious that this is the treatment you give Ren for simply making me some fucking art because you're clearly jealous. But with me, oh no, it's a completely different thing. With me, you want to talk privately in calls. With me, you want to be cordial. With me, you don't want to raise your voice. Okay.
Oh, and then we have you who dropped nil, but somehow nil magically is able to still message you, telling you that I'm accusing you of something but had nothing to do with you. And you
I
lost
did
your mind
not
on that
drop
too.
nil.
I was told that you stopped talking to Nil because of their hypersexuality.
No, that's not true.
Well, then you got a lot of explaining to do to Neurofunk as well, because you told them that too.
I didn't. I said Tommy.
You told me and them nil.
I did not drop nil. I told nil to drop Tommy.
Either way, let's assume that's right, because somehow Neurofunk and I have the same information.
My monetization.
Where was that concern then? No, instead you just ran with something Nil said, didn't verify, didn't ask questions, just went off on a tirade.
Oh, again, didn't ask questions, but you came to me and asked me about my family.
Further accusing me of things.
Yeah, this is why I hate the telephone game. This is why I hate it. Because it's responsible for so much fucking shit.
I think your exact words were that you hate me so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. You've tried to control their life far more than I have. Maybe that's why they like me more than you. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's why. Because I don't try and tell them what to do. Because I don't sit there and do a Batman voice to sound intimidating, to give life advice. You know what? I'll read to you all what I said to Rin, okay? And you tell me if I was anything remotely like this, because it's not that hard to, you know, try and help somebody out here. So I'll read to you what I said. And this is, again, not to say that I'm a good person. Not at all. I just want to show you the contrast between like a thorough breakdown here. Where is the messages here? Because I'm not used to the new username. All right. Okay. So here's what I said. I should have said yes to the idea of the FCK leagues, or at the least, I should have told you an idea as to the pressure it would be. You just don't handle stress very well and are very skittish, intimidated easily, don't like upsetting others. Whatever emotion you feel seems to multiply really fast. There's a word for this, but I don't recall it. That is how you should. This is in regards to Ren criticizing themselves. So I said that is how you should self-criticize. An insult here and there is one thing, but being constructive and insulting is more of a balance. That okay? You don't have to give a Batman voice to give someone like advice or try and lead them. You don't have to do that stupid shit. It's not hard.
Because
Because what?
Yeah, that's all it comes down to. His feelings are hurt.
I was going to accuse you of that, Ren. Why wouldn't I use your most known name? Or do you think you're the only person on God's green earth that has the name Damien?
that was wrong, my assumption on my part.
Oh, trust me, I know. But this is my point. You will give grace to the most horrendous things on the platform, so long as they're your friends.
Some of the most horrendous things on the platform. So why are you giving this treatment to Rin then? Why weren't you so so? And also, tell me what I've done that's so awful. Tell me what I've done that's horrendous. And also, again, where was this treatment? Where was this energy at? It wasn't present. It was nowhere to be seen. It was like it just evaporated.
You can say all sorts of things about my behaviors, some of them very valid, but I still hold my friends accountable. And it's not just, well, I disagree with that. I dragged Coyote here in Senate, but enough of his neck and published that call. Did it to Misanthropony too. And if I still had contact with Aaron, I would do it with them too. You won't, because they're nice to you. You have literally now in this call said you will excuse transphobia so long as they're your friend. You will excuse people bringing other.
Well, that's because you all baselessly throw the word transphobia around. Yeah. So let's not forget that.
People's wives into things so long as they're your friend. I want you to tell me how this is justified. Because I can tell you this much. I can tell you this much. Pay very close attention to what I'm going to say to you. If Jar did a video on you and put your father on the video, everybody be coming to me wanting his head. And you'd be leading that charge.
Okay. What does Rin have to do with Kumo's video? Do you think like Rin was involved with it at all? Did Rin work on it at all? Did like Rin ever touch the video? No? Okay, well then, why are you bitching at Rin over this? Why don't you get in call with Kumo, actually, and bitch about this? I've tried to set it up. You said you'd think about it. Why is it you can do this with Rin, but apparently me and Kumo are so horrendous?
So if that ever does happen to me, I should just excuse it by saying, well, Josh's nice to me. How would you feel if I did that to you? Tell me.
I would be angry. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be real angry. The only things I will give you credit for that you won't excuse is child predation. Congratulations on meeting the bare minimum. You will accuse people without evidence. You will claim you care about somebody knowing literally nothing about them because you don't care about Jordan. And I'm saying that as somebody who did. I think, personally, You care about who you can weaponize when you're mad at somebody else. And the FCK Twitter account proves that in spades. And you admitted to that. You admitted you utilized it because you knew people were listening, so you could have your own little issues with the SEC. Here's the other thing that I'm going to take you to.
I thought they were disconnected. Which is it? They're separate communities of the same. You guys got to pick one. You have to pick one here. Because I thought FCK was ArtCC. I thought ArtCC and SEC were two different things. So which is it? Well, it doesn't achieve anything. It doesn't achieve anything. What it actually no, it achieves something specifically for Lio. No one else. The feeling as though he's won. The feeling as though he's set Ren. He got Ren. He called Ren out. Because that's what these people tell themselves anytime they do anything. That's what it gives him. Even though he knows that Ren is easily intimidated, skittish. So there's little to nothing to conquer there, but because Lio is so pathetic, he sees it as a W. He sees it as, yep, I got it. Yeah, I've done this. You know, I put my foot down. As silly as that is.
You did not divulge to Akumu.
Whoa, hold on.
Your history.
All right, what's?
You saw his live stream with me.
What's the point here?
Why'd you lie by omission to Akumu?
Well, that's not lying by omission. That's not lying by omission. If I asked about Ren's history, and then they told me something but left out certain details, that would be a lie by omission. Not informing someone of something that they never asked for is not inherently lie by omission. Like, again, this community loves logical fallacies, and but they don't know how to use them. But I get his point here, and I'm not saying he's entirely wrong. It would have been nice to know those things. So I'll give him that benefit there, that credit there. But with that said, that's not lying by omission. Lying by omission would be me asking and then leaving out those details on purpose. That would be lying by omission.
It was also because I was scared that if I spoke, that I would get legal action. I made that clear.
Oh, no. I'm talking about to Akumu. Akumu.
No,
Not to us. Not to us. No. You've never been scared of legal action before because you had no problem telling me you were still scared of the SEC, which of course now is contradicted by you attacking them using.
No. That's not what fucking happened, you dishonest fucking weasel. That is not what remotely happened, you retard. The SEC were upset with Ren, FCK Leaks, because Ren, FCK Leaks, dared to talk about their diaper-loving deity. Dared. How dare you blaspheme our Lord? How dare you do that? How dare you talk about the degenerate fucking group chat they were in? No. How you can't do that. You're slandering us. You're slandering us. That is what kicked this off. The SEC members that were in Senate, the Senate tards, came at FCK Leaks and immediately tried to expose FCK Leaks as Ren. But they totally weren't trying to misdirect from the FCK. But remember, the SEC and the ArtCC are different, but they both hate when you talk about the FCK. They both hate when you talk about what their favorites did. And they don't want it acknowledged. They don't want it acknowledged. It's the same reason why they didn't talk about Nezzy Monster when she made sexual harassment accusations that were flat out fucking false and lied. Throughout the 4 entire years, did you see any SEC members hold her accountable? No, you didn't. Not a single video even mentioned it or even referred to it. The SEC, in particularly FCK Leaks, when Ren was behind it, there was no goal of returning to the SEC. I mean, the fact, now, to give Ren some criticism, being scared of the SEC is really sad. You should not be scared of them. I understand potentially being scared of them because they rallied, potentially being scared of Lio, considering the FCC rallied behind him, thinking that he was going to be some savior. I get that. But aside from that, there's nothing to be worried about. Unless it's from like Lio trying to dig into personal shit and whatnot, your personal life getting affected. But when it comes to the SEC, they're nothing. They hate when you show that they're nothing. That's why they haven't come at me since. This is just ridiculous. This is just absolutely ridiculous. The pure fucking trying to rewrite history. Imagine being such a dishonest fucking hack that you have to try and rewrite history and how the events played out, and especially doing it to someone who he knows will likely cave.
That account
Oh,
by
Inla
your own
wants
admission.
you guys want Inla to come on?
So don't even. Yoon may buy that. I don't. And Yoon's welcome to. You were scared of legal action, then, especially when you knew we found out. You would have ducked and ran, or you wouldn't have gotten involved at all. You went on one day while I was driving to Dallas to visit my in-laws for 4 hours about how scared of the SDC you are. But the moment you think you can essentially sweep their legs, there you are in the front line.
What the fuck are you talking about? Again, the FCK, right, has nothing to do with the SEC. You guys have insisted that it's an art commentary group, and art commentary and SEC are separate. So going at the FCK wouldn't have involved the SEC, but no, because the SEC are fucking retarded and are constantly glazing and blowing doodle tones because it blasphemed their perfect, fucking diaper shitter. Oh no, how dare you? How dare you do that? How dare you accuse Doodles of being in a group chat they were in? How dare you do that? They took offense to it and got themselves involved. He drives on Discord. Hold on. Just to give you an idea as to how fucking chronically online this fat ass is. He drives on Discord. He eats at McDonald's at Walmart on Discord. He'll call while he's at work on Discord. But he's so busy. So busy. Okay. Sure. All right.
This is no, go ahead. I want to hear what you had to say.
I do apologize, at least.
What?
Huh?
For what? I listed out a whole bunch of things
For
here.
hurting you.
Look,
Yeah, it's peak fucking like chronically online fat ass Tubbelard. Like almost it's Discord mod behavior. Like even if he's not grooming, like he's behaving like a Redditor. He's flat out behaving like a Redditor. Like the bot, like what you picture of like the soy jack Redditor is Lio. He's eating McDonald's on Discord, driving on Discord, at work on Discord. He literally lives on Discord. Oh, endless here.
Oh, is my mic
Hi,
better this time
Furry.
around?
Hi.
Oh, hello. Sorry, is my microphone? I realized my microphone was really loud last time. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Crystal posted the full call and truncated a lot of the dead air as well.
Dope. Okay, well, guess what, folks? The full call without my or Gilded or Inla's commentary, our lovely additions. Though, to be fair, to give myself some credit, I did provide you all screenshots of before, and I got screenshots afterwards. Okay, so don't think that I don't have anything else, because I got some other screenshots I got to share with you after we're done with this call, because it's not over yet. Even after the call, I got some screenshots I want to read. Anyways, let's continue. Are you sticking around for this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rin, how do I put this delicately? You're not capable of hurting me. You didn't hurt me, you pissed me off.
Okay.
Because you proved Jace right once again.
How?
You proved
Okay.
that the people I try to help don't want it.
Or maybe you suck.
It's why you constantly went behind my back to get back online multiple times in 2023. It's why you still ran around spaces you knew you weren't wanted in.
He's not hurt.
Why
He's
the
butthurt.
moment you got a small inkling of being able to fire back at people you were mad at for calling you out, you took it.
I told you. I fucking told you. These people think that what they do is actual callouts. They genuinely believe it. And on one hand, it'd be one thing if they actually brought something to the table that wasn't known, right? But talking about shit that's either public or already known is hardly a fucking call out. Hardly. But he's got to insist it because he's got to always find a way to what's the term? Over exaggerate.
You have done unquestionable damage to people.
Okay.
For nothing.
All right.
Reminder, he's talking like this while sitting at a
Or
McDonald's.
nothing. Do you really think you helped any victims with that account?
The person who
I
drew that
did
piece,
because I
please tag me with it on Twitter. I want to see Lio at McDonald's.
Oh wait, I think I have that. I can give that to you. You mean the drawing?
Yes.
Okay, I
Someone
have
said they
that.
drew it.
I can send it to you.
Oh my god. All right, let's continue. This part's going to be really interesting, I bet.
There you go.
Help. Who'd you help? Tell me.
Why do you want names?
Oh my god.
I'll name them Gary, Jamesy, Teddy.
Teddy. You think you helped Teddy? Interesting.
Teddy expressed it this taste, but like I sent the money, even though I care for them, and
What does money have to do with any of this? What the fuck does money have to do with the FCK?
No. If I care for my wife and get her a dog, but then make sure that dog is never in contact with my wife, that's not me showing that I care for my wife.
What the fuck does that even mean? What?
You do not care.
What does that even mean?
Actions of someone
What analogy is that? How is that
He's
at all
so
comparable?
good at making analogies, right? He towards the end of this call, he makes an amazing analogy. Just wait till you hear it.
What the fuck do you? Oh my god, dude! The blood pressure is killing his brain. This is evidence.
Lio, your blood pressure.
Caring takes self-sacrifice. You don't have that, Rin.
So here's a simple, easy point to just slap this down immediately. This notion we haven't helped the victims. We've literally publicized the story. We've literally publicized the story of the logs. That makes it known. In fact, in the call that was just held, that we not just released yesterday by Laka, that I reacted to, Teddy herself said, just making this information known, just talking about it was helping, was doing enough. So how in the fuck are we not doing enough? Like, what do you expect us to do? Like, to build altars? You like invent a time machine and try and go back in time and undo the FCK server? Like, what are you retarded? Like, you think, okay, you think, hold on. Here's
Oh
another
my
thing.
god, I knew she was going to be here when I got back.
And here's another thing. Just to point out Lyle's contradictions here, he thinks his videos are callouts, that he's holding people accountable when he makes videos, and that they're callouts, right? Yet, we haven't done enough when we've made videos on the FCK and put the FCK stuff out there. Make that make fucking sense. Make that make sense. It doesn't. Also, welcome back. You should check your DMs. I'm about to send you a little something.
I'm scared.
You're gonna like this. Lyle's in call right now.
With what?
He's in call on his alt account in Senate.
You mean Cat Slayer?
Oh yeah, well yeah, it's pretty much fucking.
You
Look who's in
mean
there with him.
the-
No. Gilded. Look who's in there with him. Look at the name. Recognize
He's
the
in
name.
the litter box of the internet.
Look who's in there. Look who's in there. Recognize the name? Little familiar person? See it?
Oh no way!
Yeah, I told you you're gonna get a kick out of it.
Oh come on!
Fucking Drunkle B.
I just knocked all the shit off my shelf.
Alright, let's continue.
Shit.
Demonstrated it multiple times. Multiple times. In this call, you've admitted that you have lied. You've admitted that you've been spiteful. You've been vindictive. You utilized a platform that was supposed to help people who were victims to attack other people falsely.
How did it not help them? If it publicized the logs, we're talking recordings, HTMLs, how did it screenshots, organized screenshots that weren't mine, by the way. So another example of how I couldn't have like doctored anything. Multiple sources having the same exact screenshots that are taken by themselves. How's that not helping?
Hi, in-law.
Hello.
God, so rude.
And to scream about me being an abuser with no evidence. So if somebody accuses you of the same, should I accept it and do videos on it, or should I make tweets about it, Ren?
You're right.
But what?
Oh, Kuma,
What's the butt here?
I
Was
shouldn't
I
have
brought up
done
yet?
that.
I don't think
Not
so.
yet, but it's coming.
Yeah, I don't think
it's
so.
coming
Shut up.
tonight.
You're right.
Me.
I know you
Tired for
I'm the one
this.
saying you shouldn't have. But you are still here, still trying to make excuses for the fact that you would enable people who spread hateful rhetoric
Oh my
because they're
god.
your friends. And this is
How is Rin enabling me? Like, what do you think Rin is enabling? Like, what do you like? Do you think I go to Rin and be like, look, do I have your permission to talk? Because that's the only way Rin would be enabling anything. And what hateful rhetoric? You don't provide any specifics on this.
Well, no, she could. Ren could also be supporting you by standing behind you, patting you on the back, saying, "You go get him, Tiger."
Yeah, I guess.
always your trap, always your failure on this end. You overlook horrendous actions by other people so long as they're your friend. You, as their friend, should be up their butt about stuff like this more than anybody else because that's what a friend does.
Oh yeah. Oh really?
And I can
That's
tell you
interesting.
this very bluntly.
Just like Coyote Lovely, eh? You know, just saying. You know.
Funny you mentioned that.
Oh.
Oh, you'll see.
Because I have friends here too. I have friends in this call right now. And I have people who maybe not even consider themselves my friends here. For example, I'll go ahead and give you a rundown. Pizza here, I don't know if he considers me a friend. I consider him something of one. If he thinks I'm wrong, he's up in my face about it immediately. So is Busy Robot Hands. So is Strunklebig. Lord knows Weebus is. And God, Monstrous is. Monstrous is with a smile on her face and a switch in her hand because she takes delight in telling me I'm wrong. You don't. And I know you don't. Because I've seen you will sit there to a guy you know makes comments about raping women, has in the past shared zoo porn, and you will try to.
Okay, there I am. There I am.
Oh, Crystal.
Me mention.
I didn't even know you were in the chat. I was just primarily with people in the chat. Crystal will absolutely get up in my face. Crystal will tell me in front of other people to shut up. So why be polite to someone like Gilded Poo? Is he your friend too?
He's not.
Okay, actually.
Why
can
be
you pause
polite
it
to him?
For a second? Okay. All right. I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna ask. Okay. Fucking one left. Fuck. I'm pretty sure that Ren left Endless Server, and I have no evidence of this, so grain of salt. But I'm pretty sure that Ren left Endless Server in large part due to my edgy bullshit. So, like, Ren and I aren't pals. And the only real interaction we had outside of that was on Beckett's stream, where I was being very, very, how do I put it, suppressed. And also, on top of that, the only other interaction was on Twitter, where Ren posted a screenshot of the Nezzy monster suicide bullshit, like, oh, I'm gonna kill myself. And then I posted a GIF of fucking Emperor Palpatine saying, do it. And then Ren disavowed it. So, no, like, there is no, like, there is only evidence to the contrary of Ren being pals with me.
With all the crap you've seen him do, what he's done to other people, the stuff you know he's had on his hard drive, why are you nice to him? There's only one
Even
answer.
when I was not, I'm not gonna dodge the question. Fuck.
There's only one answer from you on this that I will accept. One.
I will only accept one answer, and it is that I'm right. That you have to agree with me. That is it. That is all I will accept.
That's actually not what it is. It's actually so much worse.
Oh.
It's really cringe.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Well, okay.
No, Pizza, I couldn't, because I at least know why you are.
Okay, by the way, pause. Okay, so what he was responding to there was Pizza said to Lio, you could say the same thing about me. And that was specifically in relation to the question that he asked Ren about me. So because Pizza is on my friends list on Discord. We don't have an adversarial fucking whatever, like, talk occasionally, like there's nothing like adversarial there, you know. So realistically, Lio could ask Pizza the same question. That's what Pizza's basically saying. And so because it's Pizza, it's suddenly okay, but for Ren, it's detrimentally bad. It is horrible to ever be like, yo, man, that gilded poo, like, you gotta be nice to him, right? Like, it is actually fucking nuts.
And let's be honest, you're not Rin. You have a different set of values here. I'm talking about Rin
See?
compared to their own values. So what's the reason, Rin?
The values were objective, Lio.
Did I disconnect, or was it you?
I muted. I just said I thought morals were objective.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what he says. Like, so what the hell?
Only when they're convenient.
No matter what I answer, you'd probably not accept it because, like, I'm.
No, I told you
It's
I'd
not
accept
because
one
he's
answer.
nice to me.
I told you I'd accept
Because
one specific answer. So what's your answer?
it's literally because I was trying to be professional, and at the time with the account, I was
You weren't professional from day one, because from day one, and this is what I said on Akumu stream, and I'm sure you were sweating bullets when I said it. You were the one trying to give Toasty. How were you being professional? Because I'm going to go ahead now that you give me your answer. I'll tell you what the answer I would have accepted would be. That because he's such a freaky weirdo, you were scared of him.
What?
I can understand that. Especially being AFAB with some of the nonsense he spouts. I absolutely can understand not wanting to be around him, being scared of him, being scared to have conflict. I would have
Scared
accepted
of
that.
me.
Because despite what you wanted to paint me as and have actually done, I'm not the monster you think I am.
So scared of me.
When have you
that
tried to intimidate? I
have never There is not one time that anybody could ever point
I'll
to
give you an example.
that
Oh,
I
I'll
ever.
give you an
You
example.
struggle
Did you
with
hear that?
this.
I'll give you an
Oh.
example. Hold on, no, I gotta get in tone here. I gotta and scene. I'm gonna give you an example.
Oh, I need to hear this example. Okay.
You genuinely struggle with owning your screw ups properly and
Wait,
just
what?
admitting your problems.
Okay.
So I'm going to make this an example.
He's gonna make this an example.
The things I said to Rosa were god awful. I was
God
clueless. I was a slut shamer. I said horrendous things to them I shouldn't have said to any human being. I made comments about them removing themselves from the census. I made comments about their body. I made comments about all these things because I was being a dickhead in the moment because I was angry about what they allowed, so I let it happen.
No. It's because you were putting on a performance and you didn't think people were gonna get upset. If no one, and I mean absolutely no one, tried to check Lyle for that and tried to say, hey, maybe don't do that. That's a little retarded, right? He would still be doing it to this day. I guarantee you that. There's an alternate universe right fucking now where that never happened. Ponder, no one ever said anything. They all stayed quiet, and he's still doing it.
I own that. Warts and
The
all,
Ren call,
and I regret
yeah,
it, which is
yesterday.
why I own it, which is why I eat it, which is why people can do a billion freaking videos about it, and I panic, I cut my own run.
Is that so? Because I swear, you know what? I'm not going to get into it, but I've heard differently. I've certainly heard differently.
Well, I just want to point out, though, again, real quick, I have never, that I can ever think of, went out of my way to target an AFAB intentionally to intimidate them. In fact, I can't think of actually anybody that I've tried to intimidate online.
Okay, I'm back.
I mostly just make fun of people. So
To answer
like,
your question, yeah, Rin did leave because they were upset with what you said about Nezzy.
yeah, whatever.
But they
It's
were
fine.
never scared of you.
Hey, you know what? That's a way more mature reaction than anything Lio's doing. So, I'll give Rin credit.
I mean, you can seem unapproachable and intimidating, but as someone who has crossed that gap and actually got into a conversation with you, I can say this: Vlad is obnoxious, but he is not scary.
Let's keep going.
I will hold myself to a higher standard.
Oh, right. So I draw the line at lying, but lies 2 seconds. Barely 2 minutes later. Yeah, that's a high standard, guys. That's a really high standard. Guess what? He could have done it like 5 seconds later. So at least it was within the first 2 minutes after saying he draws the line at lying. So it's different. It's a very high standard. It's a very high standard.
I will have people around me who make sure I do. You don't. You cannot do in this situation what I just did there. And I don't get why.
He holds himself to very high standards, but he's at McDonald's on Discord.
Are you scared that if you actually try to hold these people accountable, they won't be your friends anymore?
What does that even mean? Drink again. All right, everyone, take your swigs, because what the fuck does that even mean? How do you do that?
What are we taking shots for?
Every time he says hold people accountable.
Dude,
okay.
I cannot wait till this debate. I want to mock him so hard for this. Like, I really do.
God.
I'm so
I'm
hyped.
gonna be there.
Oh, I might come. In my pants. Did you die, Akumu? Oh, okay.
You killed him.
Yeah. I killed him with cum.
Ew.
Yeah.
Okay. I can understand that. You really think you don't deserve better friends than them?
With self-worth as low as mine, it's hard to find find
This is where the
friends
manipulation
that
really kicks
that
in.
probably value me, to be honest.
It's not about self-worth in this case. This is about the fact that if you have standards and you let others that you consider friends violate them, consider
Akumu?
This is like the third time this has happened, by the way.
consistently and make excuses for
Oh,
them, then
there
you
he
don't
is.
have standards. That's what I was getting at. I never said your
Okay.
father's values were yours. I said you are incongruous and you are inconsistent in whom you expect what you should be. You should not accept transphobia, regardless of who it's from.
Oh my god.
I've gotten up in people's faces over transphobia. I did it last night.
Oh,
Again.
I did it last night.
At McDonald's.
As many times as I
Oh
need
my
to.
god.
Friend or foe. You'll align with them so long as they
Okay,
make you
I
feel
would,
so
I would
hold
love
on.
for him to get my
Friends.
face about my supposed
Want to have-
transphobia. I would love it.
I just gotta say this, okay? And this is maybe just me. Maybe everybody will disagree with me here, all right? I think it's perfectly okay to go up to your friends and be like, yo, like, I don't agree with you, or that, or I disavow that, right? But I think it's really fucked up and unfriend-like to try and curtail the language of your friends or the actions of your friends. For example, that whole video Kumo did where he displayed Lio's wife on there, I wasn't in favor of that. Actually, to be very clear here, what I made the joke about like having like an extreme close-up of her forehead. And he was just like, no, fuck it. I'll just put her whole goddamn face in there, right?
Yeah.
I wasn't in favor of that, but I'm not going to sit there and scream at Kumo until I'm blue in the face to try and tell him how much of a piece of shit he is and how much he should never have done that and that blah 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 blah. Like that's not what friends do to other people. Like, you know, like that's
Yeah.
not friendly. That just makes you a fucking piece of shit. Actually,
In Lio's
that's
world,
coming from a shithead.
in Lio's world, you're a good friend if you control them at every step of the way.
Clearly.
out of friends. You have to. Because here's the thing. You want to be accepted within the LGBT, right?
Yeah, of course.
Do you think
Rin
they're
is
going to mind who
trans.
you pal around with?
No.
Then do you actually want to be in the LGBT or do you want to be around people who are transphobes?
Yeah. Why can't you be
LGBT.
around people that are transphobes, huh?
Okay. What have these
Like,
people
actually,
done for
no,
you?
seriously.
Any tangential thing?
What if
We're not-
Ren could change minds, Lyle? Huh?
Yeah,
About-
remember that? You remember that screenshot I sent you a long ass time ago?
That's not specific.
Yes. Okay. I will get it for you.
You've sent lots of screenshots, but
I think it's relevant here because you just said the thing that I said on my stream. 1 second.
okay. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Your second's up, all right? Like,
Shush. It's there.
Okay.
Just give me a moment. There
Akumu
it
sounds like he's dying.
On the verge. On the verge.
Oh my god,
can't
so many
determine.
words. Okay, I don't
You
even
know what the story is, though.
Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, the black guy. Yeah. The black guy going to KKK fucking rallies to try and change their mind and
Yeah.
and dispel their ignorance. Yeah, like Rin could do that probably.
Yeah,
Like,
he reposted
you know?
that. He was in agreement with that.
Yeah, like the thing that's crazy is like I have friends of mine that are trans. I have friends of mine that are anti-trans, right? You know, like who cares? Like I've had friends in real life that had fucking swastika tattoos. All right, so like I don't particularly sit there and go and try and police everybody's personal views on things. It's just weird. You know, like you're not going to change anybody's minds by fucking shaming them into whatever you think fits best for them. That's insane. You know, we get that your father tried to beat the homosexual out of you, but it's okay. He's dead. You can come out of the closet now.
Oh. Yeah. I keep forgetting that Vlad's not being good faith anymore.
Nope.
Not tangible, like tangible things. What have they done for you?
I've cried to them in calls, and they've been there for me. They've let me vent to them. They've been there for me thick and thin. And
She's not referring to me, by the way.
they didn't throw me out when I was getting too much. They showed care for me. And
But they also never held you accountable, did they?
What the fuck does that even? Take
Yes,
your
we
shots.
did.
Take your shots. But
Yes,
what does
we
that even
did.
mean? I need to know what his idea of accountability means before I can even agree to that. Because he'll say that he's taken accountability for the jack shit. He kept saying that over and over and over for the longest, but he wasn't honest about it.
Hold on.
So like,
were you?
what-
Were you? Oh, sorry. Were you sent the photo? Somebody made a McDonald's meme.
Yeah,
Yeah, I sent it to him.
You got. Does it, should I show it on stream? Do you
Yeah,
guys
it
want
has-
to see the McDonald's photo?
It has Brian Mullins in the background.
You guys want to see the McDonald's photo? One in chat if you want to see the McDonald's photo. I want to see a bunch of one spams if you want to see the McDonald's photo. Lio in the McDonald's. I better start seeing ones. They better start going. We're looking a little low on ones. I want more. Give me more. All right. The chat has spoken. The Hellions have spoken. Where is it at? Okay. Stop sharing. 1 second. Shares. Yeah, share screen.
Oh no, that wasn't even the one I was sent.
There's a different one.
Yeah, hold on.
There's a different one. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I sent you the other one.
I'll show the chat the other one. Oh my god. All right. I'll show them this one too. Oh my god. All right, chat. You guys are gonna like this one. Oh my god. Oh, did it do it? No.
Has Brian Mullins?
Did fucking did Gallagher draw this?
No. Okay, so that image and like both of those images were drawn by Gallagher, but
Oh,
they were
okay.
put. I don't think Gallagher made it.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
Like he didn't make the meme, but he did make the two images
Oh my
that
God.
are used, the PNGs.
Fear and loathing at McDonald's.
Okay, back to the call.
Yeah, now we know why Lio's hair is always so greasy. His hair is rife with that vitamin G.
Well, apparently he was camping out at that McDonald's in the Walmart because his power was out at his house,
Mm.
and I guess he just had no other
he didn't
place to go.
He didn't either postpone the call or not show up because he didn't
Hey.
need to be there.
Do you know what normal people do whenever they're married and their power goes out? You know
They
what they
find
do?
things to do together.
They fuck. Okay, that's what normal people do. All right, you get laid. That's like the perfect time. Right?
My
You know,
imagination was far more innocent than yours.
Lio even has a fucking fireplace. Okay, right? Like, come on. I mean, it's like a fake fireplace. It's like those weird.
Yeah, why
propane
not
ones,
like
but-
put those survivor skills to use? Like pull up your bootstraps and make a living for yourself
Yeah.
without power or internet.
Get your wife pregnant and abuse the kid in the womb.
Jesus Christ.
No, they didn't.
No. Have you ever thrown anything away, Ren?
People?
No, I said, have you ever thrown anything away?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
You ever see trash, reject other trash?
Oh my god!
Wait, I need you to go back and
And
hear
I'm
this
not saying that
analogy.
you are trash.
Oh
Because
my god!
he says, "Do you think trash throws away other trash?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm not calling you trash. It's just an analogy." But it's like, Rin would be the trash in
Hey.
this
One second.
analogy.
One second.
Hey, Inla, have you ever pooped?
On people?
No, just in general, like ever. Like, you know, do you poop?
Girls don't poop. You know this, Vlad.
Exactly. See? Trash.
Vlad sent me the script in DMs.
That was the best analogy I've ever heard. Oh my god! Like,
Oh, there's
dude,
one way. You know the one at the end, right? Towards the end.
No. Okay, so around this point, a very chronic alcoholic with schizophrenia jumped into my VC and then just started fucking screeching over the entire call to the point that
Okay.
he thought Lio was in the VC. Right. So like I missed like pretty much everything after this point.
Aw.
So I'm like completely, actually this part specifically, I'm totally new to it.
Okay, so everything beyond this point is probably new to you.
Yeah.
You're in for a fucking ride. You're in for a fucking ride.
But like my Pop-Tart analogies, man, they are gold by comparison to this shit. Holy shit. That was great. Oh my god.
Okay, let's go through
They're
this.
for me thick and thin. And they didn't throw me out when I was getting too much. They showed care for me. And
But they also never held you accountable, did they?
no, they didn't.
Rin
No.
fumbled.
Have you ever thrown anything away, Ren?
People?
No, I said, have you ever thrown anything away?
Yeah, a lot of things.
You ever see trash, reject other trash?
He
And
just.
I'm not saying that you are trash.
I'm not
My
saying
metaphor-
you're trash. I'm just saying, have you
You're
ever seen
literally
trash?
saying you're trash.
He has to stop with analogies. He has to.
Yeah.
He
Over
has
here
to
is
stop
that,
with
of course, they're not going to reject you. They'll take anybody. They take Tommy's House of Blogs.
So-
They take whatever
Hold on.
weirdo comes in.
Okay.
They're not going to reject you. Have you ever seen trash reject trash? I'm
No,
not saying
you-
you're trash, but they're not going to
Yeah.
reject you.
Okay, you gotta hear the examples he
regardless
gives.
of whether or not they've been inappropriate around children or liked watching an 8-year-old character getting cream pied.
What?
Yeah.
Okay,
Hold on.
I know what he's referring to because he specifies later. He's the 8-year-old comment. He's referring to Spar Danger again,
Oh,
even though
right.
the Ink Bunny stuff happened 10 years ago.
Hold on,
And
hold on,
Spar
hold on,
Danger's no longer in the server.
hold on. So that being 10. So hold on. The stuff with Doodles is 8. Okay. How dare you talk about that? But this is 10 years, and he's whipping it out against Rin, who has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, also, like, didn't Star Danger just come out and be like, yeah, you know, that was really fucked up? And
Yeah,
all
they've
that
long
shit?
since disavowed it. All they did was like they favorited like kind of lolicon stuff.
So wait. So what you're saying is that Star Danger was held
Oh,
accountable.
Spar Danger.
Whatever. You're saying that she was held accountable, is what you're saying.
Yeah, we asked her about it. We're like, well, you haven't done that stuff in 10 years. You haven't liked any content like that in 10 years. And you completely disavow it. And she's like, yeah, I haven't done that in 10 years. Like,
So what you're saying is that Lio shouldn't care because, you know, she was held accountable by, you know, friends, I guess, or
yeah,
pals. or
how,
whatever.
like, yeah, exactly.
Weird. I'm in awe.
I don't know what the other one is
Well,
about,
it's
but
disgusting.
whatever.
And I showed Neuro a screenshot of. Wait, I think it was Neuro who showed. I don't know who showed me. Was it Neuro?
Neuro,
Neural,
the
was it
same
you?
intelligent person that was
Or
all like, if you shoot
because
somebody in self-defense, you're a murderer. Yeah.
I think it was you, and it
Yeah.
was from a video from. Okay, yeah, and
not-
that comment about consent, yeah, that was when I was trying to get Nil the fuck away, because I already expressed to Nil multiple times that Tommy made me uncomfortable because he hangs around Carmen Rider, but
This isn't just about Tommy. It's also about Spar Danger. In fact, I got word from somebody that some of the people that you hang around are mad that you're here at all.
Actually, I was. But I don't hang around her. So.
Has anybody reached out to you other than that one person to see if you're okay, Ren?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm on my account. I'm on phone.
How do you not know?
Because I'm on my phone and in the closet. I'm not down.
He's aware that, by the way, that Ren's on an alt account. He's aware of that. You can see it in the DMs that Ren is on an alt account.
You'll see. He'll ask about that.
No. Hold on. He acknowledged it at the very beginning of the stream. He said it's okay that you're on an alt account. Like, he actually did say that.
He acknowledges it in the DMs before the calls even had, a day before, actually 3 days before. And then he acknowledges at the beginning.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
So they don't know about this account then?
They do. It's just like they.
And what?
I don't know what they said to me.
Hold on. I know that if they know you're here, then they know you're here on this account. So go ahead. Minimize the call real quick and see how many messages you have.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Like, I can't go downstairs to my laptop. My dad will get.
Ren, listen to me. They know about this account, yes?
Yeah.
They know you are in this call on that account, yes?
Yeah.
So if they wanted to contact you, what account would they be messaging right now?
Here?
The one you're on, right? So you don't need to go downstairs. You don't need to go to your laptop. All you need to do is minimize the call you're in right now and check to see if anybody's messaged you, which is what I've asked you to do.
There's Harriet Tui, which is Frick, Neuro, my best friend who is outside of this, unlisted, Crystal Omega, who messaged me about a potential escape, which I appreciate. I don't know if that's possible right now. Your DMs and then the GC with me and Frick and Neuro and Rabbit.
Okay. You notice how Akumu, Kumo, and none of those other people are there? I understand Rabbit being there. Rabbit's in the call right now. I also understand freaking Neuro being there because they've been your friends. Actual friends.
Fun fact, by the way,
Believe it or not.
I actually did message Ren once I was informed by Gilded. So even though I wasn't listed, I was one of the people.
Yeah, I actually told everybody that was close to Ren, or that could contact Ren, that I could think of in the moment, because I did not think this was a good idea. However, to be fair, at this time that I had done all that, I think by this point, Ren was talking to that June person. I was told from the beginning, like, okay, so first off, when he said that, like, that people were mad or whatever, it's because, like, we all thought that Ren just went in there thinking like she could defeat Lio or something. We had no idea, or at least I didn't have any idea, that Ren was led in there under false pretenses. And had I have known that at the time, I would not have said the things that I said at all. In fact, I kind of felt bad whenever I found out. I mean, I had a feeling it was a trap, but I don't know.
It's always a trap. It's always a trap.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Everyone knows this.
You see, because unlike Lio's weird tangents about like how we should all believe Peaches was like groomed or some shit by some asshole from Kentucky, unlike without any evidence, I didn't want to just go out and be like, "Yo, it's a trap" without any proof. So I went with what I felt was the more logical conclusion, that Ren just had a moment of dumbassery. But as it turns out, it wasn't so much that as much as Lio just lying. Shock
Yeah.
and awe.
Not. Because Mill made it very clear to me they're not going to let you skate around the things you've done. And they haven't. This entire time, they haven't said a word to me.
What?
And if they thought I was wrong, I'm sure they
Yeah, I'm
would.
a little confused as to who he's talking about.
Do
He's talking about Nil, I think.
Oh.
There have been so many calls. Well, the thing is, Neuro, you still could tag me like you just did there.
oh my god.
I have had so many instances with Jordan where Jordan has been in calls they shouldn't have been, and I have been worried for them and constantly messaging them to get out of those calls.
Yeah, because it was about
And not with somebody
you.
they wronged, but with other people who are horrendous. Because I cared about Jordan. These people only care about you in so much as you're around sometimes. At least that's what I think. Now, they may disagree, and they're welcome to. But you need a better caliber of friends, because these friends you have just enable the worst of your behaviors. I think you know that, don't you?
At this point, yeah.
So what behavior is that? Could you specify? Could you at all be specific on
You know
what
he's not going to
behaviors?
specify.
Of course not. Of course not. Because being specific means that he actually has to provide an answer. And aside from using big buzzwords
Hmm.
for to make accusations such as these, aside from that, he's got nothing.
How many of these friends, Akumu, all these Nil, all these other people, how many of them have tried to get you to therapy?
How the
Oh,
what
for
what
fuck's sake.
Okay, for those who just aren't aware, this is a huge like red flag for like emotional manipulation.
what the fuck does that even? How would I get Rin into therapy? I'm not even like in their real lives, unless you're saying like
The problem is Lio doesn't see like lending an ear to someone to listen to their problems or to just, talk to somebody. He doesn't see that as like being a friend. He doesn't see that as being friendly or being
listen,
nice to
they didn't try to
somebody.
get you into therapy, but I did.
So
That's what's
Yeah.
going on here.
hey, how many times have you people heard me repeatedly say Ren needs to log the fuck off the internet?
Mm-hmm.
You know? Now
Oh my god,
granted,
someone else drew it.
now granted, I have not said that directly to Ren, and I'm going to tell you why. I don't have her in my DMs. Okay, like why would I? I'm not even want to bother. I'm not friends with Ren. Okay, Ren isn't friends with me, and that will never happen. But the point is that if I were friends with Ren, I would tell Ren to get the fuck off the internet. Like I've said to all the people that I guess are Ren's friends. So yeah, like I don't know. I think that's sound advice. I think in fact that's better advice than say get into therapy. And actually was the thing Lio opens with saying that Ren needs to get off the internet. You see, me and Lio completely agree on something.
Yeah, it's almost like we agree on. We have like the same opinion of what Rin
Yeah.
should do.
Yeah, it's weird.
Oh my god.
How many of them have tried to pay for your therapy?
Yes. No. Pay for me? No.
Yeah. No.
Oh, I've tried to pay for your therapy. How many of them have tried to?
I've
I'm
given
sorry,
you
I'm broke.
material things.
I've given you material things. Yeah,
Relationships
you're
are
spot on.
transactional for Lio.
I mean, look, if Lio sent me enough money to buy like the most expensive scotch I could find, I would never talk about him ever again. Principles are bullshit, okay? Money and scotch talk.
Oh my god.
Nil has been there though. Kumo is
Gotta be blunt. You need to run from Nil. Nil is
Run!
unstable and just dangerous.
Yeah, did you guys know
Interesting.
Nil tried to sell
Nil
me meth
sent
the
a
other day?
message about how much they want to be in a cat slayer call to the point that where they're hoping we make them so upset that they put a gun in
He's
their mouth.
unstable. He's so unstable that he threatened to beat his fucking kid if he had
over
one.
something we didn't even
know?
do.
Just
And
like
said that he would
outside
kill
now.
his child if they had done something. done
Yeah,
something.
like, I'm just like, you can't call anybody unstable, okay? Like you can't. He can't.
Oh,
He's
and unless
fucked up.
if you look at all of his behavior included, right? He said that about the marsh shit, that he could potentially beat his kids, and that's why he didn't have any. But then he would adopt them as adults, I guess, over the internet. And then there's the shit with Jax.
Yeah. He's really great with kids.
Fantastic. Oh my god, he should work at a daycare, obviously.
Yeah.
That's
I
fucked up.
trust him. Hair and everything.
Until your kids found in a marsh 100 years later.
They wouldn't find
Sorry,
him.
my phone is blinking because sometimes when I'm on call and it's I'm gonna constantly tap on the screen.
I have warned you. I have warned you for years, Rin.
God, imagine him doing this
Years
sitting at a
about the fight you
McDonald's.
have, and about what they do, and about where they will drag you, and look where you are.
He's not at McDonald's, by the way. He says that he's not.
You could have avoided this 2 years ago.
What? No, but why would he say that at the beginning of the call if it wasn't true?
No, the reason I
Why
don't
do you
think it's
think I tell
true.
you to not have friends like this? Do you
Notice
think
the
it's because I don't think you
distinct
should have
lack of
friends at all?
anything in the background.
No, I've heard background noise. I've
Oh, I
heard
have
background
not.
noise.
Yeah, I've heard
Oh,
people
okay.
talking in the background.
No,
again.
no,
I'm sorry. Okay,
You know, I thought it was funny because like
At one
there was
point,
like
I was very paranoid, and I thought you
Whatever.
did.
I was just gonna say that like at one point there was like he said something, there was this dramatic pause, and you hear someone in the background be like, "You want a Sprite?" It's like just the most like ridiculous shit.
It must have been one of the times that I had walked off or something. My bad.
Yeah.
Actually, want to isolate, but that was a
Rin.
wrong assumption because
Rin, if I
I
wanted to
have mental
isolate you,
problems.
if I wanted to
Huh?
isolate you, I would have just called your dad.
Oh man.
Because you did give me his number.
Oh
One of the
man.
first messages you sent me on text.
Well, didn't she?
Yeah,
didn't
that-
Rin say
that was
her dad was
stupid of me.
abusive or something?
Yeah, it was also
Yeah. Yep.
Oh my god, that's
Yeah.
beautiful.
And he says, because yeah, you gave me your dad's phone number, and I'm just thinking, why do you still have it, Lio?
Yeah.
Why did you
Yeah.
keep it?
Dude, that's amazing. Oh, I love it. Like, I wish that he would just own his bullshit instead of being
If you
a
okay,
fucking tard.
if Lio has no intentions of ever contacting Rin's father, knowing that that could mean that Rin could possibly get further abused, he would delete the fucking number.
Yeah, I mean, he really cares about victims, though.
He just said, if I wanted to isolate you, I would call your dad. But apparently that's not what he wants to do. So why does he still have the number?
If I wanted to ensure that your father would beat the living fuck out of you like my father did to me, I would just call your
my
daddy.
God.
Tell him you're trans. Because I'm a hero.
Very foolish of you to act like a victim over me talking to your mother. Like I called her out of the blue, which you only corrected once you were backed into a wall and forced to. Which is why I thoroughly believe that you just want to think I'm a monster. Because you lied to Teddy.
You literally
Lied
just
on the
painted out
stream.
all the reasons
Lied
why
about
you
all
are a
this until you found
monster.
out I had a recording.
Oh, shit. Dude, she opened this
You know
stream
the really funny
saying
thing
she
is,
was in the
You'll
dark
sit there and you'll
afraid
push
of
the
her dad.
idea that I'm an abuser, but you still think
Yeah,
you should have a
Rin's been
space
pretty-
in my comment
Pretty
section
clear
to
about
talk,
their
and then get really upset when I tell you to beat it.
relationship with their father.
Do you really think you're entitled to that after saying stupid crap about me?
That's
No,
his
you're right.
justification?
Then why'd you get uppity with me about it? Where did this entitlement come from?
Where did this entitlement come from?
I was
Wow.
I was very angry with how snappy you were in conversations.
Didn't involve you. And I gave you multiple times to exit. And I gave you one final ultimatum. If you didn't beat it, I was gonna block you on the channel.
I
And then
tricked
got
you into
upset
coming
that I
here to
put up a
tell you to
boundary.
get
It's a
lost.
consistent problem.
Oh my god.
Hmm.
Galbanum, Rin, if I was the monster you desperately wanted me to be, why haven't I been worse to you?
That's abuser language.
Okay,
Why didn't
so
I dox you to your parents?
Why didn't I do this? If I'm so bad, why didn't I do this to you?
If I'm so bad, how come I
That's-
haven't been meaner to you or worse
Yeah.
to you?
I've done
Sounds
all this for
stable.
you.
So allegedly, Stardust and the lawyer chick are in Lio's server right now, talking to Lio about this.
Why?
Call.
About this call.
Oh, you'll
Yes.
see. You'll see. Because his whole no threats thing is a complete it's bullshit. Just
Yep.
watch.
Why didn't I pull them out and let them know what you were doing?
Also, I think it's funny. We missed it a little bit, but he said, like, why didn't I dox you to your parents? I was like, what? He
Yeah,
lives
no,
with his
I
parents.
saw that, dude. That's
You're not
insane.
Why
a
did-
monster.
No, I asked if I am the one you think I am. Like, here's the thing I have noticed about people like you, and I mean people I've tried to help. Every single one of you really like the idea of the minute I don't give you the answer you want, you act like this. And I do mean every single one of you. Jordan did it. You did it. Septi did it. Jay did it. Opal did it. Aaron did it. Lumi did it. Nil did it. I sat there on a stream with people I know are saying god awful things about me. And they're sitting there begging me to call the police to get Nil help while they're trying to eliminate themselves on a live stream. And then after I do, they immediately go back to being scumbags.
Oh my God.
Every last one of them. I'm done helping people like that. I'm done helping you.
Yeah, this is very
I
helpful.
hope for your sake, this is the last
Inspirational
time
leader of our time.
Revolutionary
You
even.
are smart, in the sense that you have self-preservation.
Fresh from the litter box.
You will do what you said you will do. You certainly haven't before, because I've heard this rigmarole from you. I've heard the I just want to do my art, I don't want to interfere with SCC people. I've heard that from you already for a year, and you didn't. I am tired of people like you abusing my kindness. Because that's what you did.
I'm
That
the victim
is
here.
abusive
I'm
language.
the victim here.
No,
That
it
is-
is absolute.
That
No,
is-
you know what?
That is
Listen.
hardcore in your face.
Yes,
like,
no,
mask
no.
off shit.
Listen to me. I'm not a psychologist. Okay, this is purely my speculation. This is my opinion. He is a covert narcissist, and this is abusive narcissistic language. You compare this to any kind of narcissistic abuse you've ever heard or listened to, it is exactly like this.
I bet.
You've taken advantage of me just like everyone else has taken advantage of my kindness.
After
My
all the things I've done
patience.
for you.
After
Why-
all
if
the
I
things
wanted
I've
to do this
given
to
you.
why didn't I do this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet Lio's dad was just sitting there like beating the shit out of him. He's like, "You've been abusing my kindness. I'm not hitting you. You're hitting you, you motherfucker. This is consequences for your shit. You piece of shit. You're abusing my kindness.
Look what you made
abusive
me
piece
do.
of shit."
Look what I've had. Look at. I had to shame you. You gave me no choice.
I promise you that me reenacting the end of season 1 of Invincible is your fault. It hurts me more than you.
What's another 17 years?
Communicating with you, checking in on you, while you were supposed to
Oh, this is
be
great.
touching grass, trying to interact and make real world friends, get therapy and everything else, and you went behind my back each time
Pause. Please
to
pause.
get back online in a space you know was wrong.
So he's like, I've been keeping tabs on you, following you, checking in on what you're doing, trying to contact you, send you things, talk to your friends and family during a time where you're supposed to be staying away from me. That is stalking. You are
guys,
stalking Rin.
can I also tell you something that adds to this that I learned that involves me, right? So guess what he told Monstrous today?
What?
My first name.
Oliver?
No.
Oliver Allen
He
Smith?
he got my actual first name. I don't know how or where he got it, but
I
he got
wonder
it.
why he's asking for that shit.
Yeah. And you look at that in context of what he said in his video.
Yeah, that's a
It
problem.
paints a very interesting photograph.
Yeah.
Look at this photograph. So yeah, I just want to know why he's digging this hard on me. It's interesting.
Wrong. And here's where I'm going to be a little blunt. Neurofunk has made it very clear they want to try to help you. They talked to me about it today, in fact. And you know what I told them, Ren?
What?
I told them that they're going to fail. And I told them it's not because of them. They're not going to fail because they're not equipped or because of a lack of knowledge on their end. They're going to fail because you don't want to change. I don't think you want to get better. I think this is, again, temporary. I think right now you are playing nice and you're pretending to take your lumps while still trying to be obstinate until you finally get back into a corner. I think you're going to turn around and go right back to this the first opportunity you get.
Then what was the point of
And I'm
this?
making that very clear to you because I will no longer be helping you.
He's just
I will no longer be
self-reporting
nice about
again.
it. None of that. I'm not going to put you in danger. I'm not a monster as much as you desperately want me to be, because God forbid I hold you accountable. God forbid I try to get you the actual help you need. God forbid I tell you.
I'm not a monster like you want to push me out to be. Okay, and if I wanted to hurt you, why didn't I do these things? And look what I've done for you. What they haven't done for you.
Friends aren't as good as you want to think they are. That maybe you shouldn't be friends with transphobes and hateful people. My God.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
Like, is it just me or has he gotten worse since he stopped yelling?
Yeah, like, dude, like, I'm sorry.
There's so much pent-up narc rage behind that voice.
Why are we treating transphobia like it's fucking child rape? Like, it's
Yeah,
what he's acting like right now.
He compared not respecting pronouns to some of the most horrendous shit on the platform.
Man, imagine wanting to bang Peaches so fucking hard that her rhetoric becomes like super glued to the inside of your fucking skull. Holy shit.
Also, guess what? While I was streaming, Lio messaged me. And he's just like, "Oh, are you covering the ring call?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Okay, you doing the whole thing?" I'm like, "No." And he's like, "Oh, okay, as long as you're not, covering the beginning stuff, the Yoon stuff."
Oh yeah, they
and I was
tried
like,
to.
I wasn't, but now you have me curious.
Like, to be honest, like nobody okay. Ren was honestly thinking that everybody was just gonna blame the Yun person or whatever. Nobody was gonna do that. Like, that's weird. Like, nobody made that accusation. Everybody was blaming Lio for the entirety of all of this. Like, I don't know where Ren got that from. I have no idea.
I don't think it's coming from Ren.
No, Ren actually posted about it. This was linked in your server.
I thought that they said it wasn't Yoon's fault.
Yes, they did, but Ren also, before that post, like, messaged to Leia something, telling us not to skip it because she didn't want people to think it was Yin's fault or whatever. Which,
No,
like,
nobody
thought that. So like, I even made it a point to like say that in the stream that.
But I'm still wondering why he doesn't want people to go over that part.
It's called a red herring, all right?
Maybe, yeah, you're right.
That's all this is. It is just a game, okay?
All right, I'll say this. Leia, maybe cover this part first, and then go back and do the Yoon
Some
part.
weirdo who makes rape comments to women. You know better. We both do. Please. And here's it again, because I keep coming back to things because I didn't make a list, and if I had, it would have been inaccessible anyways because I'm not at home because my power's out last I checked.
Okay.
You didn't have the temerity. To
Where's
sit
your
there
wife?
and
Did
tell
you
me
leave your
that
wife
you
at
care
home?
about these
Yeah,
things.
where is the
Sorry?
wife? Is
And
the
it's
wife
reason
in
why
the
you
hot
release, like,
car?
Google Docs because it's
Don't
your
tell me
turn.
she's
No.
sitting beside him listening to this.
No,
I do not
no,
disagree.
She's in the
please.
house doing
Talk about your
blackface where
hurt,
nobody can
your
see
pain,
it.
how you were abused. I wanted everybody to be able to do it.
You know,
didn't
actually, no,
show
she's
that
probably
chance
at
for other
work.
people. Because you figured, well, if Lio's an abuser
No,
and I
not
can
this
paint him as
late.
one, I don't have to
It's
do
like
what he
9
says. It doesn't
something
matter his
at this
rationale or
time.
reason. It doesn't matter that my actions will hurt other people who are also victims of it, for record, to a much higher degree by the sheer number of things that have been drawn about them. Like the fact that these creeps commission things of me and my family.
Yes, he was in McDonald's for 4 hours.
Okay, hold on.
told you.
Pause.
Wait.
Okay.
Hold on. Nobody commissioned anything between you and your family. Also, secondly, more importantly, they're not your family. You disowned all of them. Thirdly, that art was already on Rule 34. I don't know who the fuck he's talking about, but neither me, Kumo, or Akumu commissioned anybody to do any art of Lio and anyone. All right, that shit was
He's
just
like,
online.
You're talking to people who commissioned rape art of me. It's like, no.
That nobody commissioned shit. That's just like
What?
straight up untrue. Like I don't know where the fuck he got that from. Like I mean, nobody I know. Maybe there's some person. Maybe there's somebody. Maybe you know something that I don't know. And you know what? To be honest with you, I don't fucking give a shit. This is the internet, motherfucker.
Wait. Caesar, where is this protest? Is there a protest anywhere nearby Lio? Like that's going on that he could go join instead and show how morally righteous he is?
Yeah, the only thing I commissioned was me beating the shit out of him for a thumbnail. Like that was it.
And the reason I told you wait was because I was hoping the other people would have the chance to file reports, Ren. And you may have blown that for them.
Oh my god.
Telling your truth, telling your story is 100%.
What the fuck is he talking about? File reports.
He's talking about the FCK shit that Ren ruined the ability to have reports filed. Here's my question. Is that the case? Because is he saying that publicly discussing something online might circumvent the ability to make a report to the cops?
Whoa, wait a minute. What?
On top of the fact that unless like there's something done like that's really fucking severe, they probably wouldn't touch it to begin with. On top of the fact that also, and there's actually a slight problem because if they were to touch it to begin with, they can actually request the logs themselves directly from Discord. So that doesn't make any sense. They've done that before.
Not only that, like, was any okay?
This isn't a situation where there's screenshots that no one has access to the original chats and the screenshots are questionable. This is a situation where the server still exists. They can pull if this were to be reported to the law enforcement and they were to get involved, which I doubt. But if they were to do so, they could just demand the logs directly from Discord themselves.
So my question, because you two were in there, is there anything reportable that happened in there?
I mean, distribution of pornography between adults and minors, like to minors.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, fair
knowingly
enough.
to minors. Yeah, that's correct.
I was thinking about something more direct.
You're talking
for some
about, like,
reason I didn't think about that. Sorry.
No, apparently all the grooming shit happened outside of the server.
Yeah.
Okay. Because that's what I thought. Like, because I didn't think any of that happened like in there because nobody mentioned that. So, yeah. I didn't know it happened at all. Actually, that's news to me. So.
But sometimes you have to think bigger picture. I didn't even want to initially deal with the false accusations of abuse towards me because I knew if I did, any chance those people had of having a normal online life would be shot
Oh
because
my
I would have to
god.
expose them as liars.
Normal
I would have
online
to
Yeah,
life.
there's no such thing as a normal online life.
want to. It's despite people trying to twist my words in that Senate call. And I said, now I'm going to have to embarrass them because I didn't want to win.
Yeah,
You think
no,
I
we
like
know.
doing
We
it?
know. We know you said that.
Do you think I like knowing the fact that these people I took care of, that I had in my home, that I got away from awful situations, were trying to paint me as an abuser and letting other people run with that idea, even up to calling me a groomer? You think I liked that?
Which one of them called you a groomer?
Peaches did, actually. Like, it was heavily implied.
You mean
Yeah.
the one that everybody hates and nobody
remember.
believes?
Yeah, yeah, and not only that, hold on, like there was peanut gallery people, all right, that were making this claim that did actually happen, you know, basically, but nobody. And I had this conversation with Pizza because Pizza came to me and asked me why like Kumo and Akumu were accusing Lio of grooming Peaches, and I'm like, that never happened. And he's
Okay,
like,
well,
so,
in
and he-
Kumo's case, he said it in passing as jokes or
Yeah.
hyperbole.
well, no, he was saying it on video. And then and I even said like that literally never happened. He's like, well, I was told that somebody like made videos on YouTube like saying this shit. I'm like, who? No,
Yeah,
nobody
who?
I associate with did that. Like that I'm aware of, unless you can show me an example to the contrary. But because as far as I am aware, the only people that did that were in like the comment sections of those videos, and those people were often criticized in the comments for even saying that shit. So yeah, like this is a red herring. This was completely made up. And then if I remember correctly, like Pizza went and looked at all these videos and couldn't find any point in these videos where anybody called him a groomer, with exception to them quoting what Peaches' document said that
Yeah.
everybody thought was a law, or was a lolcow
Yeah,
post.
and like this is how this like always happens with these people. It's like, well, I heard from this person, and they heard from this person, and they think that they saw this, or they heard from this person that you did this, and it's like, okay, but did you see it? They're like, no, but I trust this person. And they trust this person, and that person trusts that person. It's like, it's a big game of telephone with them.
For the record,
Clickety,
yes,
clickety,
I am telling Jim they need to make that video because I don't think you're going to stop. I have no faith that you will.
Uh-oh, a video.
Oh
I wish
no!
Neurofunk the best, and I'll repeat it again. I don't think they're going to fail because of them. I think they're going to fail because of you. Now, I've not raised my voice. I have not yelled at you. I've taken a stern tone. Got a little gravelly.
Gravelly.
But if I continue to see you in these spaces, there will be consequences. If I continue to see you weaponizing against other people, if I continue to see you interacting with people you claim are against your values, you and I are going to have a much bigger problem on a much larger scale.
If I continue to see you interacting with people
And
that
this
go
is
against
completely
your
divorced
values,
from
I
you.
will
If
do
you two have
something to
settled that,
you.
good.
Hold on.
I'm glad and I'm proud of both of you.
I thought we were there was going to be no threats.
Yeah. What?
I thought.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What happened to the video?
Hold on.
Are you bringing
Hold
up the screenshot?
Oh yeah.
Oh
Just in
yeah.
case of the folks that didn't see it.
Wait, okay, so real quick, I just want to answer a question I got. Somebody asked me where Lio could have gotten my first name, right? There's a group of people, all right, that have been going around spamming my first name in a couple like obscure Rumble posts, and on Twitter, right? These people in particular are people that are mad at me for making a video going after some guy that fucked a 14-year-old, right? So, like, Lio could have talked to those people to get my first name, and that is the only way I can think of that he might have got that. So,
Eunice request. Oh, go ahead.
You go ahead.
Eunice requesting a call in the Cat Slayer. There will be no yelling, no threats, nothing. They want a civil discussion. And do you have a second screenshot as well? I don't think it's this one. This one. The talking will just be them in June, to be clear. What's funny about this is that Frick went on like a tirade in Bloom's DMs being like, I can't believe... Yeah, Rin will have to control themselves, honestly. Yeah, Rin's the one who has to control themselves. But Frick the Pirate went on this tirade in Bloom's DMs being like, I can't believe Lio lied to me! I can't believe he tricked me! He tricked us! And then like on Twitter, a couple hours later, he's like, oh, there was just a little miscommunication, actually. He thought he was being clear on things. Like, he never said that he was never going to talk in the call. Like, there's just a little miscommunication. He thought he was being clear, but I guess he wasn't. It's like, he said to be clear. I don't know how much more clear you can get.
But if you ever wind up pulling these stunts again and trying to go after the people I care about needlessly, as it was, let's not play games here. The way you conducted yourself has been asinine. And
Yeah,
it's
calling
certainly
out
not
the
been in
FCK
benefit
was
of victims.
needless.
It's been in the benefit of you. If I catch
I
that
just-
again, we're gonna... What?
I disagree, but
It was
you're
just
allowed
about
to
to
have your
threaten.
opinion.
Oh, so what you said earlier about how you used the platform to go at people you were angry at wasn't true?
Rin didn't say that. You did.
It
Gal,
was
they had to make an entire separate account because of you. Because of you. Because you couldn't manage it.
Oh no.
The
Or
account
did you
they've done
forget
very
that?
little with.
I didn't.
So tell me, if you did so good, why would they need to make a secondary account, Ren?
I apologize, and I understand the criticism.
I'm not saying that you don't care about people being preyed on. I'm not dumb. I know your history. I know you do. My point is, you did not actually care about this specific thing. You saw an opportunity to attack people you didn't like. As
Who exactly
evidenced
would
by
that
the
be?
actions.
Like, who exactly? Like, how was it used to attack people that you didn't like? Because you yourself chose to intervene. Had you not, there would be no attack on people Rin didn't like.
Yeah, who did the FCK Leaks Twitter go after needlessly? And why was it needless?
Because it was Lio that started lying about me and FCK Leaks first. Then Lio, which caused me and FCK Leaks to talk about Lio and Peaches. Then Lio decided to figure out who FCK Leaks was because they dared to start talking about the fact that he was lying about the two of us. And then is shocked once the SEC start hopping on board, running their fucking mouth, that Ren is now starting to talk about the SEC. Oh my god. It's really fucking stupid. But what they're trying to do is rewrite how the events played out to leave out the fact that they're the ones that kicked it off in that direction to begin with. Yes, it is true that Ren did take it too far and pushed it. Yes, but let's not pretend like you didn't know that Ren is impulsive and skittish, but also that you pushed it into that direction because you chose to get in the line of fire. The SEC chose to start shit with Ren again. Unless you're saying that the Art CC and the SEC are the same, and that by talking about the FCK, you're inherently talking about the FCK. You're inherently talking about the SEC.
Dude, how dare you say slideshows are art?
And by the reactions. Because I'm not going to tell you who, but we actually did have a call with one of the victims. And they made it very clear the other victims were not happy with you and how you conducted that entire charade.
Okay.
Weren't happy with Akumu either.
Oh, okay. What's your point?
They wish people with more sense. had
Hey,
covered
hey,
this.
Kumu.
Mhm.
I'm not going to tell you who, but I know this black guy that hates black people. Okay. And he's
Yeah,
very
guys.
upset
I know
with
who
black
he's talking
people.
about too. I know exactly who he's talking about.
Is it who's someone that you and I have discussed before previously?
Yeah.
Okay, then
Lio
yeah.
has an Uncle Tom, guys.
Like it. Okay, what's your point?
I mean, I'm sorry.
Also,
Token.
if Akumu hadn't covered this would have never gotten out
No,
there.
that's 100% true. Nezzy and the others made it very clear they didn't want this talked about. 2023, guess what? I mentioned it in the call. They immediately brushed it off and didn't talk about it themselves. Then in her twit longer that she put out, she said, "Can people stop kicking a 4 years old hornet's nest?" Also, mind you, she talked about the FCK even before the Senate call. She vaguely mentioned it in the twit longer that's now deleted, by the way. Well, I thought deleting tweets was bad. I thought it was hiding things, Nezzy Monster. But she deleted this twit longer, and this twit longer talks about the FCK, but guess what? Doesn't get into anything that actually took place in the server. Just denies that it was made for me, despite me never claiming that it was made for me. So these people made it very clear they wanted this server not talked about. They wanted it to just fade away as if it never existed, never fucking happened. I remember asking Fuchsia one time, a long time ago, we're talking 2020, because I heard about the server. I asked, "Hey, can I get the server?" "Oh, no, the server's deleted. It doesn't exist anymore." Well, that was a fucking lie because you were still in it when I joined in 2023.
Yeah, Akumu was talking to Slimmers far before he was talking to anybody
I was
else.
talking to Jamesy and Slimmers. I was talking with Jamesy about the FCK in 2020. I was talking with Slimmers at the end of 2020 about the FCK. We have consistently chatted about it. I tried to get Teddy that draws to come out about the FCK in 2020. I tried to get her to come out about them when she was trying to side with Nezzy Monster in 2023. Who he's talking about is Teddy that draws. I don't know why he's trying to hide that.
Well, I didn't know if you wanted to keep it private.
I'm not going to. There's no need to. I know exactly who he's talking about.
Yeah,
And
I don't
here's
know.
the thing.
Yeah,
I
everyone knows it was
understand.
Teddy.
No, and here's the thing too. Teddy's dislike is that Lio and Peaches became a center point topic. Okay, but why are you going to ignore the fact that they literally put themselves in the line of fire to make themselves a center topic? Had they not done so, had Lio chose not to lie for Peaches, it would have not been as big as it was. And here's the other ugly truth that I brought up yesterday in the yesterday stream. Imagine if I gave this to Lio, considering that we knew that he was willing to lie for Peaches and that he admitted to white knighting for Peaches. Imagine I gave it to him in October of 2023 or sooner than that. How the coverage would have been, how fucking dishonest, and the shit left out of it. So what I've done, and here's the thing, what's the big issue with what I've done? I've objectively talked about the server. They have admitted that they cannot prove I've lied, that they cannot show you where I've lied. They can't even give you specific examples of me being dishonest. Their examples, Doodle's examples of me being bad faith, was me correcting misinformation I myself put out. Yes, that's bad faith, to correct misinformation I put out.
Oh yeah,
They
Milky
think
Way.
you're being bad faith.
Really quick. Milky Way, why did you show Frick's DMs to Enla? Because Frick literally gave Bloom permission to share them with everyone, to spread them around. That's why. If Frick is gonna go back on that now, that's not anyone's fault but theirs.
Also, if you really care that much about DMs, you should get off the internet, right?
Not
As
only
you know,
you, but-
my family always used to tell me, never write anything in your journal you're not willing to let other people read.
Well, there's that, and also, again, Teddy she could have helped me in 2023, and she didn't. And I'm not blaming her at all by any means. But for her to make this complaint is nonsensical, especially because it's leaving out the fact that Lio and Peaches got themselves involved. Let's continue.
Because step one of covering stuff like this, Bryn, is contacting the people affected.
Nope.
That wasn't done.
The victims weren't contacted.
Oh
Wait,
god.
Crystal,
Okay.
did any of
Buckle
that
up.
play out to you like they were?
I assumed they were reached out to. I thought.
Go ahead, Ren.
Sorry,
Tell
Mary.
Crystal.
Wait, what?
I didn't because I was afraid that the evidence would be covered up. But at the same time,
No, it
that
would
was
have
a
though.
huge mistake.
That's
I get it.
Hold on.
You thought the evidence would be covered up if you spoke to the victims?
Yeah, because last time when I tried to go after Toasty, one of the victims
Also,
was going
how-
against.
here's the question: how would speaking with them? Let's say no one spoke with them. How would speaking with them change what's in the server? How would that change a fucking thing in the server? You can talk about the server. Fun fact,
Mhm.
without having to speak to the people in the fucking server. It's possible.
Yep.
because you can look at what's in the server and see how bad it is yourself because people have fucking eyeballs. You don't have to speak to them. Now, is it good to do so? Yeah. But this notion that you have to, mind you, Lio himself has not spoken to all of them.
Where is that in
He's doing this
the
grand-
law school books?
It's not, but he's also doing this grandstanding when he himself has not spoken to every single fucking one of them. He's spoken to a few of them. Okay.
The video and stuff like that.
Chris, I'm going to hand this portion over to you. You're more qualified to handle this.
Huh. I was
Yeah.
under the preconception that the victims were reached out to.
Yeah, so as someone who is also in the call that Lio is referring to, yeah, apparently, according to the victim that we had spoken to,
Teddy.
yeah, Akumu and Rin here just kind of took the stories and ran with them themselves.
Yeah, the
Which is why
stories that would
I
have
was
never
under the
come out
notion
if
for such a
Akumu
long
hadn't
time
said
that
anything.
neither did care.
This is a lie. I tried to get Teddy to come out about this in 2020. So either Teddy's lying to them or they're lying. Either or. Additionally, I tried to get Teddy to come out and join me with the FCK shit in 2023 when Nezzy and Doodletones, by the way, fun fact, approached Teddy. And Nezzy did a bullshit apology so that they could get Teddy on board for the Senate call with me.
Mm-hmm.
And I started listing just some of the things that the FCK did to me and just barely getting into the stuff in the server. And Teddy left the group chat. That was in 2023. And in regards to speaking with the victims, I spoke with Slimmers and I spoke with Jamesy.
Now I don't know I don't know Rin's history like Lio does, but that's why I was going around saying that neither cared about the victims.
This is coming from the individual who has admitted to at least knowing in 2020, to finding out at some point in 2020 and doing nothing. Whether it be May or October, November of 2020, you still found out in 2020 and you still did fucking nothing. But I don't care because I didn't ask Teddy's permission to make my video. You mean the individual that was so fucking biased in regards to 2023 that it left the fucking group chat because I dared to talk about my experience with the FCK?
Well, I know I said this already, but why do you have to care about the victims to point out hypocrisy? It's just the weirdest thing.
You don't. You don't. They're setting this arbitrary moral standard.
One that they don't follow themselves, but yeah. It's an arbitrary moral standard that doesn't actually change the evidence by any fucking means because they want to, again, discredit. That's all it is. And because they can't attack the evidence directly, they're attacking me with all this moral bullshit. Oh, I'm a transphobe. Oh, I stud name and misgender and I have bad faith intentions. But your examples are of me correcting my own misinformation. It's all just, or for example, trying to sow seeds of doubt in people that associate with me. It is nothing more than because they can't attack the evidence directly, they have to circumvent it. They have to go around it to try and get me.
Okay, I'm not going to comment on Kumu. I'm going to comment on Ren as they're here. So,
I'm just saying. That's
when it comes to victims, as a victim myself, as someone who has dealt with a glitch cell situation, Ren, you see cases, you see victims, of course, you get the evidence, you compile the evidence beforehand, and then you reach out to them, you talk to them, you check if it's okay to use their story. You can say it as a general sense, but
no one used Teddy's story. You all have admitted that there is shit that happened with Teddy in regards to the grooming outside the server. No one has used it. Any of the victims, mind you, could come forward and make a... No, that's what? Are you asking me?
Yeah. So no, sorry, not even the FCK leaks Twitter. Like, did they ever talk about Teddy's story?
No, they literally platformed Teddy. They literally told
Okay.
everyone to go to Teddy and listen to Teddy. So this grandstanding is complete bullshit. Because when Teddy did her streams, guess who was telling people to go follow Teddy? when Teddy made her fucking when Teddy made her her Twitter post. FCK Leaks was one of the first few people to retweet it, telling people to go check it out. When Teddy did her streams, FCK Leaks was promoting the fuck out of her streams. The streams talking about it.
This is something
None
that I
of
would
us.
love to hear you and Crystal discuss at some point.
Oh, I'd fucking love to. I would love to, because they're blowing fucking horse shit all over the place. All over the place. It's nothing but lies. No one has taken any of their stories, because guess what? Any of these people, just as I've spoke about my experience with the FCK, no, I wasn't groomed or anything like that. But just as I've spoken about my own experience, because guess what? Fun fact, no one else was going to do it, so I did it myself. These people can do it themselves.
You were going to groom yourself?
No, I'm saying that I spoke about my own experience with these people, with this group. And these people can make Twitter threads, YouTube videos, anytime that they want to, that people will watch, because guess what? It's a hot topic right now that everyone wants information on, because guess what? All the people that knew for 4 years never told anyone anything. So all this information is coming out of the floodgates, and people want to know what the fuck happened. And any of these people could make, again, tweets, Twitter threads, videos, providing information. And that's exactly what Teddy did. And people watched him. I showed up to them. FCK Leaks was promoting them. Many people watched them. There was donations. So I don't see the big issue here. It's bullshit. It's nothing but bullshit.
You don't have the wisdom diaper.
Yeah, I don't have the wisdom diaper. Yeah. I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Who is it? Who is that?
People who were
Uh,
on children as they were. It was displayed. It was
It's not
disgusting,
relevant,
but
to
a
be
lot of
honest.
people should have
I was
done
hoping you might
a
know.
lot more. And that is something for a very different day, for a very different talk that I need to have with people. But you talk to the victims. There's many victims of the Glitch Cell crew that I couldn't forward their story, that it was very concrete proof that I couldn't use because the victims told me not to. Does that suck completely?
They have all the evidence when it comes to their own personal experiences. So this is nonsensical. The server itself is the server itself.
Okay, I just gotta say this, all right? And this is gonna sound really harsh, but I don't give a shit, okay? If you are an alleged victim of something, especially a sex crime, and you go out of your way to prevent that story from getting out, or you prevent it from being reported or whatever, I honestly think to some degree you're responsible for every victim that follows you.
Yeah, that's a sentiment that you shared in your Peaches video.
Yeah. So like all those people that like Bill Cosby got accused of rape, and then like all of a sudden like fucking 150 others came out saying the same thing. If every one of them were telling the truth, then every one of them are at fault for not reporting it sooner.
The notion that anyone who joins the FCK server and sees the shit and finds it appalling and wants to talk about it needs to go to every individual miner that was there to ask them if they can talk about it is fucking insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, that expectation when it's something that nobody does.
Mind you, again, if I never got a hold of this server, I don't think it would be out. And that's not to say I'm some hero or say I'm the good guy here, but let's be real here. They made it painfully clear they had no intentions of ever talking about it.
Dude, imagine if you're like, I'm a hero, I'm here to help the victims. And then what you do instead is you listen to every victim telling you not to talk about it, and thereby going completely out of your way to ensure you're never preventing more victims from being victimized. Like you're literally contributing to the overall problem you're claiming you're standing in opposition to. In other words, Lio is actually more dangerous to children than what his claims would be otherwise. Like the guy is actually dangerous in that regard. So, for example, Lio went out of his way to in some fucking stream he did with what's that stupid weird fuck Anthony whatever, right? He was
FNDR.
Yeah, he was in that call with FNGR saying that he would weaponize the sex offender registry to hunt down and kill pedophiles. And as cool as that might sound in some weird, twisted, LARPy universe, the consequences of that would be essentially if everybody did that, if everybody weaponized the sex offender registry, they would remove the sex offender registry completely and thus make all children actually at risk because of the actions of a few vigilantes. Like that's just completely nuts. I don't know why nobody like he wants to talk about 3-dimensional thinking. Motherfucker can't think past his own LARPs.
Yes, but as I've got on
Fuck.
Peaches and Lumi's ass for, you don't take a victim story or voice a victim story without their consent. You saw how frustrated I got with them when you saw my anger. And the reason I've been giving you support and giving you understanding because I was under the precondition that you asked the victim. There was
So,
no
can you
victim
pause
story
for a
before the
second?
FCK.
Sure.
There's an issue I'm having with Crystal here. It's that it's this sort of like emotional pleas, appeals to emotion that Crystal is
It's a
doing that
pathos appeal.
it's sorry?
It's called a pathos appeal.
Could you describe that? Sorry.
Oh well, actually, I'll just give you the exact definition.
That would be good.
It's
Yeah.
philosophy. Yeah, pathos, ethos. I mean, this is writing. I mean,
Okay, pathos
philosophy
or
at
the
the end
appeal
of
to emotion means to persuade an audience by purposely evoking certain emotions to make them feel the way the author wants them to feel.
Yeah, and I asked Crystal and they were just like, "Well, I was emotional." But there's this sense of like this like forward of feeling and urging them to like feel sad because I'm sad about this and you should feel sad too, you know? It's just like, okay, calm down.
But there's
You don't got to
also
do that.
ethos, which you're appealing to ethics, and then logos, which is you appealing to
Thank you, Vlad.
logic. Yeah. Well, here's the thing: none of these things are bad in of themselves. Like it's perfectly fine to use pathos to make a convincing argument, so long as you're doing that in harmony with the other previous things that I mentioned. If you're just doing that in isolation in a vacuum, you're just being dishonest at most, like
I'd like
intellectually anyway.
I could understand if like maybe Crystal doesn't even recognize like maybe she's gotten so sucked into all this ACC shit. They all do it, so maybe now she does it too.
Yeah.
It's like it's not normal, Crystal. I'm sorry to tell you. Like it feels forced.
It is forced because nobody is this morally righteous in real life. None of these people are. It's all LARP.
And you
Yeah,
asked
I
a
don't know.
single victim?
Beforehand, no.
Didn't ask a single.
I don't think Crystal had any bad intentions. I just think that.
No, I don't. I just think that they're a little too like
What was the
ACC
FCK
brained.
for then?
Yeah.
Watch too much anime.
Because
I
I'm
was
glad
trying.
it happened. I'm glad people are informed, but I was under the precondition that you were friends with one of the victims, or you had like one of them came to you to be like, "Can you help me speak about this? Can you help me tell my truth?" Because that's how I did it. There's many stories I couldn't because I wasn't given permission to. So how did it begin? Explain that to me.
Oh,
please.
and just to add to this, by the way, since we're gonna do this appeal to this pathos appeal of well, are the victims happy about it? Jamesy came to me after the FCK video was made and thanked me, saying that he didn't realize how bad it was. That he had just no idea back then. Didn't think of it. And looking back on it, cringes, finds it fucking disgusting, and even gave me a personal apology with what he was doing towards me. And I told him it's no worries. Like I'm not upset with you or pissed off with you or anything like that. And at the end of the day, you did very little in the grand scheme of things, especially compared to the others. And it's no sweat or anything. So
Yeah. And like Slimer's statement on her Twitter was not emotional, but like it had some like it provoked some kind of feeling of like I didn't like she explains how she's had like a porn addiction for such a long time and
Yeah.
she couldn't really pinpoint where it came from until this.
I want to point out real quick that Lio goes on and on about Kumo and me being in the Fox Mafia server in the past, right? But none of this shit happened in the Fox Mafia server, for the record, at all, period. And I find that ironic because, you know, Doodle Tones was in this FCK server, fucking Names Junkie was in this FCK server, fucking Doodle Tones, fucking Jar. Like, the point is that, like, why isn't he extending that same, like, guilt by being in a server to these people? Not even if they by
Oh
his
yeah,
own
me being in
standards.
fucking Kumo's server was like such a big problem for him to cry about.
Yeah, like how come that's a huge deal, but nobody that was in FCK, man, they're all innocent to some degree or another for the most part, except Toasty, by the way. All of a sudden, like he wants to go after Toasty, but you know, not anybody else that was there that was supporting Toasty.
Well, for the sake of like, you know, just so that they can't say actually, but they are putting like Fuchsia Butters and ZZ under the microscope too, just not as hard, obviously.
I mean, fair. And bear in mind, I'm not saying like Jar and friends should be like attacked for it by Lio. I'm just saying if we went by his normal set of standards, everybody in that server should be condemned for being in that server that were over 18.
Yeah, and honestly, he doesn't hold that standard for Crystal either, because Crystal's in my server. The server that's full of freaks and degenerates and people that like child porn. Like, why isn't that an issue for Lio? Why doesn't that cross a line with him?
It's a good
just
question.
Weird.
During that, the reason why was also because I felt guilty for taking down the video on Toasty because I was gaslit by Junkie and the others by dislike bombing and people lying to me, and I felt horrible for what I did to Teddy and for taking down the video and voicing my anger behind the scenes and being extremely overkill. I did everything and then I went to the FCK and saw everything, and it was worse than I ever imagined it. I was doing everything in my power to make up for it, and I was afraid that if I confronted them, that that they would be in a terrible mental position. I
would be in a
I didn't
terrible
know
men-
what to do, and I was irrational, but
They would be in a terrible mental state either or, because again, you're still voicing their trauma, you're voicing their experiences, they're voicing what they've probably pushed down. Or I do agree that I'm very glad it's being covered. I'm very glad it's being talked about. I'm extremely annoyed that it was looked past for a multitude of years, but that it wasn't even prefaced with the idea of a victim coming forward or you reaching
Prefaced.
out to a victim, either or just explaining the seriousness of it.
Well, I mean,
I'm flummoxed.
I've been open about the fact that Slummers gave me the server and was working, you know, was willing to give testimony as well to back it up. And actually, initially, before any of this, another piece of information, when I said that I've been speaking with Jamesy about the FCK since like 2020, like I've been trying to gather information about the group and the server for a good while now. And so there's
stalker.
well, because I knew that there was something off about it with the shit that Ben put out and Ben showed me, and just Toasty himself. And at one point, I was actually cordial with Toasty. I'll talk about this in the video I'm working on Toasty specifically. I was cordial with Toasty in hopes of trying to get information about the FCK, but it went nowhere. Really, when it came to conversation, it legitimately went nowhere. So
I do want to say though, as far as Crystal goes, for what Crystal is saying, they did want to make the distinction on my stream that like they're specifically referring to Rin here and Rin's actions, not yours, and they wanted to differentiate that.
oh, okay.
There's a lot
Fair
of stuff that Crystal does say here that if they knew more about the pretenses of like the fact that like Rin was tricked into this call and
Yeah.
a lot of the stuff that Lio has said prior, and Crystal did not know that Rin has already like apologized for this and has already been called out by multiple people for this, like a month ago. She says that she probably would not have like been as upset
Yeah. Yeah.
as she appears to be.
Well, I'm gonna like I have some like legit criticism for Ren. Like I think that how Ren handled the FCK account was actually bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we're all in agreement here.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
so I think
Yeah.
like Lio's like accusation there is partially fair. He just takes it to like a weird absurdist degree.
He is overblowing it for sure.
Because he thinks it magically helps him.
Yeah.
But like I do think that like Ren, all she had to do was post the information. That's it. Not opinions. Like fuck off with the opinions. She could have used her like main account to do that. Didn't have to like, you know, go above and beyond with that account. It was just like fucked the whole thing up in my opinion. So but Lio's taking it to like such a weird degree.
Yeah. It's because he knows this is something he can cling to as like, aha, you know, I got something.
Because how it was expressed to me for so long, it was like, yeah, like victims are reclaiming their stories, but man, I assumed it was reclaiming their stories from the FCK, from the people who exposed them to this, but no, it was reclaiming their stories from you.
Well, I do hate how Crystal is acting here.
Thankfully, somebody else is handling that.
Literally what I did with Jibs. I literally had to help Jibs with Lumi and Peaches, and now to know that you've done the same thing to multiple victims, that you put them in a position where they felt like they had to speak up.
She's pulling a Padme, you're breaking my heart right now. And I'm just like, come on now.
God knows if they wanted it to be spoke about now. Because it's one of those situations where it's incredibly shitty. It's really hard, but you need to make sure that victims are informed first and foremost, or talked to, or just comforted, or anything, not just straight away. Like, if you're going to do it straight away, you file the police report. You file, like, you do everything beforehand. So even if it doesn't go public, you've still done the legally right thing, which you have done. I will give you that. You have generally done that. You've shown me that you've done that, and I'm glad that you have. You've used the right channels to report that server, and I'm really glad that you did do that. But it's just, this was a bit backwards. It feels a bit backwards, Vin, if I'm being honest.
Fair enough.
Sorry, go ahead, Crystal.
Have you talked to the victims, like Teddy and anything like that? I'd be like, what has been their thoughts on this?
Who cares?
Their
You got to
thoughts
agree with
were
Vlad on this one.
They were annoyed, but that I was apologetic, and I apologized to Mimi.
Well, Teddy is expressly said that they're annoyed about the fact that Lio and Peaches became a central topic, but again, ignoring the problem there as to why that happened. And basically what these people are doing, and maybe Teddy's doing this, I don't know, is circumventing the in-between event as to what led to that happening. and then blaming us for daring to talk about the fact that Peaches and Lio were lying.
Yeah, we may have been poking you over and over and over and over, but you reacted.
Yeah.
Like they are taking this to the, like, if you take their logic to the extreme, right? And say that a kid came up to them and said, like, I was raped by my uncle, but please don't tell anybody. They'd just be like, okay, I won't tell anyone, right? Like that's what they're acting like. Like
Yeah.
seriously. And in my viewpoint, if a piece of logic cannot work at the extreme, maybe there's something wrong with the logic.
And they were okay with it. Yeah, but yeah, I did apologize to them profusely.
Was this before or after you used the account to constantly talk about me?
Yeah. But what about me?
For like the outing.
No. When you
Um,
talked to these victims, was it before or after you started talking about me on the
Before.
account? Because I just got word that you had to be coaxed into filing police reports.
Into what?
You have to be coaxed into filing
And I
police
know
reports.
the person who's telling me this is being.
How would you fucking file police reports on this situation?
So he says, "Oh, I know this is true because the person that told me is trustworthy."
You would have to file a police report on this situation. You would have to get these people's personal information. You would have to dox them.
Did you just say Vlad?
I said listen and believe.
But
Like-
listening and believing is bad when it came to Jordan.
Yeah, but that was different because Jordan accused Lio of something, and that's
Yes,
bad.
I don't know.
So unless Lio, like, I don't know how he would think a police report would be filed. You can file some kind of like tip about the server, yeah. And you can report the server too. But this idea that you can file a police report on individuals when no one has their personal information.
The thing is that they're taking issue with the wrong thing here. They're taking issue with like, oh, you had to be coaxed into doing it, rather than you were coaxed into making a report. I think that's the bigger red flag here.
Yeah, there's that too.
Why did I even asked Crystal this on my stream? Why did Rin have to be coaxed into making a report on someone else's behalf? And she couldn't answer that.
Truthful.
Huh.
So I'm going to ask you to verify. Did you have to be coaxed into filing those police reports?
Yeah, I was afraid because the legal case was ruined because it was 4 years ago as a statute of limitations, and also because I wanted to. I was afraid that it wouldn't go nowhere.
Also, could you pause for a second? I'm
And-
sorry, but like, isn't it better to let people who understand the law to make these reports, either the victims or people who are understanding of the law and how the law works? Rin clearly doesn't know the ins and outs of how the law works. They don't know who to report to or who to tell this to or who to share information with and what. Like, why is the responsibility on Rin to do that then?
I have a look. It is nobody is responsible to be a snitch. Okay, like no one, right? If you don't want to be a snitch, you don't want to file reports. Who cares, right? That's on you, right? Like nobody should feel obligated to snitch on anybody for anything and for any reason. That's just an insane, fucking weird standard. Like, is Lio the kind of guy that is like parked outside a Walmart and some asshole like steals a bag of fucking ice out of it and he like calls 911? He's like, dude, some asshole fucking shoplifted like $1.27 bag of ice.
He's definitely camping in a Walmart right now.
Exactly. Like it's just weird Karen shit.
Why were you afraid? It wasn't for you.
You were afraid it was going to go nowhere, so you had to be okay.
So you were afraid it was going to nowhere, so you had to make a Twitter account and
No, I got this.
please,
You were afraid
please.
that it was going to go nowhere, so you had to be convinced to make a police report. You do know if you did nothing, it would also go nowhere. You are arguing a
No.
negative.
Oh my god.
You are worried it was going to go nowhere, so you had to be coaxed into making a police report, which would make it go somewhere. Even that small chance. Then
The small
when I
chance.
filed my police report.
Even if there was a
against Archie and Thea,
0.0001% chance,
rumors,
I would take it.
I had it in the back of my head.
Because there's a
It would
chance.
probably go nowhere because we know how the legal system works. But with that being said, it still gives it a chance, a small chance of it going somewhere.
Why aren't we putting this on the
Why did
victims,
you
the
have
ones
to
that should be
into
the
it,
ones filing the
Min?
reports? In all likelihood, why
Why
don't we?
did you
Why
have
aren't
Because
they?
victims know no
That's the bare
better.
minimum you
Victims
do.
do dumb
You
brains who
you
don't know
did
any
that on
better.
your own being, and you were just confused, and that's why. Rin,
Lio, why didn't you report your dad, you piece of shit?
Oh my god.
Yeah, he beat you and you fucking liked it, you kinky retard.
Okay. Okay. Let's relax.
I've had conversations with Lio where I felt like he was being too hard, and I didn't get it because I don't want to involve myself in situations. I don't want to involve myself in the FCK because again, it's being handled now by the appropriate channels. But
Don't worry,
man,
guys. It's being handled by another
to know
YouTuber.
that you were coached into
We're in
making a
safe
report,
hands.
didn't ask the victims for permission, that you didn't do anything like this. I'm
Here's the
amazed.
okay. I got to point something out that just came to mind. You said that this is Crystal's issue with FCK Leaks account, right?
Yes.
But if I had permission already from several to make the video to begin with, and was given it the server by them particularly, what's the issue with the Twitter account going over it?
Because the Twitter account is doing it on your behalf.
So it doesn't make much sense to go at Ren for that because it's essentially the same thing. We're just publicizing it. Well, yeah, I guess so. But
Because they know you would fight back.
yeah.
That Lio has been so graceful in this chat.
So, pause. What Crystal just said there is I'm surprised, like,
Sorry,
based on what I just heard, I'm so surprised that Lio has been as graceful as he's been in this chat. Which I'm sorry, look, Crystal regrets it now, but I still gotta give Crystal shit for that because it's like, the fuck are you smoking, Crystal?
Probably crystal meth.
You know what? Touche.
If it rhymes.
Where?
Interrupting you, Lio.
No?
You can go.
No, this is where I say one specific thing. I've had a lot of people tell me that my behavior from the road call hasn't changed. But here's the kicker, Brandon, you're very lucky. Very, 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 very lucky. But I don't operate like I used to in Senate.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is called
Oh yeah.
calm. I have people on another server right now
I
who kind of
remember
wish I
this
would
part.
prosecute them because they're very hungry for ramen. I'm choosing not to right now. Right now. Because you are
He's
in a very
referring to his
dangerous
old guard,
state.
by the way.
And I know if I do it.
Oh,
I know if I toss you in there, you'll be out on your butt tonight.
What is this, a threat?
Because
Is
they
this
will not
the
be
third
calm.
threat?
They will not
Yes.
be patient. They will not be
Yep.
having a calm conversation with you.
Remember, no threats though.
They are going to snatch you. They would snatch you up by your short hairs and they would eat you alive.
I'll be back.
The short hairs.
So while they're probably going to be tagging you in the
Anybody
chat,
know what the
and like,
short hairs
"Why
is?
don't you give us
No.
No.
this meat?"
Is it the
I'm not going
pubes?
to out of your face.
Yep.
Hmm.
Okay. That's really weird to say.
Is that sexual harassment? I
Sexual
hear?
harassment? Sexual harassment. I think
harassment?
we have sexual harassment. Chat, sexual
Hmm.
harassment.
To a trans person, no less.
Oh my
Lio.
god. Wow. This is a hate crime.
But yeah, he's like, even Crystal had to admit this is a sign of zero remorse for the Rosa call. Because Lyle's more than happy to pat himself on the back of like, look at me taking responsibility for the Rosa call, but then is sitting here being like, you are lucky that people have to hold me back and that people are looking at me. If nobody was watching right now, I'd really lay into you. That's exactly what this is.
It's a Freudian slip because basically what he's revealing.
Oh, just you wait until later. Just you wait. It gets better.
But what he's implying is he's only doing this. He's only being relaxed as a performance because he's being seen.
Gallagher, give me a break, man.
Safety. Because the consideration I'm showing for you, more than consideration you showed for these victims. All while, and I hate having to use this word, because it is absolutely used, very much so by the people you like. But all the while sitting there grandstanding on your Twitter about me and how I don't care for victims. I'm not going to pretend like the way I've treated them has always been good. Certainly
lying for peaches.
Jibs is a good testament to that in multiple ways. I was not prepared to properly deal with them. In that case, Pete's a lot smarter than me on that. Probably about a lot of other things too.
Is that why you found Peaches
I'm not going to pull the
attractive?
stunts you have. This is why I say you don't care, Ren. Did Akumu ask any of the victims before making that video? Yes or no? No.
That's one thing that annoyed me is
Yeah, I know.
Rin's aware, and I actually
Rin's
addressed this
fumbled.
with Rin, and they said, I was just the pressure, and I forgot.
Yeah, no, listen, I
here's
don't
the
blame
thing,
her.
though.
I don't blame him.
It's not just Rin that knows that I have spoken. It's also Lio.
Mm-hmm.
He knows that I
And
got
me.
the server from Slimmers. He also is aware of Slimmers' testimony that further fucked Peaches.
Dude, you
How
put
else
this
would I
in
get
a
that if I
fucking
didn't speak
video.
to the victims?
You
It's also
literally-
It's
you
in the
have-
video.
Yeah, you have a video where you're actually talking with Slimmers in the fucking video.
Yep.
multiple
Practically
videos.
collaborating with Slimmers. Slimmers knowing that this video was being made and was helping you make sure the testimony coming from Slimmers could be trusted.
He's asking a question because he knows he's asking a question that he already knows the answer to, but he's asking Rin, particularly because he thinks it's going to be a gotcha if Rin, who was FCK Leaks, says that I didn't. The truth is, I've documented it extensively in several videos that I did. I've spoken with Teddy before. I've spoken with Jamesy. I got it from Slimmers. It's a flat out lie.
Figure.
Was that Doodles? Did I just hear Doodles speak up?
Yeah.
Finally, Diaper Shitter has something to say. You figured? You figured?
I figured as much. I knew it all along.
I knew it all along. I'm sorry, you watched my FCK video, meaning that you're aware that Slimmers gave me the server.
My diaper of wisdom told me so.
Like, I don't know why you would say this in the call because you apparently watched my FCK server video. Why would you watch it and then in fact, what you should be saying is you should stop right now the chat. You should be telling Lio, actually no, I watched his FCK video. Slimmers gave him the server. You didn't do that though. Huh, but I thought you called Lio out on a shit.
Crystal apparently publicly apologized on Twitter, by the way.
Yeah.
How is this about the victims? Rin,
Laughing like
I'm
a
sitting
maniac in the middle of
on so
McDonald's.
much crap right now. I would love to wrap, metaphorically, my fingers around the next certain scumbag.
Oh, please,
Just because
please,
people who have been victimized by them have
please.
not given me clearance to do so.
Oh, please, please. I'm waiting.
And this be
Do
the
it.
people who have harmed multiple people.
Oh.
And I was
So, no, I need you to back up. I need you to
Tell me
back
will
up.
not
I need you to hear that whole
until
thing.
I get clearance from every single person involved, which is why I told you to sit on it.
Oh
I
my
didn't do it
God.
because I wanted you to hurt or because I wanted to disregard your concerns. I didn't. Because you have gone through awful things. And these people making art taking light at that, joy at it, are disgusting. And I literally wish for death on them. And I'm not going to apologize for that. So if this ever does go to YouTube and have people saying I haven't changed, no, I ain't going to change about that.
Is he wishing death on us?
No, he's wishing death on the people that have commissioned rape art of him, I guess.
Oh, okay.
But that those people have nothing to do with us or the FCK, so I don't know.
Yeah, apparently, allegedly, somebody said it was Septipause that did it. So somebody said that earlier in chat.
Well, Septipause drew that stuff. I think was commissioned by other people. Pyrojet
Yeah.
was the one who was commissioning.
I don't even know who those people are. I've never spoken to any of these
Yeah,
people.
neither have I. Neither have I. They have nothing to do with us.
All right.
That maintains. You may have taken that from them. Because in your world, you're the only one who matters. It's why you'll excuse terrible things other people do so long as they're your friends. And it's why you'll run with false accusations of abuse so long as it's somebody you don't like. Ephron probably has some things he wants to say to you right now. I'm going to let him take the mic for now, simply because I needed time to cool off.
Ephron.
Oh,
I skipped the Ephraim
very
stuff.
basic
so.
questions.
No, don't. It's the
Such
shit.
as you say all these people supported you and tried to help you, and
I'll
basically
debate
said
Ephraim
nobody had
right
ever
now
given
over
you that
anything.
before. Is that what you meant, or did I misunderstand, Ren?
It was at times where I didn't have much people around but yeah,
Were you friends with people like Akumu in late 22? And there's a very specific reason why I'm asking.
1922? 1822? I don't get it.
mm-hmm.
So you had
Yeah, it
no
was
one
just
else
like
around?
it was hard for me to text him because I didn't know where to find him, but I cared for him. Yeah, I care for him.
Oh, no. You had no one else around to help you and to be your friend in late 22.
That's false. No, I meant 21, but
Okay,
yeah.
my mistake. I misunderstood. I'm not perfect. I think basically everything I wanted to ask has been asked in one way or the other. The only other thing I really have is, and if this has already been asked about, please let me know. What was with that tweet where you said that what you told me came across as lying?
Yeah, because I was venting my frustrations and I wasn't thinking straight, but still.
No, Ren. No, you were. I don't believe you weren't. Because that is very specific wording. That is not random ranting. That is very specific phrasing.
Ephraim, do you have
Came
any proof for
across
what you're
as
saying?
lying.
Yeah,
Why did it come across as lying, Ren?
because I was paranoid and it wasn't the truth.
Wait, right there. It wasn't the truth. And that is what I wanted to hear.
God, he's learning.
Because you
from
know what
Lio.
you are doing when you tell people things that aren't true, Ren?
I guess they defend you.
No. You're lying to them. And you have been unwilling to say that term in reference to me. That wasn't even the first time. Do you remember one of the last messages you sent me on your old account? When I said you lied to me, do you remember what you told me? Because I have the phrasing burned in my fucking skull.
Listen, it's back. It's back, baby.
Okay, I'll calm down a little.
I
You
don't.
told me You first, Ren.
No, you can go ahead.
Okay. You told me. First of all, I didn't lie. Emotional speaking is not lying. A year and a half later, I would just like to know, what the fuck did you mean by that?
What I meant was that I was not thinking well. And I was thinking the truth of the moment.
You were thinking.
Truth of the moment.
What does? Okay, Ren, are you doing okay? First off, like I'm gonna.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not doing okay.
Okay, well then,
I
then
made
take a second. Take a second to calm
Yeah.
down if you need to.
You do
If
gotta
you
take
need
into,
to.
you do gotta take into mind that from the current situation for Ren is not exactly ideal.
Oh, then
Yeah,
why are
okay.
you
Well, then I
here?
apologize for coming in a little much. I do apologize for
Again, this
that.
was supposed to be just be
I'm
young
trying to.
and
I apparently just
Ren.
sound angry like
Uh-huh.
all the time,
No, you
and I
sound
don't
bitchy.
mean to.
Rin, if you could do me a favor, if you can in for 10, out for 10, if you can take a deep breath for 10 seconds and then exhale for
Oh.
10 seconds.
I just feel. I feel horrible. Okay. I'm. All right.
Yeah.
Keisha.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, just take a breath.
Yeah. No,
Take a
no.
moment to center yourself. It's okay.
I got something to say about
Conversations
what
like
Ephraim
these
is going
is
on about.
not easy, and I know I feel like it's going to be a lot of mixed messages
what?
now that
Fuck
I'm
it. Why
talking.
not?
I
Say it, sister.
Fuck it. Sure, I'll send you an invite. And then tomorrow I got to clip this stream and make a video. There you go, Alex. The link is sent. I'm going to continue the stream. When you're in, I'll let you say your piece.
apologize.
No, you're okay.
I'm of the testament. I am of the mindset of, if you can see if the things that you've done, the mistakes you've made have been put before you, and you feel that genuine remorse, and you can see that, and you have that kind of not good feeling in the pit of your stomach or your chest, that shows that, you do feel bad for your actions. It shows you care. I personally believe that. That is my personal belief.
I
I
will.
don't think
You first.
I will ask. Is there, aside from financial, because I can't pay because my father is controlling my finances now, and he does not want me giving money to anyone whatsoever.
Wait, Akumu, who's coming in?
Doesn't matter if it's helping
Alex, the critic, he says he has something to say in regards to Ephraim.
Okay.
someone. He told me word for word, I cannot help anybody. I can't even help myself. So, is there any way to make up for anything?
In the way you want to. Because here's a question I have been asked to ask. Do you think one of the reasons why the victim said they were fine with you continuing the account is because they already felt like the damage has been done?
What fucking damage, you idiot?
Also, that's just pure speculation.
Yeah.
What did you say?
More
Do you
people know
think
about it. There's
the
damage
reason
done.
that the victims told you they were okay with the account after it came online was it because they figured the damage had already been done?
I think they said something along the lines, yeah.
Oh, let me take a look at what Monster said.
Alex is here. Okay, say your piece.
Hello, can you hear me? Can everyone hear me, or am I like?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank God. Okay, so the first thing that I want to point out about Ephraim's little spiel with Rin is that, remember Akumu in Ephraim's response to you, he went on some fucking tangent about there's a difference between the way people speak in like a call and the way that people speak in like a video. Like speech
Yeah.
is dynamic,
Yeah.
all that bullshit. Right now, one of the things he was getting onto Rin over was you were venting about something in regards to me, and the way that you had phrased it was very particular. Like it wasn't just random venting. And I'm like, hold on a minute, Ephraim. I thought you were the one who said that like speech was dynamic. Why are you holding it against Rin then? What specific things they may have said when it was just venting? Like shouldn't like the it was venting argument be enough? Shouldn't that like explain away what happened? Aren't you the guy who said that speech is dynamic, and that you shouldn't necessarily hold
Yeah.
something against someone for it? So that was the first thing that I had to say, and the second thing was that one of the things that Ephraim was getting at Rin for happened literally a year and a half ago by his own admission, as he said. So the reason why this is so funny to me is because in my response to Ephraim regarding the whole Starfield drama, I played clips of Ephraim essentially contradicting himself and being a hypocrite. And Ephraim's defense to this is to say, "Oh well, Alex, those videos were like a year ago, so it's old news." And I'm like, wait. Right now, he's getting onto Rin for saying something a year and a half ago. What? Excuse me?
If I'm understanding this correctly, he waited almost 4 hours in a call, waited through all this bullshit just to bring up a tweet that happened a year and a half ago.
Yes, that is literally
Cool.
what's going on here.
Ephraim, ladies and gentlemen, the Ephraim.
That's Ephraim for you.
The SEC is sending their best.
Yeah, like 100%. This is the Senate's back, baby.
Okay. Well.
Wait. Well, Ephraim's a good guy. I'm the biggest Ephraim fan here. I would love to have a conversation with Ephraim, like right now. I'll talk to him about anything: Pop-Tarts, shellfish, the flying spaghetti monster. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, we're getting off track here. I need to get this done with. Wish I could do shit.
I know some people are getting concerned about how long this has been going because it
I-
has been going
I
for
don't
approximately
disagree.
3 hours.
I
Yeah,
don't
I
disagree.
agree.
Almost like
I
you should
don't
have kept to your
disagree.
fucking word.
This is getting longer than it should. However,
It's
I need to
getting
make
long
some
in the
things very
tooth.
clear here, and then we will close out. Rin, I understand, empathize, and sympathize with the things you have gone through in relation to things like the FCK.
I said it, so it must be true.
However, I will give you a comparison.
Oh,
What toys did you play with when you were a kid?
Oh,
Just name
another
them.
fucking shitty analogy, I bet.
Nintendo DS.
So, you have a Nintendo DS, and another person in your classroom has a Nintendo DS. Because you have a Nintendo DS, does that mean you can go mess with their Nintendo DS?
What?
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 Exactly. Just because you were a victim of these things does not mean you have carte blanche to talk about others' struggles.
What?
Does not mean you have carte blanche to make a fuss about them.
Oh my
Because what you
god.
did, what Akumu
I'm
did.
thinking
Even
he was actually dropped on his head at birth.
Guys, I have
Like
a
the nerves
penis.
slipped.
I have a penis, so I can play with other penises. That's all I learned from this.
What?
if we strike away all the other stuff.
He needs to stop with analogies. If we're ever, you know what the SEC hashtag needs to be? Lio needs to stop analogies or something like that. Lio,
Make
stop
analogies great again.
Vote no to analogies.
that's their little gay hashtag that they have to do because he needs to stop with analogies. He is shit.
yeah, it is on my bingo card. You're
Drag
right.
people's trauma out. You made a spectacle of it.
What?
You didn't even have the decency to warn them.
What the fuck are you on about?
Oh my god.
Hey guys,
Stop
just a
smoking
warning.
crack.
It's just a warning. I'm about to make
There
a
is something
spectacle
very
out of your
specific.
out of your trauma.
Crystal can attest to this. Something very specific that Peaches told people about me. It was private.
What the fuck
like
does
a
this
joke.
have?
right
Promise
now.
you.
Why are you
Crystal
trauma
let me
dumping?
know
What does
that
this have
was
to do
spread
with
out like
this?
candy. It was devastating. I'm a 38-year-old man that people seem to think is invulnerable. I broke down in that call
Oh yeah, we know.
in front of Crystal, their friend, and Jibs over what I was told.
Oh my god.
Completely breaking down.
And
Oh,
therefore,
I know, Lio.
The
I
person
know, Lio.
everyone runs to fix their problems and be their fortress. I broke down.
You're
I
the
can't
one
even
that put
imagine what
yourself in that
poor
position to
loyalty
make
had
them
do
think
and
that.
had to deal with what you and Akumu
I
did.
want to die.
You and Akumu did. We literally aired the closet out. You big fucking man child.
So you want to know what you can do to atone? Never pull this stunt again. Stand by what you have been told to do. You are going to get off
What
social
you've
media.
been
Do what
You
we
are
told.
tell
going
you
to
to
focus on your
do.
art. And you're going
Do
to
what I
stop
tell
hanging
you
around
to
people
do.
who enable your nonsense.
Stop hanging around people I
Anything
don't
less
like.
than that just further proves you don't care.
That is ridiculous.
And you're not going to
The
run around to
gayest
these
ultimatum.
victims for absolution. You're going to leave them alone. Because people like that have a really soft heart, and they're going to want to comfort you.
Oh my god.
No.
I'll probably
No
go ahead
more.
and throw the video together tonight and upload it for the morning.
Do you understand me?
I understand.
Because if I find out
Nobody
otherwise, I am going
understands.
to those other people. I will not be in that call. I will not protect you. I will not run interference.
Oh,
They will
Protection
do
and
as they please.
interference?
With very few exceptions. And they know what those exceptions are. There are things they will not do. But they will take the things you've done. They will tear you to pieces for it. I will
Oh,
not, but they will.
That's
horrifying.
Oh my god.
You are not going to be, you will not be given solve here.
Oh my god.
Hey,
This
Lio,
If
can
you-
you pause it for a
you
second? Lio.
see-
Lio, does this sound familiar to you? I didn't want to hurt people. I never meant to hurt anybody. Yeah, that's what you sounded like. Okay? You narcissistic piece of shit. Anyway, continue.
I would pay money to see that.
Breaking up.
It costs an arm and a leg, trust me.
Breaking up,
You
Lio.
broke up a bit there.
Give me a minute.
What about someone else's arm and leg?
Dude, I think one of my favorite parts.
Can you hear me
might be
now?
coming up.
Yes.
You will not find your absolution here. You will not have your conscience out here. If you seek that, you can turn to the bomb of Gilead, but you will not be given
What
it
the
here.
fuck are you on about?
You will not
What?
have your conscience out
And
here.
with that, I think
What?
we're done.
Um,
I wish you the best, Rin. See if you can prove me wrong.
Wow,
See
what
if
a
you-
note to end on.
All right.
Wow.
But by the
Nice.
way, I must have missed
wait,
it. I must have been gone.
You were probably gone.
There was a part where he
Yes,
said he
yes.
wanted all of his
Oh.
distractors to die.
I'm not gonna lie, I stepped out
no,
while you were
didn't he
talking,
say
so
that?
I don't know
He
if
said
you
that he
relayed
wished
what I
death
had
on
sent
them,
to you
right?
in DMs.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, I
You-
missed it. Okay.
You didn't send me anything in DMs.
Now
I
Leia
swore
wants
I
to
did.
call in.
No, this
Oh,
is about to wrap up.
Yeah.
Maybe
Hold
next
on.
stream though.
I
I
mean,
had a
I can
billion
just say
DMs
it
since
now.
then.
I'm here.
I got it. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll keep it in mind for next stream.
One thing, Fractured Light
Can I call in?
wanted to apologize as well.
Next
He
stream?
apologizes for using the hashtag. He was
No,
was
this
unable
one.
to get me his apology.
Oh
in time.
yeah, sure.
I apologize for using a
and,
hashtag.
The other thing I forgot to clarify with you because we had mentioned it a few times. That night when Lio called you on Discord and talked to your mom,
Oh sweet Jesus.
I found that he told me he was doing it. I didn't ask him to do it. That was not my decision. Just wanted to
I
clarify that.
understand.
I feel bad for anyone at
Yeah,
McDonald's that
that's
like
all.
heard that. They probably think
Sorry.
he's like a schizophrenic or something.
All right. You're dismissed.
I would find it
Rin.
really
Have a good
funny if
night.
he
You're
was the only
dismissed.
person there.
Okay.
He's learned nothing.
Good luck.
Good luck.
That's that. Everyone else? Y'all can go to bed too.
I really,
Goddamn power isn't back on yet.
dang. I really
worry.
destroyed the.
How would he know? He's at McDonald's.
And that's it, folks. That's the call.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was just.
Well, I don't know
that
about
was-
you guys, but I think that Lio's proven his innocence to me.
That was,
Yeah.
that was a sequel to Rosa right there. That was the Rosa sequel we were all waiting on.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Remember, he's changed, but he's
Guys,
admitting
he's
that
changed.
he's only keeping himself chained and relaxed because people are watching.
You're lucky I have this ball and chain called accountability.
He loves
to
that
keep
word.
me in check.
I feel like he's got a altar of that word that he like brings his McDonald's to. He just sits there and he strokes it. He goes, accountability, accountability. I'll never have it, but
Even
I love
Crystal
it.
knew that was not. He has no remorse. Like, we know. Check DMs.
It's ridiculous.
Holy shit, Leia, spamming the fuck out of me.
Anyways, I'm gonna wrap this up. This is approaching 7 hours. Yeah, huh? And I gotta edit the video that I want to make on this. So.
All right, welcome to the marathon, Akumu.
At
Oh,
this point,
you're
you're gonna be
working
end up like doing like 24-hour live streams.
Yeah,
God.
yeah. All right,
I'll
good
kill
night,
myself for
everybody.
that.
How do I leave? Oh, right.
You
Get out of here.
take the gun and
Goodbye, Alex and Gilded.
bye.
Goodbye, folks. I hope it was fun.
Yeah, it's gonna haunt
This
my
is-
dreams. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna be dreaming about Doodle Tones shitting herself all night.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The wisdom diaper.
All right, Alex, I'm gonna remove you. All right, folks, that's it. We've reached the end. It is nighttime, and I'm glad to have been able to entertain you for 7 hours. I'm glad that you all watched. It was fun. It was funny. It was a little sad. I will be producing a video talking about some certain parts of this call. So look out for that. Because who's gonna watch all 7 hours of this stream? That's insane. So, with that said, I'll see you guys next time.